Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku became Cyber Izuku. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. It was one word that would change little Izuku Yagi's life: quirkless. In the superhero society he lived in, this was essentially a death sentence. Izuku and his twin sister, Izumi, were both due for their quirks. The two were among the last in their class to receive their powers. Concerned, their parents decided to consult a specialist. Strapping the kids into their car seats, Inko and her husband, Toshinori, pulled away from their house and headed toward the hospital, hoping for answers. Izuku, holding his All Might action figure high, expressed his excitement about the potential quirks they would receive, dreaming of becoming a hero like his idol. Izumi chimed in, eager to surpass their friend Kaken, who had already received an impressive quirk. Both parents chuckled at their twins' enthusiasm as they bickered about who would get the better quirk. Finally, they arrived at the hospital and unbuckled, trotting inside. After an hour of waiting for the results, the children were nearly vibrating with anticipation. Izumi grew restless, her impatience evident as she tugged at her father's shirt, demanding to know what was taking so long. Inko reassured her that it was important for the doctor to ensure everything was correct. After another 10 minutes, the door opened, and the doctor entered, looking serious. He apologized for the delay, explaining that there had been a complication regarding the children's quirks. Inko's heart raced as she asked what kind of complications there were, and Toshinori echoed her concern, wanting to know if the children were all right. The doctor confirmed that both children were healthy but delivered the unfortunate news. While Izumi had a quirk gene that might need more time to develop, Izuku was unlikely to receive a quirk at all. The doctor explained that Izuku had a second joint in his pinky toe, a common trait among those without quirks, and that tests showed he would not form quirk genes. Izuku froze at the revelation, his hands trembling with anxiety. A reassuring hand on his shoulder from his father brought him some comfort, but the weight of the news was heavy. Inko, filled with fear and urgency, asked if Izumi would still have a quirk. The doctor confirmed that Izumi was likely to possess a quirk similar to their father's, estimating that it would manifest in a few weeks to a month. Inko sighed in relief, grateful for the good news about her daughter, while Izumi beamed with excitement. Toshinori, lifting Izuku onto his lap, tried to comfort his son, who still wore an unreadable expression. He leaned in and whispered a secret, revealing that he, too, was quirkless. Izuku was stunned, looking up at his father, who smiled warmly. With a hint of fear, Izuku asked if he could still be a hero. Toshinori, though worried about the dangers of being a hero without a quirk, knew his son needed hope. He encouraged Izuku to pursue his dreams, acknowledging that it would be hard work but affirming that he could become the greatest quirkless hero if he put his mind to it. Izuku hugged his father tightly, a smile returning to his face. While he idolized All Might, it was his father who truly inspired him. Meanwhile, Inko held Izumi's hand tightly, listening to her husband's words to their son. She couldn't help but feel conflicted, wondering how Toshinori could suggest such a thing as a quirkless hero, given the risks involved. Izuku was putting himself in danger, and Inko felt a surge of anger at her husband's reckless encouragement of their son's dream to become the world's first quirkless hero. As they returned to the car, both children were secured in their seats. Izumi excitedly talked about her quirk, while Izuku and Toshinori shared content smiles. Inko, however, was a mix of happiness, disappointment, and anger. It was clear that Inko did not support Izuku's aspirations. She felt it was foolish for Toshinori to encourage him, especially by offering advice. It pained her to see the man she loved seemingly willing to expose their child to danger. Toshinori was enthusiastic about helping Izuku. He believed that if his son was going to pursue heroics, he needed a solid plan. He suggested martial arts training, emphasizing that it would not only be great exercise for both children but also essential for Izuku's self-defense. He recalled how he had overheard the idea when they returned from the hospital. Toshinori could see the determination in Izuku's eyes and felt that starting martial arts early would be beneficial. He believed that even if Izuku did not choose to become a hero, the skills would be invaluable. All he needed to do was convince Inko. Inko found the idea appealing for Izumi, thinking of discussing it with Mitsuki to see if Katsuki would join as well. She saw the potential benefits for her daughter, who would need to be prepared for a heroic career. However, Toshinori reminded her that Izuku also needed to learn how to defend himself, especially since he would face more challenges without a quirk. He sensed Inko's discomfort when he mentioned Izuku's training, and alarm bells rang in his mind when she seemed to dismiss his concerns. Inko was frustrated and worried about the possibility of Izuku getting hurt. She expressed her fears about him pursuing a dream that seemed unrealistic, and her anxiety intensified when she thought about the risks involved. She felt that martial arts would only draw attention to him and put him in danger. Toshinori pleaded with her, pointing out that there were successful quirkless heroes, like Shoyuta, who fought without powers. He believed that training could save Izuku from harm in the future. Inko, however, remained adamant, insisting that she would not allow their son to be hurt in pursuit of a dream she deemed unattainable. Toshinori was exasperated, reminding her that both children needed to be prepared for whatever path they chose. He worried that by trying to shield Izuku, she might inadvertently damage his confidence. He was relieved that the kids were asleep, sparing them from the tension of their argument. Inko scoffed and stood over Toshinori, her frustration evident. She declared that she would not allow their son to be put in danger for the sake of a fantasy. With that, she stormed off to their room, leaving Toshinori alone on the couch, stunned by her reaction. He sat in silence, trying to understand her fierce protectiveness. He knew that Izuku needed to learn how to fight to survive, even outside of heroics. As he simmered with frustration, he reminded himself to stay calm. Perhaps Inko was still processing the news about their son, and he resolved to revisit the conversation later. Months passed since the twins' diagnosis. Izumi's quirk had awakened, showcasing strong telekinesis, while Izuku remained quirkless. Eventually, Toshinori managed to convince Inko to allow both children to participate in martial arts. However, shortly after Izumi's quirk manifested, Inko decided to withdraw her from the classes, stating that it was crucial for her to focus on training her quirk. Inko was determined that Izumi needed to catch up with her peers, and she wanted to dedicate as much time as possible to help her strengthen her abilities. Toshinori grew concerned about her intensity but attributed it to her excitement for Izumi's progress. When he asked Izumi about her feelings, she agreed to drop the classes, wanting to ensure her quirk was the best it could be to compete with Katsuki. Reluctantly, Toshinori accepted this decision, allowing Izumi to train under him and Inko. Meanwhile, Izuku continued his martial arts classes, expressing his interest in becoming a great hero. Toshinori felt a pang of disappointment at their separation but understood the necessity of focusing on Izumi's training. He was proud of both his children, knowing that starting martial arts early would benefit Izuku in the long run. At school, Izuku's life began to change dramatically. In just a few months, he noticed that everyone treated him differently. His teachers seemed to ignore his questions, and some looked at him with disdain. Though he found it challenging, he believed it was part of the process. His father had described an opportunity to grow stronger. What troubled him most was that his mother seemed to be treating him the same way. Whenever he talked to her about something he liked or wanted to do, she always seemed distant, as if distracted. Sometimes she even forgot to invite him when she played with Izumi. But he understood, Izumi needed a lot of care right now, and as her brother, he wanted her to be strong so they could be heroes together. He also didn't like how mean Katsuki was becoming, not just to him but to everyone. Katsuki always seemed upset, and Izuku hoped he would feel better soon. One particularly bad day, Izuku read from one of the books for third graders while Katsuki struggled. Katsuki didn't like feeling inferior when Izuku did better than him. He called Izuku hurtful names, which only earned him giggles from their classmates, even the teacher. However, Izumi stood up for her brother, calling Katsuki a silly name, which sparked a playful rivalry between them. During this time, Izuku discovered his fascination with robots, almost as much as with heroes. He loved watching any movies or shows featuring them and wanted to learn how they worked. Unfortunately, even his dad didn't have the answers, but he promised to help Izuku learn, which made the boy happy. As the months went by, Inko grew increasingly worried about Izuku. She noticed his excitement about martial arts class and his dream of becoming a hero, which terrified her. Toshi's encouragement only intensified her concern, prompting her to consider a new approach. A few years passed, and the twins were approaching 8 years old. Izumi had become increasingly skilled with her quirk for her age, along with her best friend Katsuki. Izuku's martial arts classes had also begun, where he was learning the basics of judo and boxing. These were the fields he chose to practice after researching what most heroes used, and despite being a novice, he was doing quite well. As the years went on, Izuku and his dad grew closer, bonding over Izuku's interests in robots and machines and his dream of becoming a hero. However, they didn't get to spend as much time together anymore. His dad had started training Izumi more, and Izuku understood that she needed that training to become a great hero. Still, it was disappointing when she used that training against him. Things had changed significantly at school. Izuku's friend count had dropped to dangerously low levels, with most kids either ignoring or making fun of him. Katsuki was the worst. It hurt when Izumi stopped helping him, and even more when she began joining in. The name-calling escalated, and Izuku often found himself as a target for teasing. Katsuki was relentless, even using his quirk, and soon Izumi followed suit. Izumi had taken to a new game called Hold the Deku, using her telekinesis to keep him in place while Katsuki would use his explosions to hit Izuku. It hurt physically, but it hurt Izuku's heart even more. However, he took it in stride, believing these experiences were essential for becoming a hero. They were teaching him how to be strong like them, which made sense to him. As the years passed and Izuku's friend count dwindled, he focused his free time elsewhere. His interest in machines and robots grew exponentially. Spending time with his dad and one of his dad's friends from my island, Izuku learned a great deal about engineering. By the age of 7, he and his father, with help from Mr. Shield, constructed their very own robot. It was a small creation, primarily a camera on treads with 2 small arms, designed for a very important purpose. To pass the butter, of course. This breakthrough fueled Izuku's passion, but it also created a divide with Izumi. Seeing how much time and fun Izuku had with their dad made her upset. Why did he spend that time with Izuku when he could be helping her train her quirk? She needed it more. And Izuku could have built the robot by himself. Katsuki probably could have done it with his eyes closed. It felt unfair, and perhaps Katsuki was right about Izuku. He often was. 2 more years passed, and the twins, now 10 years old, had drifted apart. Izumi and Katsuki had transitioned from bullying to full-scale confrontations. With a mix of martial arts training and the constant harassment from his former friend, Izuku often found himself with bruises and cuts. Despite this, he never fought back outside of class, viewing his suffering as a learning experience. As a full-blown outcast, he became adept at observing and understanding those around him. During this time, Izuku immersed himself in both his hero training and his passion for engineering. He created various robots for simple tasks, including one that sharpened his unused pencils. His focus had shifted to mechanical engineering, and he was excitedly working on building his very own engine. He discovered a fascination with physics, captivated by the possibilities it offered. He had already devised several plans for gadgets that could assist him on his hero journey. Toshinori and Izuku transformed the garage into Izuku's workshop, filled with tools and projects in various stages of completion. Among his projects, his engine was a significant endeavor, but his second main project, which he called Countermeasure, was even more ambitious. This device, a blend of artificial intelligence and machine learning, would analyze fights and individuals, determining their quirks and potential weaknesses. It was his most complex project yet, and if successful, it could assist nearly every pro hero. However, Izuku and his father struggled to find time together, as Inko insisted that Izumi needed more training to harness her growing powers. Although saddened by this, Izuku cherished the moments he did have with his father. Inko had become increasingly distant, and interactions with her son were rare. She could hardly bear to see his bruises and injuries, knowing that the defense classes would only lead to more harm. The sight of him coming home hurt nearly every day was too much for her to handle. During one of his frequent encounters with his sister and former best friend, Izuku experienced an epiphany. He realized that quirks were extensions of people, biological and real. Inspired by his recent interest in prosthetics, he believed that with enough determination, anything could be replicated. If a quirk could create explosions, he wondered how the human body achieved that action and how he could replicate it. Machines, after all, could do anything. If he wasn't born with a quirk, he would create one. As time passed, Izuku became more withdrawn, as the risks of social interaction outweighed the benefits. Most of his waking hours were consumed by school, training, and creating. While he felt a tinge of loneliness, he found solace in his machines. Izumi, due to her rigorous training, had developed the strength to lift an entire car with her quirk. She and Katsuki had entered into a fierce rivalry, each striving to be the best. However, this competitiveness had a negative impact, making both of them more aggressive, with Izumi's temper becoming shorter. Unfortunately, Izuku often became the target of their pent-up frustration. Izuku sat in his workshop, having gone 2 or 3 days without sleep. He was so close to finishing his magnum opus that he couldn't afford to waste time on sleep. It was around 5 in the morning, and he had consumed enough caffeine to energize a small army. Covered in grease and oil, he tightened the final bolts securing the physics-defying engine to his greatest creation, the Dark Horse. This vehicle was his attempt to defy the laws of physics, and he had managed to create the world's first hoverbike, capable of competing with speed-based heroes. Adding a ratchet strap as a precaution, Izuku made the final preparations for the prototype. To an outsider, it might have appeared to be a motorcycle seat welded to 2 large scrap metal rings, and they wouldn't be wrong. Izuku had spent over a year designing the Dark Horse. While it was still a bit rough around the edges, he was hopeful it would work. Finally, he could stop walking to school. By the time he finished, it was 5:30, and his stomach growled like a wild animal. He needed to prepare for the dreaded event that was school. He felt grateful to be nearing the end of his academic journey. With his achievements in academics, he had easily outperformed his begrudging teachers, even skipping several grades. Graduation was on the horizon, and the thought of 4 whole years dedicated to training and creating thrilled him. Izuku's martial training was progressing as well as his academics. His ability to think several steps ahead, honed by trying to avoid his tormentors, made him a formidable opponent. Well-built and slightly taller than most of his classmates, one would never guess that the shy, timid genius could hold his own in a fight, yet he certainly could. He was a first-degree black belt in judo and an undeniable force in boxing. Victor had won several tournaments, and Izuku felt immense pride in his accomplishments, even though he knew he still had a long way to go. Izuku's grand plan to empower the powerless and allow anyone to become a hero was progressing, albeit slowly. He had designed several prototypes to mimic the functions of various emitter quirks, such as Endeavor's flames, Katsuki's explosions, and telekinesis. While he had made significant progress, he often faced challenges with fuel and power. However, if he could find a way to shrink the physics speed-med engine, he would be set. For now, those plans would have to wait. Izuku quickly removed his stained coveralls and flicked his goggles off his head as he rushed to beat Izumi to the shower. Usually, he had plenty of time, but getting sidetracked while working on his latest project had cost him precious minutes. Sprinting as fast and quietly as he could, towel in hand, he managed to reach the bathroom before his sister. It took nearly 20 minutes to scrub away the last bits of grime from his body, a challenging task while navigating his injuries. On the bright side, his experiences had sparked an interest in medical science. If he could get dressed and ready in 10 minutes, he would still have plenty of time to work on his project. Izumi groggily left her room, towel in hand, with little energy to spare. Slowly shuffling toward the warmth of the shower, she was nearly knocked over by a green blur racing past her. Izuku bolted into his room, moving with the speed of a whirlwind. Blueprints, bandages, and various clothes were scattered everywhere as he searched for his uniform. It took a solid 5 minutes before he was finally ready to test his greatest creation. Izumi's morning was off to a rough start. She had hardly slept, staying up late to finish a last-minute assignment she had forgotten. The combination of nearly being knocked over by Izuku and the lack of cold water had her feeling frustrated. Izuku was aware that he had used up all the hot water, so he estimated he had about 10 minutes before Izumi would come looking for him. He packed his lunch as quickly as possible, glancing over his shoulder every few seconds. Once he was packed, he sprinted back to the garage, quickly strapping on his rider's gear, which included a heavy leather jacket reinforced with steel mesh for added support. He also wore a custom-made helmet featuring a built-in heads-up display and the latest countermeasures. After double-checking his gear, he strapped on his backpack and opened the garage door. Izumi's voice echoed through the house, calling for him. That was his cue to leave. He grabbed a chair and placed it in front of the door before returning to his bike to go through his pre-start check. In his excitement, he panicked and started the engine as quickly as he could. To his surprise, it didn't explode. Instead, the loud roar of the engine filled the small garage space. Flicking two switches, he crossed his fingers as the forward and back turbines ignited, creating swirling blue and purple energy at their center. The physics speedmed engine and the turbines worked by turning the entire planet into opposing magnets. Adjusting to the sensation, Izuku was ecstatic that his creation didn't explode. Parts were held together with zip ties, and he knew it wasn't street legal. His sister was about to burst through the door, adding to the pressure. Izumi growled as she tried to open the garage door, hearing the engine roar. She thought to herself that there was no way she would let him get away that easily. As she began to shoulder-check the door, the engine emitted a strange whining sound, followed by the sound of two massive blowtorches igniting. Hitting the door harder, she eventually broke through just in time to see a blue streak fly out of the garage and into the street. Izuku took one last glance back to see the door burst open, and in that moment, he was gone. He was nearly thrown from his seat as his bike rocketed forward. The lack of road resistance felt strange, but it was exhilarating. In about 30 seconds, he was already 2 blocks away. His heads-up display warned him of upcoming traffic and potential hero routes in his path. He couldn't contain his excitement, shouting in joy as he realized his dark horse was a complete success. Checking the time, he saw he still had half an hour before school started, so he decided to push his bike a bit more. Thanks to the gravity wells, his bike could stop and turn almost instantly, allowing for some incredible drifts. Flying through the streets, he caught the attention of horrified and impressed onlookers as he weaved through cars and pedestrians. He even slid beneath a semi-truck, something he had always wanted to do. Realizing the time, his eyes widened as he saw he only had 10 minutes left before he would be late. He rocketed down the street, shifting gears and flooring the throttle. For a moment, it felt as if he were flying, everything around him becoming a blur as he focused entirely on driving. Before he knew it, he had arrived at Aldera Middle School with 7 minutes to spare. He parked his bike at the racks, locked it, and left his helmet in the seat compartment before sprinting into the building. As he ran, he stuffed his jacket into his backpack, reaching the door with only a minute left. He barged in, only to be met with a glaring teacher. Izuku's world slowed down. The heat on his back felt dull and numb as he soared through the air, his greatest creation a ball of fire following in his wake. He had just escaped the 2 pursuers when he felt something strike the back of his vehicle, specifically the exposed engine. In an instant, Izuku was thrown into the air, his pride and joy quickly transforming into a mass of metal and debris. He barely had time to think before he hit the ground. His body folded in an unnatural manner as his jaw collided with the street. For a moment, he felt nothing as he tumbled down the road, the remnants of his creation crashing into several parked cars. His body slammed against the pavement, and he felt a sharp pain in his back before the sensation in his legs faded away. He lay there, nearly unrecognizable, a miracle that his head had not cracked open. Lying in a pool of his own blood, he could only stare wide-eyed, unable to process the shock of what had just happened. He struggled to breathe, choking as he tried to scream, but no sound came out. His jaw was left a few feet behind him. Screams from witnesses filled the air, and Izumi and Katsuki stood frozen in shock. Sirens echoed in the distance, undoubtedly rushing toward the scene. No one could comprehend what had just occurred. Izuku began to convulse, his body seizing as blood flowed from his throat. He could hardly see, and soon he lost consciousness, the last sound he heard being the wail of sirens. The paramedics arrived, horrified by the sight before them. It was clear that the boy, or what remained of him, was in critical condition. Just as they were about to declare him lost, a single cough escaped his lips, blood spilling from his throat. Shocked, the paramedics sprang into action, unsure of where to begin. Katsuki stood in disbelief, horrified by the consequences of his actions. He could only watch as the paramedics worked frantically to save his former friend. Police and heroes quickly arrived, ushering everyone away from the distressing scene. Izumi began to scream and cry, overwhelmed with hysteria, while Katsuki remained paralyzed. One of the paramedics exclaimed in disbelief at Izuku's resilience, trying their best to stabilize him on the road, fearful of moving him further. They quickly decided to place him on a stretcher and rushed him to the ambulance, knowing it was a critical moment for the young man. During the 10-minute ambulance ride, the paramedics had to resuscitate Izuku multiple times. The odds were against him. Blood loss alone could have been fatal, yet he clung to life. Toshinori was in the middle of a patrol when he received the phone call. A receptionist informed him that his son was in critical condition at Mustafu General Hospital. Dropping everything, All Might rushed to the hospital, leaving shocked fans behind. He was not smiling. Fear gripped him like never before. Upon bursting through the doors and asking for Izuku Yagi, he didn't care if people recognized him as All Might. He needed to see his son to ensure he was safe. The receptionist, awestruck and slightly fearful, informed him that Izuku was currently in surgery and in critical condition. They explained that he had been involved in an accident with an experimental homemade vehicle and that the doctors were doing their best to help him. Toshinori struggled to breathe, realizing something had gone wrong with Izuku's latest creation. Why had he taken it out? They had agreed to test it together to ensure it was safe, and it was nowhere near ready for the streets. He quickly thanked the receptionist and called Inko to inform her of the situation, only to be met with panic and a dropped call as she rushed to the hospital. As he stood there, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Izumi, disheveled and tear-streaked, rushed toward him. Katsuki sat nearby, shock etched on his face. Izumi threw herself into Toshinori's arms, needing her father more than ever. Falling to their knees, he held her tightly as she cried, while he noticed tears streaming down Katsuki's face. They remained in that spot for a while, with Izumi blaming herself for Izuku's condition, convinced that he would die because of her. Toshinori struggled to process everything. All he knew was that his son was in critical condition due to an accident, and his daughter felt responsible. He gently pulled away from their embrace, looking into his daughter's tear-filled eyes. He needed to know what had happened. Izumi, still sobbing, tried to explain that Izuku had been trying to escape from her and Katsuki on that vehicle. When she paused to take deep breaths, her friend mirrored her shocked expression. The words tumbled out as she struggled to find her voice, recalling the moment of the crash. She had heard the paramedics say he was dead. Her heart raced as she began to hyperventilate, but Toshinori hugged her tightly, sensing that she was hiding something. Now was not the time to press her. He picked her up and walked over to Bakugo, sitting both her and himself down near the boy. A few minutes later, Inko and Mitsuki Bakugo rushed through the hospital doors. Inko looked just as distraught as Izumi, while Mitsuki held onto her friend with concern. Toshinori embraced Inko tightly, both of them stifling their sobs. Mitsuki was taken aback to see All Might and even more surprised to see her best friend hugging the famous hero. The similarities between All Might and Toshinori were evident, despite the latter being much smaller in stature. Inko was shocked when her son rocketed into her arms, nearly collapsing into her as he cried. She could hardly comprehend the gravity of the situation. She begged Toshinori for answers, desperate to know if her son was okay. Toshinori, feeling utterly defeated by the reactions of the girls, could only manage to say that all they knew was that he had been in an accident and was currently in surgery. After a week, Izuku was finally declared stable, and visitation was permitted. The Yagis sat nervously in the waiting room, their anxiety palpable. Izumi fidgeted with her hands, Toshinori bounced his leg, and Inko paced back and forth. They eagerly awaited the moment they could see him. When a nurse called out for Yagi, they all stopped to look at her. Tashinori and Izumi stood up, making their way to her. The nurse kindly informed them that they could follow her for 1 hour of visitation. It took everything for Tashinori not to collapse to the floor as they entered the room. Izumi broke down again, clutching her hands in front of her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. Inko rushed to Izuku's side, collapsing to the ground and holding onto his hand. Inko spoke to her son through her tears, assuring him that they were all there for him. The sight of his broken body was nearly unbearable, with countless cords and machines keeping him alive. Izumi felt a wave of guilt wash over her, as if she had been struck by All Might himself. She berated herself for not being a better sister, for not supporting him. If only she had been kinder, they could have been at home together, happy and safe. It was all her fault. This had undoubtedly been the worst week of their lives. Both Tashinori and Inko took their time speaking to Izuku, knowing that many coma patients could still hear. They expressed their love for him and their eagerness for him to wake up and come home. A month passed with Izuku still in his medically induced coma. During this time, he underwent 10 more surgeries, all aimed at improving his future quality of life. The bandages covering his face had yet to be fully removed, only changed and replaced. Tashinori visited every day, while Inko found it too painful to come as often. Tashinori spent his time telling Izuku about his days and memorable moments as All Might, apologizing for not revealing his true identity sooner. He even pretended to have full conversations with his son. He expressed his sorrow, wishing he could have given Izuku one for all, believing that everything would have been different. He shared how proud he was of Izuku for surviving against the odds and hoped he would wake up soon. As he left, he gently patted Izuku's head, wiping tears from his eyes. After thanking the staff, Tashinori sat in his car, contemplating everything that had happened. He thought about Izuku's future and what life would be like now. Overwhelmed, he broke down, feeling anger towards the world for being so cruel to his son. It wasn't fair, and he prayed for his boy's recovery and a chance at a happy life. Wiping away his tears, Tashinori put on a brave face as he drove home, reflecting on how different things should have been for his son, who deserved a life full of promise. Finally arriving home, he took a deep breath, preparing to face the rest of his family. Getting out of his car, Tashinori finally made his way inside, where he usually expected to be met with the happy smiles of one of his children. Instead, he was greeted by silence. He collapsed onto the living room couch, trying to start a conversation with his wife, Inko, by asking about her day. When she didn't respond, he called her name again. Standing up, he made his way to the kitchen and found Inko making dinner, seemingly unfazed, but he noticed the tears in her eyes. Tashinori sighed as he observed his wife's state. A week after Izuku's hospitalization, he had noticed changes in her behavior. She often stared into space, becoming almost catatonic, and would cry silently, tears streaming down her face. At times, she would engage in random chores, appearing cheerful, yet she remained unresponsive, as if trapped in her own world. Though he wasn't an expert, Tashinori believed it was a form of disassociation, likely a coping mechanism for her grief and stress. It was as if she was pretending that nothing was wrong. As had become routine, he gently grabbed her shoulders, pulling her close and hugging her tightly before guiding her to the couch and placing a blanket over her. Hiding behind the wall, Tashinori held his fist to his mouth, stifling his sobs as his breathing became erratic and hushed. After pulling himself together with a cough and a firm slap to his face, he made his way to the kitchen to finish what Inko had started, hoping to distract himself. He quickly realized that she was making katsudon, Izuku's favorite dish. Everything was so quiet now, devoid of the dull thumps of small explosions. He hadn't realized how much he missed those sounds. It was another day he hadn't gone to school. His mother didn't care anymore. She had stopped caring. He couldn't face anyone after what had happened. Sleep had become elusive, and he only saw Izuku in his dreams. It felt like those dreams were bleeding into his waking moments. From the corners of his eyes, he could see Izuku's broken body on the floor, his hand reaching out, struggling for breath. Crawling out of bed, he glanced at his phone and saw it was nearly 6 o'clock. He had slept the day away again. His father would be home soon, and he wasn't sure he could handle dinner again. He could hardly look at him. His body felt numb, as if he had only slept for 2 hours. It didn't matter. He called out for his mother as he slowly made his way downstairs, hearing rustling from the living room. Turning the corner, he found her sitting on the floor, wrapped in a green blanket, a large smile on her face, with a single tear running down her cheek. She exclaimed playfully, asking if there was a hero to save her, her smile contrasting with the desperation in her eyes. He could only cry as he watched her repeat that same phrase over and over, hoping for something to change. In frustration, he shouted that Izuku was gone, that he would never come back. He hadn't meant to lash out, but it angered him to see her play pretend as if that would make things better. He knew Izuku was alive, but for how long? A month? A year? What if he never woke up? She had to face the truth. Izuku wasn't coming home, and he felt responsible. Watching more tears stream down her face as she fell silent, he felt his heart break. It hurt to see his mother in such distress. If only Izuku had taken the situation as he always had, he would still be here. It felt like Izuku's existence had caused their suffering, and if he had never been born, none of this would have happened. They would be happy. Tears stung his eyes as he struggled to breathe, feeling as if the world was closing in around him. All he could do was clutch his head to his knees and try to regain his composure. He woke up in the same spot about an hour later, the smell of cooking beef wafting from the kitchen. His body felt stiff, protesting as he slowly stood. Why was he being so weak? So pathetic? Izuku was alive, so why did he care so much? Why was he acting like such a coward? During his mental self-reproach, he heard a car door slam, realizing it was his father returning from the hospital. Panic surged through him when he heard the side door open. Thinking quickly, he ran to the nearest door and hid behind it. He could hear his father's muffled voice asking about Inko's day, and he tried to steady his shaking breaths. Leaning against the door, he slid down it, running his hands through his hair, chuckling at how pathetic he felt, acting like Izuku. Taking a deep breath, he was suddenly overwhelmed by the smell of metal, oil, and gas. He fumbled through the dark for the light switch. When the lights turned on, he shielded his eyes from the brightness. As he looked around, he realized he was in the garage, Izuku's second bedroom. He had rarely entered this space since his father had turned it into a workshop for him and Izuku. He was taken aback by what he saw: half-finished and completed machines cluttered everywhere, blueprints hanging on the walls. This place felt like a museum dedicated to Izuku. His whiteboard was covered in drawings and notes that he could hardly comprehend. A smile crept onto his face as he looked at the ideas for hero support items, recalling how Izuku would ramble in his notes. Tears streamed down his face as he noticed a picture on the desk, one of the last family photos they had taken together, where they all looked happy. He couldn't stay in the garage any longer. His heart began to ache, and breathing became difficult. Clutching the frame to his chest, he retreated from the room. As he tried to close the door, he froze. Toshinori sat, observing his daughter with a saddened expression as he noticed what she was holding. He attempted to break the growing tension by commenting on her unusual presence in that room. Izumi explained that she had been searching for a phone charger and stumbled upon the item, feeling it shouldn't be left to gather dust. He reassured her that it was okay to miss him, as he did every day. His gaze softened, recognizing her struggle. Izumi tightened her grip on the frame, her throat constricting and her eyes stinging. She refused to succumb to her emotions over Deku. After all, it was his own fault that he was hurt. She expressed her frustration, insisting that she didn't care about him anymore, her voice trembling as she tried to convince herself rather than him. Toshinori felt a surge of anger but suppressed it, taking a deep breath as he focused on his daughter. He understood that she was deflecting her pain, pushing blame and anger away to shield her broken heart. Gathering his resolve, Toshinori spoke, acknowledging her feelings of anger and assuring her that they needed to remain strong for when he returned. He stepped away from the wall, a soft smile forming on his lips. Izumi looked up at him, rage evident in her eyes. She scoffed and laughed bitterly, declaring that he would never come back, that everyone knew he was gone. As she tried to storm past him, he blocked her path and pulled her into a tight embrace. He assured her that he understood how hard it was to accept the reality of the situation. Crouching to meet her gaze, he emphasized that despite everything, Izuku was alive, just hurt, and they needed to be there for him, providing a home for his return. Overwhelmed, Izumi broke down, launching herself into his arms, releasing all her pent-up emotions. She clung to him desperately, sobbing and wailing. Tashinori held her close, offering comfort as she expressed her fears about Katsuki's words, that Izuku would not wake up. Tashinori reminded her that Katsuki didn't know everything. He resolved to be a pillar for his family, holding them together until Izuku returned, determined to rebuild their lives once he was home. Months passed, and it had been 6 since the accident. Izuku remained in a coma, his body too weak to wake even after the medical sedation was lifted. He had undergone multiple surgeries to repair the damage done to his body. Finally, Tashinori was about to see his son's face for the first time in half a year. Recovery Girl, who had taken charge of Izuku's treatment at Tashinori's request, prepared to remove the bandages. She instructed everyone to stay calm as she began the process. In silence, they waited, tension thick in the air. Tashinori felt Inko's grip tighten on his hand, and Izumi trembled as Recovery Girl lifted Izuku's head and started to unveil the bandages. The sight before them was shocking. Izuku lay there, his eyes closed in a peaceful slumber that contrasted with the scars marring his face. Scars stretched across his skin, and his upper jaw was a mess, leaving his cheeks disfigured. The exposed areas of his jaw and throat were a dark red, with hints of brown. An oxygen mask covered his mouth and throat, a reminder of the severity of his condition. Recovery Girl lowered the blanket further, revealing more of Izuku's injuries. His left arm was in a cast, and his legs and right arm were still bandaged. The hospital gown concealed much of his damage, but a zipper scar peeked through the collar, a testament to the surgeries he had endured. Inko gasped, covering her mouth in shock, while Izumi stood wide-eyed and horrified. Tashinori fought back the urge to be sick at the sight of his son. Inko stumbled forward, collapsing to the floor as she grasped Izuku's remaining hand, crying out for her boy. Recovery Girl explained that while they had done everything possible, the damage to his right lung was extensive. Breathing without assistance would be nearly impossible, and he would require an oxygen mask and tank for the rest of his life. Tashinori clenched his fists tightly, feeling the pain of his nails digging into his palms as he turned shakily to look at Izumi. Her entire body trembled, and she took shallow breaths, doing her best to suppress the rising panic. She lightly grasped Tashinori's hand, offering a sympathetic look as she stepped out of the room, telling him to call if he needed anything. Tashinori held his head in his hands as he sank into a chair, his gaze fixed on his disfigured child. He thought about how peaceful the boy looked, as if none of this had ever happened to him. Izumi, with a shaky smile that barely masked her sorrow, remarked on the same thought as tears streamed down her cheeks. Inko sobbed quietly, resting her head against the bed, unable to bear the sight of what her son had become. They all sat in silence for what felt like hours, staring at the heartbreaking sight of the boy. The raspy sounds of his breaths and the beeping of the machines filled the room. Tashinori struggled to maintain his composure, choking back sobs as anger welled up inside him. How could something so terrible happen to a child? As they continued to sit there, each of them contemplated the uncertain future ahead, grappling with the cruel reality that they were forced to witness this suffering. Today was the day. Tashinori understood that guilt was consuming his daughter. He could see her anxiety around him and her mother, how she flinched at the mention of Izuku's name. 7 months had passed, and he still didn't know what had caused the accident. It was time for answers. Izumi sat in her room, focused on texting Katsuki about a new training regimen to prepare for UA University, when a knock at her door interrupted her. Puzzled, she placed her phone down and opened the door to find her father waiting. He greeted her, but she sensed something was off in his demeanor. His hands were wringing together, and his gaze was intense. She asked if he needed something, feeling a bit unsettled by his seriousness. Tashinori replied that they needed to talk and asked her to come with him. Feeling nervous, Izumi followed him to the living room, where her mother sat with a glass of tea. She took a seat and looked at her parents, wondering what was going on. Taking a deep breath, Toshinori turned to Inko, who nodded in encouragement and then focused on Izumi. He asked her about the accident, recalling that she had said it was her and Katsuki's fault. He pressed her for details, his expression stern. Izumi stammered, claiming she was just scared for Izuku, hoping they would overlook that detail. Toshinori took another deep breath, knowing this conversation would be challenging. Inko set her glass down and gave Izumi her full attention. He reminded her that she was present during the accident and that the officers had taken her statement. He sensed that this would not end well. Izumi sat stiffly on the couch, her heart racing. She admitted that she and Katsuki were there but insisted she didn't know what had happened. All she remembered was Izuku getting on something and then crashing. Her heart felt like it would burst from her chest. Toshinori pressed further, recalling that she had said Izuku was trying to get away from them. He pointed out her broken nose, sensing that her story was full of holes. Izumi stuttered, claiming they were just playing around and that Izuku was running away to tease them. She nervously laughed, rubbing the back of her head. Inko interjected, defending Izumi and insisting that it was all just an accident. Toshinori, however, remained unconvinced. As the #1 hero, he had a knack for detecting lies, especially with his best friend being a detective. He stood, knelt in front of Izumi, and took her hands, urging her to tell the truth. He reminded her that Recovery Girl had mentioned multiple injuries and burn scars on Izuku. He needed to know if she and Katsuki had done anything to him. His tone was firm, and he was clearly piecing together the truth from her evasions. Izumi shouted back, claiming that Izuku was an inventor and that he had likely hurt himself with one of his inventions. Toshinori's frustration grew, and he took a deep breath to steady himself. He could see the shock and fear in her eyes. Inko defended her daughter, insisting that if Izumi said she hadn't done anything, then she hadn't. Toshinori rubbed his forehead, already knowing the truth but needing a confession. He urged Izumi to tell him everything, explaining that there was a witness who had seen Izuku being hit while driving. He needed her to reveal what had happened so they could find out who had hurt her brother. Izumi froze, caught in her web of lies. Just then, Toshinori's phone rang, cutting through the tension. He answered, and his expression shifted dramatically as he received urgent news. Dropping the phone, he exclaimed that Izuku was awake. This marked the beginning of the first arc, Recovery. Soft beeps filled the air, accompanied by the gentle sound of an oxygen mask doing its job. His eyes tensed for a moment before the emerald green orbs fluttered sleepily and slowly opened. It felt as if his entire body was encased in concrete. He was stiff everywhere and confused about his surroundings and what was happening. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him, and he struggled to recall any details of what had occurred. Panic began to creep in as he noticed something felt off. His brain was foggy, and he didn't like it. He attempted to lift his arm to remove the mask, but it wouldn't respond. When he tried to move his left arm, he was met with a jarring stiffness. Looking down, he saw his arm resting in a massive cast. His breathing became labored and his heart raced. Where was he? What had happened? Why did it hurt so much to breathe? He tried to call out, but his mouth wouldn't open. The sensation of speaking eluded him. What was going on? In a moment of desperation, he attempted to push himself out of the bed, but several people dressed in blue rushed into the room. Two of them held him down by the shoulders, and the pressure was excruciating. He wanted to tell them to stop, but his voice failed him. Frustration and fear surged within him, and in his panic, he swung his left arm, unintentionally hitting one of the nurses. In an instant, everything became hazy, and it was difficult to keep his eyes open. He grasped at one of the people around him, overwhelmed by fear. Before he knew it, he slipped back into unconsciousness. The Yagis burst through the hospital doors, with Toshinori rushing to the receptionist. Izumi's heart raced while Inko gripped her hand tightly. Toshinori half-shouted, asking if Izuku was awake. The receptionist urged him to calm down as she typed on her computer. She confirmed that Izuku had been awake but had to be sedated for his own safety shortly after. Toshinori's stress peaked as he expressed his concern about Izuku potentially slipping back into a coma. Recovery Girl appeared beside Toshinori, chastising him gently with her cane. She explained that they had to sedate Izuku because he was starting to panic and had torn multiple stitches in his delirium. It was for everyone's safety. She reassured them that his activity after waking was a good sign and that having familiar faces around would help when he regained consciousness. Tashinori apologized to the receptionist, and Inko asked if they could see Izuku. The receptionist informed them that he was currently being cleaned up but should regain consciousness within a few days. Recovery Girl ushered the family to the waiting room before returning to her patients. Tashinori's knee bounced anxiously as countless scenarios raced through his mind about what to say to his son. Inko fidgeted with her hands, mirroring his anxiety. Izumi sat frozen, her breathing heavy with fear. She worried about what would happen if Izuku remembered everything and how it would affect their dreams of becoming heroes. They waited in agonizing anticipation, their hearts pounding and stress headaches forming. Finally, a receptionist informed them that they could visit Izuku. They exchanged glances, seeking confirmation before entering the room. Inside, they found Izuku's face bandaged once more, his breathing labored. Inko asked Recovery Girl why the bandages were back on. She explained that it was best to keep them covered to help ease him into waking without lashing out. Tashinori leaned over, kissing his son's forehead and expressing his pride. He encouraged Izuku to stay awake next time, calling him the strongest kid he knew. Inko smiled softly but couldn't help glancing between Tashinori, Izumi, and Izuku, wondering how long it had been since they trained together. Izumi felt anxious while both her parents prayed for Izuku to wake up soon. However, deep down she wished for the opposite. Inko sat in the waiting room, her day to be at the hospital in case Izuku woke up. Even though visiting hours were no longer limited, she couldn't bring herself to sit in his room. It broke her heart to see his broken body, but she remained there for him as his mother. Her thoughts drifted back to the day Tashinori had decided to interrogate Izumi, as if she had something to do with this situation. She felt terrible for her brother and resented the blame directed at her. Thankfully, Tashinori hadn't brought it up again, but she suspected he would once Izuku woke up. She also wondered how things had turned out with Katsuki, especially since Izumi had been keeping her distance from both her and Tashinori. Inko had tried to reach out to Mitsuki several times but received no response. Determined to connect, she resolved to visit as soon as possible. Perhaps she could make some spicy katsudon to bring for Izuku and Katsuki while they spent time together. Inko was abruptly pulled from her daydream by a nurse shaking her. Could they not see she was busy? The nurse insisted that Inko needed to come with her immediately because her son was awake. Confused, Inko followed the nurse down the hallway, her mind racing. As they entered the hospital room, Inko was met with a sight that filled her with dread. Her son lay on the bed, his heart rate monitors beeping erratically, reflecting his panic. His eyes were wide with fear, tears streaming down his cheeks, and he struggled to breathe, each inhalation seeming to cause him pain. Inko gasped in horror, unable to comprehend the sight before her. This frail figure was not her Izuku. He was supposed to be at home with Izumi. Suddenly, Izuku's vibrant green eyes locked onto hers, and he reached out with his casted arm. The sound that escaped him was unlike anything she had ever heard, a chilling wail that resonated deep within her. Overcome with fear, Inko did the only thing she could think to do. She ran away. She fled to a nearby bathroom, locking herself in a stall. Tears streamed down her face as she leaned against the door, her hands clutching her head in despair. Meanwhile, Tashinori had just defeated a villain and was in the process of delivering it to the authorities when he heard his phone ring. He quickly silenced it and answered, identifying himself as All Might. The officer informed him that Izuku was awake and needed him urgently. Without hesitation, Tashinori took off, his heart racing as he recalled the last time he had received such news. He landed with a thud outside the hospital, quickly making his way inside. The receptionist recognized him and directed him to Izuku's room. As he approached the door, Tashinori heard a sound that sent chills down his spine, a haunting wail that echoed through the hallway. Instinctively, he powered up, his frame growing larger as he entered the room. Everyone inside froze at the sight of him. Tashinori's heart sank as he took in the state of his son. Blood stained Izuku's face, and a look of panic transformed into shock as he saw his father. Acting on instinct, Toshinori rushed forward and enveloped Izuku in his arms, his massive frame providing a protective shield around the injured boy. He held his son tightly, as if fearing that letting go would cause him to vanish. Izuku felt a whirlwind of emotions: fear, confusion, and overwhelming relief. The machines around him were frightening, but seeing All Might in the doorway made everything else fade away. When his idol embraced him, it was the most comforting hug he had ever experienced. Toshinori spoke softly, reassuring Izuku that he was there and that everything would be okay. He could sense his son's fear and confusion, but he wanted to provide comfort. Izuku, unable to articulate his thoughts, reached up and partially embraced his father, tears streaming down his face. The warmth of the hug calmed him, even amidst the chaos. They held each other tightly, both afraid of what might happen next. Recovery Girl entered the room, observing the heartfelt moment between father and son. She smiled at the bond they shared, deciding not to interrupt. Eventually, Izuku pulled back, his teary eyes watching as Toshinori wiped his own tears. In a puff of smoke, Toshinori transformed back into his normal self, looking down at Izuku with concern. He apologized for not telling Izuku everything sooner, promising to explain everything without any more secrets. Izuku wanted to respond, but Toshinori gently reminded him that speaking might hurt him. As Izuku tried to process the situation, Toshinori explained that he was in the hospital after an accident. The details were overwhelming, but Izuku focused on his father's words, slowly regaining his composure. Recovery Girl approached, interrupting the moment to check Izuku's vitals and assess the damage to his throat. She had startled them both nearly to death, as neither had noticed the woman's presence. Izuku was thrilled to realize that Recovery Girl was presumably his doctor. She informed Toshi that he could stay in the room while she conducted her checks, then turned her gaze to the boy, smiling warmly. She welcomed him back to the land of the living. Recovery Girl completed her tests, assuring that Izuku was as healthy as possible given the circumstances. She instructed him not to try to speak, and he slowly nodded, wincing slightly at the movement. She promised to get him a pen and pad for communication, and he nodded again, feeling utterly exhausted but aware they wanted to keep him awake for now. Recovery Girl then asked Toshi if he wanted her to find Inko. He agreed but suggested they shouldn't wait too long, taking hold of his son's hand. She turned back to Izuku, acknowledging the difficult news they had to share. Meanwhile, Inko sat on the bathroom floor, rocking back and forth and quietly mumbling to herself. Tears streamed down her face, but she remained unaware of her surroundings. She daydreamed of a younger Izuku pulling at her arm, leading her toward a sandbox where his sister played. The thought of playing with her children again brought a smile to her face as she envisioned running through the grass and going fishing with Toshi. She imagined them discovering their quirks, Izumi with her incredible telekinesis and Izuku with his unique version of One for All. In her mind, she saw them growing older, living joyful lives, eventually becoming the #1 heroes after forming their own agency together. The vision of their healthy, normal lives filled her with warmth. However, as the daydreams continued, Inko began to sob, the sight of her son's condition having shattered something deep within her. Izuku sat in a catatonic state after waking up. Recovery Girl indicated that it was likely a trauma response, as his mind struggled to process the changes to his body. An entire week had passed, and he might as well have been in a coma again, showing no reaction to anything beyond basic bodily functions. Toshinori hoped that Izuku would pull through and that he would soon have his son back, but it was beginning to feel like a long shot. Toshinori had hardly been home recently, the tension was palpable, and he simply didn't have the time. After Inko had been found catatonic in the bathroom, he had been the only one visiting Izuku. Izumi had not wanted to visit, which made Toshinori even more suspicious. He refused to give up like the others. He hadn't before, and he wouldn't now. It was time to show what being both a hero and a father was all about, becoming the support that Izuku desperately needed. By 6:30, All Might had finished his patrols, and it was time to visit Izuku. Throughout the week, he had been telling Izuku about being All Might and about his quirk, explaining that he had everything it took to be the successor. He had held back on giving him the quirk right away because it was something to be earned, and he told his son that he had earned it long ago. As he made his way into the hospital, he was greeted by the familiar sight of one of the receptionists, Marin. Giving a quick nod, Toshinori started to pass her to head toward his son but was stopped when she called out. She informed him that Izuku was currently in physical therapy. Toshinori could hardly believe it. Izuku was awake and already doing therapy. Thanks to Izuku regaining consciousness and energy, Recovery Girl had been able to heal him, repairing the remaining damaged areas, including restoring his left arm. Toshinori walked into the physical therapy center, coffee in hand, and was met with a sight that amazed and horrified him. There was Izuku in the center of the room, holding a regular wheelchair sideways on one wheel. Just a day ago, he had been catatonic, and now he was performing tricks in a wheelchair. As Izuku dropped the wheelchair and fell back to normal, Toshinori listened as his son made a strange coughing sound before wincing in pain. He recognized it as Izuku trying to laugh. When Izuku turned to see his baffled father standing in the doorway, he still had the bandages covering his face at his own request. Izuku looked away, his eyes becoming sad before he gave a small wave. Toshinori was too stunned to speak. Here was Izuku Yagi back in action. Toshinori asked Recovery Girl what was happening, expressing his surprise that Izuku could use a manual wheelchair. She sighed, explaining that it wasn't her decision. The boy had insisted on trying a manual wheelchair, and his therapist had allowed it. Just then, a young woman no older than 20 emerged from behind a curtain, rolling a cart of therapy items. Noticing them, she stood up and playfully gestured to Izuku before approaching them with a large smile. Her jet black hair was pulled into a high ponytail, and her pale skin seemed to glow in the light. She introduced herself as Yuna Obito and assumed Toshinori was Izuku's father. Toshinori confirmed his identity and bowed slightly. Yuna insisted he call her Yuna or Yuns, saying that Obito made her feel old. She explained that she was Izuku's physical therapist and that he was a remarkable case. Originally, she had planned to start with psychological tests to gauge his physical state, but to everyone's surprise, he was already doing tricks just a few hours later. Toshinori looked past the enthusiastic woman to see Izuku navigating a series of cones one-handed in his wheelchair. He could see a mixture of emotions in his son's determined eyes: sadness, regret, pain, and a fierce determination. It was hard to read his son's face, but that much was clear. Yuna excitedly noted Izuku's surprising penmanship, mentioning that while it was a bit sloppy, it was still quite good. She asked if Toshinori was aware that Izuku was ambidextrous to a degree. Toshinori replied that he hadn't realized it, but Izuku had always been skilled with his hands, likely picking it up while engineering. Yuna laughed and mentioned that Izuku had asked if Toshinori could bring some of his notebooks. Toshinori chuckled, knowing that even in this situation, Izuku wanted his notebooks. Izuku sat in his room, doing hand exercises with a stern and determined expression in his eyes, waiting for his father to return with his notebooks. As he sat, he felt his mind drifting back to a particularly painful memory. He remembered lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, as various thoughts bounced around in his head, unable to concentrate on any of them. His mind was stuck, trying to process the loss. He faintly noticed when the door slid open and a familiar face walked in. Izumi. She slowly approached Izuku, sliding her backpack from her shoulder as she glared at him. She greeted him with a tone so filled with venom that it could have killed a snake. Izuku remained still at her words. She expressed her frustration, questioning why he was ignoring her. Grabbing hold of his right arm's stump with her quirk, she squeezed, demanding to know how he could think he was better than her after sleeping for 7 months. When he didn't respond, she grew angry and forced him to look at her, but his gaze seemed distant, as if he were staring through her. She continued, berating him for ruining their family when he was less of a freak. Now, she claimed he had broken their mother and that their father was hardly ever home, consumed with worry for him. She vented her anger, calling him useless and threatening him to keep their conversation a secret. With a final push, she sent him back to the bed and stormed out, leaving him alone. A single tear rolled down Izuku's cheek as his heart shattered, mirroring the rest of his broken body. Yet, amidst the emptiness, a spark ignited within him, Memories of the day everything was taken away, flooding his mind. Those memories fueled a new drive, a purpose. In that moment, Izuku's spirit blazed with determination. He had seen the pity in the eyes of the nurses, doctors, and even his father, and he could no longer tolerate it. He transformed his tears into a fierce glare, a bubbling rage rising from deep within. He vowed to prove them all wrong. He was not useless then, and he would not be now. He refused to be a burden. He envisioned striking back at those who had hurt him, dismantling their confidence piece by piece until they understood his pain. He would stand strong, broken yet determined, believing in himself when no one else would. He would become a hero, the greatest this world had ever seen. Physical therapy became a grueling challenge for Izuku. He had always been hands-on, relying on his hands to create and build. Now, with one hand lost and the other weakened from the accident, he felt lost. Dr. Obito, usually a ray of sunshine, transformed into a relentless taskmaster during therapy. He encouraged Izuku to lift a 10-pound dumbbell with his left arm, bombarding him with both insults and motivational shouts. As he struggled, Izuku's mind raced, pushing away intrusive thoughts by filling it with ideas. He envisioned creating artificial quirks with machines, determined to overcome his limitations. As he completed his final lift, tears threatened to spill from his eyes. The pain was intense, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Next came finger control, a monumental task involving a strange contraption designed to stretch his fingers. Despite the exhaustion, he focused solely on the task at hand, determined to conquer the device. By the time he finished, he felt utterly drained. The frustration of being unable to perform as he once did weighed heavily on him. He had begun doing sit-ups in his personal time, but the pain was still too much to bear. On the bright side, breathing had become somewhat easier as he learned to manage it with the assistance he would need for the foreseeable future. Izuku found himself alone in the therapy room, grateful for the privacy. He shook his head, trying to dispel negative thoughts about his appearance. He had yet to devise a solid plan for his recovery, though he had concepts for prosthetics that were still far from testing. The idea of creating a prosthetic jaw intrigued him, igniting a flicker of excitement. A few minutes later, Yuna returned with a bright smile, a clipboard in one hand and a small box in the other. She apologized for the wait, explaining she had been busy with doctor things, using air quotes that made Izuku smile. She presented him with a small surprise, a gift to celebrate his progress. As they opened the box together, Izuku discovered a black ring with green accents. He looked at Yuna, seeking an explanation. She crouched beside him, placing the ring on his middle finger and explaining that it was a reminder of how far he had come and that he would overcome the challenges ahead. She believed in him. Izuku tried to hold back his emotions, but the tears came anyway. Yuna's belief in him, especially after everything he had faced, meant the world to him. He sniffled, trying to regain his composure, and Yuna smiled, proud of his effort to stay strong. She bent over and gave the boy a kind and tender hug. While she was fairly blunt with her emotions and actions, she was nowhere close to her niece. Trying his best to pull himself back together, which was extremely difficult especially after the hug, Izuku smiled with his eyes. He wheeled himself over to a desk, grabbed his notepad, and wrote down his heartfelt thanks for the gesture and the words. It had been nearly a month since Izuku started physical therapy. Due to the nature of his injuries, the staff decided it would be best for him to spend another month or two living there for observation. Izuku held a hospital and even country record for the most surgeries in the shortest amount of time. In every sense, Izuku was a medical marvel. At the end of the week, Izuku would be going home, back to those stares of pity. Fortunately, he would still have physical therapy every other day. He lay in his bed, tossing a ball up and down as both a reflex and therapy test, trying to quench his unending boredom. He hated doing nothing with a passion. He should be at home creating. But no, he was stuck, trapped there. Inwardly sighing, he put down his ball and grabbed his notebook. Even if he physically couldn't engineer new things, he could design them. His first step to getting back what he lost would be to design them. Getting back home would be the test. It wasn't working. No matter what he wrote down, nothing came together. He could see that in the designs alone. He had the pieces, but he couldn't get them to connect. He had already discerned that he would need to rebuild his hand if he wanted a chance. Trying to build that with his remaining dominant hand would be a challenge. He couldn't get any help as he couldn't communicate properly. Based on the damage to his throat, rebuilding his jaw would be a monumental task, so it was out of the question for now. He absolutely hated everything at that moment. It was all so frustrating. It didn't help that his intrusive thoughts were making everything that much harder. He felt overwhelmed by anger and despair, feeling as if he was suffering in silence while others faced no consequences for their actions. He felt like a pathetic, useless thing, so hideous that even his own mother had run away from him. He clutched his hair, pulling at it in frustration before thrashing around in his bed. His immobility was driving him crazy. In his moment of anger, his thoughts acted like a wrecking ball to his defenses, alerting the hospital staff via his monitors. A flurry of nurses rushed in to hold him down and prevent him from hurting himself. They had to sedate him to calm him down. In his remaining moments of consciousness, Izuku saw his fallen notebook on the ground, opened to a page made for a potential right arm prosthetic. In those final moments of awareness, he had an epiphany. Today was the day. Toshinori had been scrambling the entire week to ensure everything was prepared for Izuku's return. He had installed lifts on every set of stairs to make sure Izuku could get around. He had even invited a few friends to celebrate Izuku coming home. Unfortunately, he had done all this himself, as Inko had become significantly more distant after Izuku woke up, and Izumi was rarely home anymore. He sighed at the thought, hating to accuse Izumi of neglect, but her actions spoke volumes. After Mitsuki had exploded on Tsukachi for trying to talk to young Bakugo, they had to wait to continue the questioning. Shaking his head, Toshinori returned his focus to the task at hand, triple-checking everything. Recovery Girl and some hospital staff had shown up earlier in the week to help set up Izuku's room, including his bed and the various machines he'd need for the night. It saddened Toshinori when he saw all the things that Izuku would need just to live a semi-normal life. Thankfully, he was relieved that Izuku would never need to worry about money, but it broke his heart to know that Izuku never cared about money. He wanted to be a hero to help people. But now that dream seemed out of reach. Izuku hadn't slept much in the last few days. His epiphany had reignited his old habits. For the first time in a long time, Izuku felt like himself again. It was the day he would return home, and he couldn't be more conflicted about it. He was excited to be in his workshop again, excited to see his dad. But he would have to be around Izumi, something he wasn't sure he could handle. His mother was an entirely different story. When she had run away after he reached out begging her for help, it nearly broke him. His father had been the one to save him, as he always had. Yuna had cancelled his therapy for the day so he could prepare to head home and spend time with his family. He had actually wished for the opposite but went along with it anyway. Nurses and hospital staff helped pack up his various belongings, but in all, it wasn't very much. He sat in his wheelchair, his oxygen mask firmly attached to his face with the tank strapped to the back of the chair. He waited with his notebook in hand, currently going over his sixth rendition of what he had titled, The Claw, a prosthetic for his right arm that, if built correctly, would function as if he had never lost it. In fact, it would be an improvement. He almost couldn't wait to get back home for that purpose alone. His mind swiftly turned sour at the thought of Izumi being there. He didn't know if he could even look at her without feeling anger. He took a deep breath, the familiar dull pain in his chest grounding him back in reality. He noticed that occasionally his mind would slip into dark places of aggression and despair. It was something he would have to move past eventually. He had made a vow to himself the day Izumi threatened him. The old Izuku, the Deku, had died in the crash and he would become someone new, someone stronger, someone powerful. He would claw his way back. He would fight his way back. He would do whatever it took to make them pay, to show the world just what a quirkless child could do, to prove everyone wrong. Deku was dead, long live Izuku. Toshinori took a deep breath as he parked his car. Today was the day. All the guests were waiting at the house to surprise Izuku when they got back. He hoped that Izuku would like it. Rubbing his face, he turned off the car and made his way inside. As he stepped in, he was greeted by the cheerful smile of Marin, the receptionist. Making his way to Izuku's room, he was surprised to find it empty, with only a few of his packed belongings scattered around. He left the room in search of his son. As he walked through the halls, he reflected on everything that had happened. He couldn't shake the intense look Izuku had in his eyes. It filled him with pride to see his son not letting his condition defeat him, but it also made him uneasy. Arriving at the physical therapy room, he was pleasantly surprised to find Izuku playing a game with young Yuna. Izuku was in his wheelchair, while Yuna stood beside him, bouncing a balloon back and forth. Izuku skillfully alternated between steering with his hand and keeping the balloon in the air. It was impressive to see how much control he had over his wheelchair, even with one arm. The determination that usually filled Izuku's eyes was replaced by pure happiness. Toshinori felt a swell of emotion watching his son act like a normal kid again. He sat quietly, watching them for 10 minutes as they managed not to drop the balloon once. Finally, when the balloon hit the ground, both players laughed, and Izuku did his best to save it, nearly jumping out of his chair in the process. Toshinori couldn't help but join in their laughter, noticing the bond that had formed between the two. An idea sparked in his mind. He greeted Yuna warmly, expressing how proud he was of Izuku. He continued, inviting her to a small celebration their family was holding that evening for Izuku's discharge, thanking her for her support during Izuku's treatment. Yuna playfully considered the invitation, pretending to think hard about it before agreeing with a dramatic huff, which earned an eye roll from Izuku. They all shared a laugh, enjoying the moment. Toshinori asked Yuna what time she was done for the day, and she mentioned she had finished about an hour ago after catching Izuku trying to use one of the therapy machines. Izuku sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, eliciting a hearty laugh from Yuna, which Toshinori joined in on. He suggested that Yuna follow them back to the house, and she readily agreed, asking for a moment to change before meeting them in the parking lot. As Yuna left the room, Toshinori intended to push Izuku's wheelchair, but to his surprise, Izuku pushed forward on his own, clearly not wanting assistance. It struck Toshinori then why Izuku had seemed deflated earlier. He didn't want to be reminded of his condition or feel like a burden. Toshinori understood that Izuku was fiercely independent and wanted to maintain as much of that independence as possible. Izuku rolled into his room, with Toshinori following closely behind. Inside, Izuku grabbed his bright yellow backpack and began filling it with notebooks and small items, including his therapy ball. When Toshinori offered to help zip up the bag, Izuku hoisted it into the air and zipped it closed with determination, securing it on his wheelchair. Toshinori chuckled, realizing he had underestimated his son's resolve. As Izuku turned to leave, Toshinori stopped him and crouched down to give him a hug. He expressed how proud he was of Izuku, acknowledging his feelings and promising not to bring up his condition if it made him uncomfortable. He believed in Izuku's potential to do amazing things in the world. Izuku wiped away a tear and nodded, his resolve strengthened by his father's words. Toshinori felt a swell of pride in his heart. After expressing their gratitude to the hospital staff, who congratulated them, they made their way to the truck. Izuku stared at the raised vehicle, squinting as if it were a mountain. Toshinori suddenly realized his mistake. He had brought his raised truck to pick up his wheelchair-bound son. Slightly panicking, he was about to offer help when he saw Izuku wheeling himself to the passenger side. Izuku propped open the door and looked at the passenger seat, then turned back to his father, his expression shifting to one of defeat. Toshinori approached his son, crouching down and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Just because he was the strongest kid in the world didn't mean he couldn't ask for help every now and then. Izuku looked up and gave a small nod, raising his arms in anticipation. His father leaned over, picked up the boy's oxygen tank, and placed it in the truck before gently lifting Izuku and placing him into the passenger seat. Buckling himself in, Izuku didn't quite meet his father's gaze again. Giving a sad smile, Toshinori patted Izuku's shoulder before shutting the door. He turned and folded the wheelchair, hauling it into the back of the truck. A gray hatchback pulled up beside him as he made his way to the driver's side door. Toshinori watched as the window rolled down and Yuna leaned across the car. She called out, urging them to hurry, and Izuku chuckled at her antics while Toshinori laughed as well. The drive to the house was silent, with Toshinori occasionally asking Izuku if he was excited to get back to his own bed. Each time, Izuku nodded but still didn't look at him, which upset Toshinori. After a 10-minute drive, they arrived at the house. Toshinori turned to see Izuku glaring at the building, a determined expression on his face that sent a chill up Toshinori's spine. Taking an audible breath, he turned to look at his son and said that it was time to get inside. As Toshinori stepped out of the car, Yuna pulled up behind them in the driveway. She joked about Izuku driving, and Toshinori chuckled in response. Walking to the back of the truck, he pulled out the wheelchair and made his way to the passenger seat, unfolding it as Izuku opened the door. Toshinori was about to try and pick up Izuku again when Yuna stopped him. She shook her head and gestured to Izuku, who was eyeing his chair with a squinted expression. Turning back, Toshinori watched as Izuku, with great effort, unbuckled his seatbelt, wrapped it around his hand, and swung out of the truck and into the chair. Yuna whistled, and Toshinori stood stunned at his son's impressive move. Yuna playfully commented on Izuku's slick moves, and he shrugged as if to say it was no big deal. Shaking his head in disbelief, both Toshinori and Yuna followed as Izuku made his way to the house, rolling toward the side entrance. He paused and glared at the door, his body trembling slightly as he reached for the handle. For the first time in nearly a year, he would be entering this home again. Living with his family and with Izumi. His chest hurt as his mask forced air into his lungs, and he realized he was holding his breath. The sound of air being pushed into his lungs caused Toshinori to flinch at the pain he saw in his son's eyes. Izuku opened the door and wheeled himself inside, needing some effort to get over the lip of the entrance. He noticed that no lights were on, and the house was dark. Turning, he raised an eyebrow at his father, his expression questioning. Toshinori chuckled nervously as they made their way into the house. Suddenly, the lights flicked on, and they were surrounded by people shouting, "Surprise!" For a moment, Izuku was utterly overwhelmed. Blinded by the light and nearly deafened by the noise, he adjusted to see several unfamiliar faces around him. Some smiled genuinely, others forced, some looked depressed, and a few appeared disgusted. He had suspected something like this was happening but had hoped for something different. As everyone welcomed him home, he felt like he had been hit with a flashbang, and his heart raced. The dull pain in his chest kicked in, and his mask forced a breath. Quickly, many of those faces shifted to concern and fear, likely due to the sound he couldn't hear. He was utterly overwhelmed. Acting fast, Toshinori stepped in, trying to lighten the mood by joking that they had surprised Izuku. This celebration began, but everything felt dull to him, with the pain in his chest being the only thing keeping him grounded. He realized quickly that every breath hurt, which meant he hadn't taken a natural breath. Fortunately, Toshinori explained that Izuku couldn't speak at the moment, which allowed people to leave him alone. He wanted to run away and hide. He had never been good in crowds, especially when he was the center of attention. It felt like everyone was judging him, looking past the bandages and staring. He could tell that most of the guests were his father's friends or some of Izumi's, since he didn't have any of his own. He had yet to see his mother or sister, but that was probably for the best. Eventually, Izuku became just an obstacle in the party that everyone walked around, eating, laughing, and drinking as if they weren't there to visit him. Eventually, his breathing steadied as more people left him alone. Luckily, Izumi was in the center of the crowd performing something, taking the heat off him. Taking his chance, Izuku slowly made his escape, noticing some familiar faces in the crowd: his father, mother, Grandpa Torino, Yuna, Mitsuki, and Uncle Shoyuda. It hurt somewhat that over half of them had yet to even speak to him, but right now he didn't care. He just needed to get out of there. Retreating down the hall, Izuku found himself at the garage, his safe haven. Reaching for the door, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Freezing in fear, he slowly turned his head and was met with Yuna, who looked surprisingly intrigued by whatever Izumi was doing. "Pretty loud, isn't it?" She crouched down to his level, speaking softly without yelling or joking. Izuku shrugged his shoulders slightly, looking away from his therapist. She continued, expressing her relief that he was there, as she had been getting tired of all the socializing. Pulling out a cigarette and a lighter, she suddenly realized that smoking indoors might not be allowed. The cigarette hung from her lips, and Izuku was taken aback. She always preached about absolute health, and now she was smoking. With a sigh, she put the cigarette away and turned to look at the door. She decided to play cover for him, encouraging him to get out of there. Ruffling his hair playfully, she took a deep breath, flashed him a thumbs up, and winked before returning to the party. In one swift motion, Yuna had checked on him, understood what was wrong, and helped him escape to calm down. She was an incredible therapist. Taking his chance, Izuku opened the door and retreated to his sanctuary. The familiar smell of gas and oil filled his nostrils, evoking nostalgia that brought tears to his eyes. Finally, home sweet home. Turning on the light, he was greeted by his safe place, which appeared untouched as indicated by the dust. However, he noticed a change. Where there had once been 4 stairs to reach the garage, there was now a wooden ramp. His father had made sure he could access this space on his own, and Izuku couldn't help but smile at the gesture. Rolling down the ramp, Izuku weaved his way through his various projects, gliding his hand across them as he went. It felt as if he was reconnecting them to his soul, breathing new life into the once dormant workshop. He chuckled with glee, feeling free, alone, and surrounded by what made him happy. A new spark reinvigorated his spirit, as if a lost part of himself had just been restored. In this space, he wasn't defined by his limitations. He was more than just a Deku. This place wasn't merely a garage. It was an operating table, and Izuku was the surgeon. Rushing over, he turned on all of his machines, filling the air with a dull hum that felt majestic. Wheeling over to his semi-clean workbench, he pushed aside as much as he could and placed his backpack on his lap. Opening the bag, he retrieved his notebooks and laid them down. As he opened to his recent design, his eyes ignited with passion. The time for waiting was over. Now was the time for action. Meanwhile, Toshinori woke up to the sound of the world's most annoying creation, the alarm clock. Tiredly stretching out of bed, he quickly noticed that Inko wasn't there. Sighing in both exhaustion and disappointment, he pulled himself together and got ready. As he walked from his room, Toshinori was met with the sight of a house in disarray. Drinks were scattered everywhere, and where they weren't, there were people. It turned out things had gotten a little out of hand. He had gone to bed early when the drinks came out since he couldn't participate. Taking a deep breath, he ignored the chaos surrounding him and searched among the mess and sleeping bodies for his wife, but to no avail. However, he did manage to find and take several pictures of a sleeping Aizawa, who was skiing his thumb. After silently chuckling to himself for a few minutes, Toshinori resolved to clean the house. Printing update. 31% complete. The cheerful voice rang out. Izuku was deeply engrossed in his project, yet he felt utterly exhausted. The hospital had prohibited him from pulling all-nighters during his stay, citing concerns for his mental and physical recovery. Rubbing his tired eyes, he continued typing what felt like the millionth line of code. He had begun testing, designing, and creating the Mark I as soon as he entered his garage the previous night. Luckily, he had already designed most of the basics and was in the process of creating the chassis and coding the machine. It was basic in design and limited in functionality, but it was a test drive. Deciding to take a moment away from his fixation, Izuku leaned back in his chair, various bones popping and clicking as he did. Rolling his neck, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Taking a deep, painful breath, he rolled away from his workbench. It is advised that you get 9 hours of sleep for optimal physical and mental recovery. You have currently rested for 0 hours and 0 minutes. The voice chimed in. Izuku rolled his eyes in response. The AI he had been creating before the accident had become a nuisance since being activated. While he had begun production on his rehabilitation the previous night, Izuku remembered the incomplete creation. While waiting on a render, he tinkered with the AI's behavior core. Although he didn't need a combat companion yet, an assistant would be helpful. It just so happened that his assistant had become a bit like his mother. He had made modifications to the limited machine. It wasn't quite at the state he wanted, more like a smarter phone assistant, but it would do for now. Izuku had started to ignore the AI for simply doing its job. It was reminding him about trivial things at this point, like food. Who needed food? Looking back at his workbench, he stared at the framework for his creation, the bones yet to be made whole. He found himself staring at the skeletal frame, reminiscent of a dark horse without its heart resting on a hoist. Suddenly, he saw the road, the world slowing around him as he impacted. He could smell smoke and taste blood, and he heard a call out, "AP shot." It was an attack. Izuku jolted back in his wheelchair, confusion and fear clouding his mind. He had to check his surroundings several times before the realization of where he was finally clicked. A single tear rolled down his cheek, a void had settled in his heart, and all he wanted was to let it consume him. Looking back at the skeletal frame, his sadness quickly transformed into a twisting feeling in his gut that spread through his entire body. His body trembled as a drive ignited within him once more. They would pay, he would ensure it. Toshinori had finally cleaned up the remaining cans and bottles and sent the stragglers home nearly 2.5 hours later. Yet, the mess still lingered. Sighing in exhaustion, he collapsed onto the living room couch. Closing his eyes for a moment, Toshinori's mind drifted back to the previous night, recalling how quickly everything had spiraled out of control. He remembered Izumi's performance and the shock on Izuku's face. Where had his son gone? Sitting up and leaning forward, Toshinori tried to piece together the events of the evening. All he could remember was the start of the party. Everything had become so chaotic that he couldn't recall seeing Izuku again after that. Feeling a surge of panic, Toshinori jumped off the couch and hurried to his son's room. He stopped just short of bursting through the door and knocked 3 times. When there was no response, he slowly opened the door, only to be met with an unsettling emptiness. Confusion washed over him until it dawned on him that his son was wheelchair-bound, and he had yet to show him the lift. Overwhelmed with a sense of failure as a father, a new realization struck him. The garage. Of course, Izuku must be in his workshop. Rushing down the stairs, Toshinori felt a desperate urge to apologize to Izuku for how out of hand things had gotten, especially since it was meant to be his party. As he made his way, a chilling sound froze him in place. It was an ear-piercing, otherworldly wail. Gathering his courage, Toshinori bolted toward the garage, nearly breaking the door down. The moment he entered, he was hit by the acrid smell of something burning. His gaze fell upon Izuku, who sat in his wheelchair, tears streaming down his face, yet his eyes burned with an intense determination and something darker. Toshinori's heart sank as he looked closer and saw the source of the horrific smell. Attached to Izuku's right stump, still emitting wisps of smoke, was a mechanical claw. Izuku was breathing heavily, the oxygen tank forcing air into his lungs. It was excruciating, but with pain came progress. His nerves felt as if they were on fire, and his body twitched, overwhelming him despite the painkillers. Someone entered the garage, but he couldn't process it, he was too consumed by the moment. Then he felt it a twitch. His new hand had moved. Toshinori sat in stunned silence, horrified at the sight of Izuku hunched over, gasping for breath, his body shaking. He could only think about what Izuku had done. As he watched, Izuku stared at the claw, which twitched and flexed. Toshinori observed as his son shakily raised his arm, the claw going limp as it was lifted, bending at the wrist. Then the fingers twitched. Slowly, the 3 fingers shifted and moved, the mechanical whirring echoing in the garage. Before Toshinori could fully comprehend it, the claw twisted and moved again. All he could see in Izuku's eyes was madness. To say he was elated would be an understatement. Izuku was practically vibrating with excitement. He couldn't help the sound that escaped him, lost in the shifting of his fingers. The prosthetic was basic and rushed, but it was progress. He was one step closer to being whole. The feeling of opening and closing the claw filled him with awe. It couldn't provide any sensation other than vibrations, but just having something functional was incredible. Pain throbbed in his stump, but he didn't care, he was too focused on the moment. His thoughts drifted back to the hospital, where Izumi had threatened him, and his claw tightened into a fist. Toshinori was horrified by the sound he recognized from the hospital, now twisted and more deranged. The look in Izuku's eyes unsettled him to the core. His son resembled a mad scientist who had just created a monster. However, as he watched Izuku flex his prosthetic, his shock turned to surprise and pride. Tears ran down his face as he saw Izuku's expression shift to one of anger, watching him clench both fists. Deciding to approach, Toshinori moved slowly, as if approaching something volatile. He called out to Izuku, who didn't react, lost in his own world as his mechanical hand opened and closed repeatedly. Izuku felt disconnected, as if a voice was coming from everywhere but vanished as quickly as it appeared. A firm hand on his shoulder brought him back to reality. Turning to see his father's worried gaze, Izuku realized Toshinori had come in. He felt utterly exhausted, as if he might throw up if he could. Before he could respond, his father pulled him into a tight hug. Toshinori expressed his concern, emphasizing that he was proud of Izuku for taking steps to improve but insisted that this wasn't the way to do it. He pointed at Izuku's chest, stressing the importance of discussing any modifications with him first. He reassured Izuku that he was not alone and that they were a team. He urged his son to promise not to take such risks again. Izuku tearfully nodded, realizing the potential danger he had put himself in by rushing his progress. He returned his father's embrace, weeping as the pain began to set in everywhere. After a moment, Toshinori broke the hug, suggesting that he call Recovery Girl to check on Izuku's progress. Izuku gave a tired and ashamed nod in response. Toshinori contacted the renowned heroic doctor, who promptly scolded him for leaving Izuku alone and unsupervised during such a crucial time. He had never feared for his life more than at that moment. If anyone could instill fear, it was her. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed the kit supplied to them to treat Izuku, which included meal plans, routines, and most importantly, medication. He took the syringe and returned to find Izuku wheezing in pain, his eyes tightly shut and his hands clenched into fists. Rushing over, he injected the substance into him and watched as instant relief washed over the boy before he swiftly lost consciousness and fell asleep. Toshinori took a deep breath and stared at his son, reflecting on what had happened. He felt a mix of admiration and concern for the boy who had caused himself so much pain all on his own. It was commendable, yet he couldn't help but wonder when Izuku had found the time to do such a thing. It quickly dawned on him that Izuku had yet to sleep. He continued to admire his sleeping son until he heard a loud banging on the front door, echoing all the way from the garage. He realized he was in trouble. Approaching the door slowly, Toshinori prepared himself and reached for the handle. As soon as he touched it, the door flew open, sending him tumbling to the floor. In the doorway stood a shadowed Recovery Girl, her glasses reflecting the light. He could have sworn he saw lightning behind her. Toshinori felt a chill as she spoke softly, but her tone was anything but gentle. He truly feared for his life. After receiving the stern gaze of the Hippocratic Oath, the duo made their way to the garage and to the couch where Toshinori had moved Izuku after he fell asleep. Recovery Girl's mood shifted to something softer as she watched the boy twitch and move in his sleep. Her gaze fell on Izuku's right stump, where a mechanical prosthetic was attached. She mentally applauded him for creating his own prosthetic in such a short amount of time, but the rational side of her wanted to scold him for his recklessness. Taking a deep sigh, she approached the sleeping boy and began inspecting the arm and coupling. She examined the device and noted that while it was complex, it seemed to serve as a bridge for his nerves. Given how he had secured it, she imagined it was also fused to the bone. She pinched the bridge of her nose before continuing, acknowledging the ingenuity but also the foolishness of his actions. There wasn't much she could do at that moment, so she instructed Toshinori to monitor Izuku closely and to ask him if he felt any pain. She handed him a small container filled with stronger painkillers and warned him that if Izuku attempted something like this again, she would ensure they both faced serious consequences. Toshinori took in all the information seriously, but his mind reached a conclusion. He understood Izuku's independent nature and knew he wouldn't stop. He had seen the determination, anger, and sadness in his son's eyes. He pleaded with Recovery Girl for help, asking her to guide Izuku where he couldn't, so that he could find his limits and pursue his goals safely. Recovery Girl glared at both Toshinori and Izuku, feeling her heart soften despite herself. Finally, she relented, agreeing to see what she could do. Toshinori sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude to the youthful heroine. Meanwhile, while the two adults discussed Izuku and his new prosthetic, the boy was trapped in an unfortunate dream. He could see and feel his body lying lifeless on the street, birds pecking at him while people recorded the scene. He heard laughter from Izumi and Bakugo, wishing for it all to end. He longed for the sweet release of death, but it never came. As he sat there, choking on his own blood, he heard a new sound, a metallic clang approaching his lifeless form. His eyes focused on a metal boot stepping in front of him. A figure crouched down, a metal arm hanging limply in front of them. As he looked up, he saw a terrifying sight. A man with forest green hair, his steel jaw glimmering in the setting sun. A visor shifted around his head, and emerald eyes stared down at him, breath stuttering with a soft clicking sound. The mechanical jaw opened, and a robotic voice echoed from it, urging him to wake up. They had a city to burn. Recovery Girl approached Izuku, her cane in one hand and clipboard in the other. Toshinori held Izuku's hand, reassuring him of his presence. With a gentle smile, Recovery Girl began her diagnosis. She explained that Izuku's accident had led to numerous life-threatening and life-altering changes. His throat felt dry, and he struggled to swallow, unable to even feel his tongue. She detailed the major internal damage he had sustained, including severe injuries to his ribcage and right lung, along with significant internal bleeding. Although multiple surgeries had repaired much of the damage, his lung was so compromised that he would require assistance to breathe, which unfortunately would cause him pain. Izuku was overwhelmed with thoughts of how he could possibly be a hero if he couldn't breathe on his own and how he might overcome this challenge. Toshinori observed his son's reaction in silence, noting that Izuku appeared dazed. He had expected tears, but what he saw was different. Recovery Girl continued, explaining that Izuku's lower spine had been severed. They had done their best to fuse and restore the damage, but currently, he would be unable to use his legs. However, they had managed to preserve his ability to feel, which, while not ideal, was better than complete loss of mobility. Toshinori was taken aback by Izuku's lack of flinching. Instead, a tear escaped his eye, soaking into the bandages. He gently squeezed his son's hand, but there was no response. Recovery Girl took a breath, concerned about Izuku's overall reaction to the trauma. She cleared her throat and continued, explaining that due to the extensive damage, they had been forced to amputate 3 of his limbs. Izuku's gaze slowly shifted to where his right hand should have been, and his body began to tremble. She informed him that his body was covered in numerous lacerations, and they had performed several plastic surgeries to reduce the scarring, though it would still be visible. Izuku remained silent, and Recovery Girl could almost hear Toshinori's heart racing in his chest. She mentioned that he had suffered severe damage to his left arm, but with time, it should make a full recovery. Finally, she explained that he had experienced the complete separation of his lower jaw, with damage extending into his upper and lower throat, which was the reason he could not speak. Though she delivered the news in a professional manner, she struggled to hold back her own tears, having helped bring this boy into the world and now having to share such devastating news about his future. They both waited in silence, hoping for some reaction from Izuku. It was possible that he might forget all of this due to exhaustion and trauma, but what Toshinori noticed broke his heart. Izuku was sobbing, yet no sound escaped his lips. Izuku woke up to the sound of screaming. His head felt foggy, and his muscles were tense, making it difficult to tell if he was awake or still dreaming. Looking around, he found himself on the couch in the workshop. After taking a deep breath and coughing, he wiped the sleep from his eyes and reached for the wheelchair nearby. Breathing felt unusually difficult today, but he brushed it off and decided to investigate the apparent argument happening in another room of the house. His mother was yelling at his father, and the intensity of their voices startled him. It was clear they were fighting about him. His mother's voice was filled with anger as she accused his father of abandoning them during a critical time. The words struck Izuku deeply, making him feel like a burden. His father's voice rose in response, expressing his frustration at how his mother had treated Izuku since his diagnosis. Izuku felt his heart shatter as he listened, tears welling in his eyes. The tension escalated, and his mother's accusations became more hurtful, blaming his father for Izuku's struggles. In a moment of quiet fury, his father simply stated that she needed to leave. The impact of those words seemed to deflate his mother, who was momentarily taken aback. But then she lashed out again, insisting she wouldn't leave Izuku with his father. Objects in the room began to float around her in a display of her anger as she stormed past him, grabbing a suitcase and rushing down the stairs. His father's voice cut through the chaos, reminding her that his name was Izuku, not that thing. The door slammed behind her, leaving a heavy silence in the wake of her departure. Toshinori, feeling a mix of sadness and rage, tried to calm himself as tears streamed down his cheeks. He paced back and forth, mumbling to himself, when suddenly a loud thump echoed through the house. Confused, he followed the sound to find Izuku sprawled on the floor, unconscious and struggling to breathe. In an instant, his fatherly instincts kicked in. Transforming into All Might, he rushed to his son's side, flipping him over and placing his ear to Izuku's chest. The usual sounds of breathing were absent. Panic surged through him as he realized Izuku was out of oxygen. All Might quickly positioned Izuku for optimal breathing and dashed to his room, tearing open the closet to grab an extra oxygen tank. He ran back, leaving cracks in the floor as he hurried. Upon reaching Izuku, he saw the rise and fall of his chest was gone. In a flurry of urgency, All Might set the tank down and grabbed the mask, working swiftly to connect it to the new tank. He slid across the floor to place it on Izuku's face. For a moment, silence filled the air as he waited, heart racing. Then, just when hope seemed lost, Izuku choked and gasped for air, taking a deep breath. Finally, it was time for the sports festival. Izuku was eager to show everyone, especially Katsuki, that he was the number one. To him, this was not just a competition among students. It was an arena where he would fight like a gladiator. He glanced across the waiting room and noticed Katsuki, who seemed more excited than he was. Their class was scattered in clusters, chatting or stretching. Just then, Shoto approached him, and Izuku anticipated a different kind of declaration. Shoto stated that, objectively, he was stronger than Izuku. However, he acknowledged that All Might had his eye on Izuku and declared his intention to beat him. This only fueled Izuku's competitive spirit. He felt a surge of determination to prove himself. Kirishima tried to intervene, but Izuku noticed Shoto's eyes widen with anger, indicating that there was another contender in the mix. Before anything escalated, they were instructed to head to the entrance of the arena, lining up in order from Class 1A down the list. As Izuku surveyed his soon-to-be competitors, he recognized several students from Class 1B and recalled their earlier declarations in class. Just then, Present Mike began to announce them. He introduced Class 1A, the class that had survived and fought off a villain attack. As Izuku stepped out of the tunnel, he could hear the crowd roar in anticipation. Soon, they would be chanting his name. Midnight took the stage, her outfit causing quite a stir among the younger students. After the excitement, she called forward the class representative. Izuku was about to step forward when Katsuki's name was announced. He frowned as he watched Katsuki confidently stride to the stage, while whispers filled the air about his previous exam performance. To Izuku, those comments were irrelevant. He saw his classmates as mere extras in this grand event. To the left, he noticed a tall figure from the support course. The individual had dark green hair styled in an undercut and wore a metallic mask with glowing green eyes that seemed to fixate on Katsuki. Despite the commotion, this figure remained still, even as a girl with pink hair attempted to shake him out of his trance. Izuku couldn't help but wonder why someone so imposing was in the support course. Katsuki's declaration of his intent to be number one sent the crowd into a frenzy. Izuku understood that Katsuki aimed to make himself the center of attention, diverting focus away from him. He turned back to the tall figure, who had now glanced in his direction, and felt a surge of determination to prove himself. After Katsuki's speech, Midnight directed their attention to a large screen displaying a spinning wheel. It landed on Obstacle Race, and Izuku couldn't suppress his grin. As they crowded into the tunnel at the start of the course, Izuku found himself in the middle but closer to the front. The moment the gun fired, chaos erupted. Students pushed and shoved, desperate to reach the front. Thinking quickly, Izuku activated his quirk and soared into the air. He noticed that Shoto had created a massive sheet of ice at the entrance, trapping some classmates while others struggled to cross it. Just as he prepared to push forward, a loud bang echoed behind him, startling him. A green and pink blur shot past, crashing into the ice. As he emerged from the tunnel, he recognized the tall guy from the support course, with the pink-haired girl riding on his back. They slid across the ice effortlessly, and as they approached the end, the tall guy lifted his leg, causing another explosive sound as the ice shattered around him. Izuku was determined not to let the support corps students outpace him. He flew forward, trying to keep up with the leading pack, which now included Katsuki and Shoto. The tall guy's feet seemed to explode with every step, propelling him forward as the race intensified. Sending them rocketing forward, it seemed that he was just a little slower than Ilda. Without her, he would probably keep pace. Up ahead, the next obstacle loomed 3 0-pointers. From the back, the observer watched as Todoroki froze every single one in his path. They would gain a significant lead from the pack, and it was clear that Half and Half had a strategy in mind. As expected, once he passed the robots, they began to topple, blocking the way for the other students. It was a clever tactic on his part. Unfortunately, the observer soared over the chaos, but noticed the remaining 0-pointers closing in. The same duo stood in front of one of the robots. The guy crouched down, revealing legs that had a metallic appearance, almost like they had small pistons. Before the observer could ponder further, a soft green glow emanated from his legs, and he rocketed forward, launching into the air and completely through the 0-pointer. The two continued to keep pace with Katsuki and Half, though the guy was now running without the explosive bursts. The observer considered using their quirk to trip the duo but hesitated, unsure of the consequences. They were moving at an incredible speed. Present Mix's voice called out the next obstacle as Half approached. The fall was a giant pit filled with various platforms and rope bridges connecting them. It was unfortunate that this obstacle didn't hinder the observer. They flew past the duo, catching up to Katsuki, who twitched his eyes as the observer reached his side. Together, they approached the obstacle, witnessing Half skating across the ropes. Continuing to fly over the challenge, the observer glanced back to see the same duo. They were astonished when both jumped into the pit. Moments later, the girl with pink hair surfaced, grappling her way from platform to platform, while the tall guy swung his way to the end. It felt unfair that they were allowed equipment. Katsuki and the observer finally caught up to Half at the next obstacle. The minefield was clearly not designed with flying students in mind, forcing them to stay close to the ground. This slowed Half significantly, as he had to carefully consider each step, giving the observer and Katsuki the chance to catch up. All three began to vie for first place. Just as the observer prepared to throw a mine in Half's path, a massive explosion erupted behind them. A rush of wind surged forward. Looking up, the observer spotted the same masked figure with green eyes glaring down. Before they could react, the tall guy drew a large pistol. Sparks erupted as the weapon fired, hitting the ground in front of Todoroki. The explosion detonated the mine and several others nearby, sending the observer tumbling. As Katsuki, Half and the observer scrambled on the ground at the end of the minefield, their eyes locked onto the crashing duo. The observer managed to pick themselves up just as the guy threw the girl into the air, crashing and tumbling to the ground. He transformed the tumble into a roll, which then became a full sprint of flawless recovery. The girl used her grappling hooks to land safely as the guy dashed toward the finish line at the end of the tunnel. The observer felt their chance slipping away. Pushing themselves, the observer rocketed forward with all their might. Katsuki unleashed massive explosions, while Half glided on the ice. Light blinded their vision as they tumbled back into the arena. So focused on speed, the observer didn't even know if they had won. Panic set in as they looked up and saw the duo standing together. The girl doubled over, catching her breath. Steam jetted from the sides of the guy's mouth, and a glowing eye glared through the smoke. The announcer declared the results. Ladies and gentlemen, in first place is Support Course H's. The metallic man with a plan. It's Icarus Subito. Izuku rocketed down the hallway, pushing his arms as hard as he could. His wheelchair sped along dangerously as he tried to escape the formidable Dr. Yuna. The moment she spotted Izuku's new appendage, her intensity increased tenfold. His recent advancements in mobility, while still limited, opened a world of possibilities for therapy. It had been a few months since he built the appendage, and since his mother and Izumi had left. On the bright side, he and his dad had started spending a lot more time together, especially when he wasn't busy with hero work. They would often brainstorm ideas for potential upgrades to his arm. However, Izuku kept his designs for his other parts hidden from his dad, honoring the promise he made. His current version of the claw had transformed it into a different machine altogether. It now featured 3 proper fingers and opposable thumb. Thanks to the artificial nerves he and Recovery Girl designed together, he could even feel sensations through it, albeit faintly, distinguishing between vibrations, textures, and temperatures. But progress was progress, even if it had landed him in a position of hiding from a perceived demon. He crouched around a corner in a corridor that forked into 3 other hallways, holding his breath as sweat dripped down his face. It felt like a scene from a horror movie. His heart raced when he saw pale fingers wrap around the corner, followed by Yuna's black hair. In an instant, she glared down at him, her face shadowed yet her glasses glowed ominously, twisted into a smile. Why did his doctors always seem so frightening? After a day of particularly intense physical therapy, Izuku sat outside the hospital, enjoying the cool winter air while waiting for his dad. He skimmed through his phone, watching various hero fights from the previous week and catching up on the world. Since his accident, he rarely ventured outside unless he was at home. He didn't like to admit it, but his already limited self-confidence had dwindled further after losing his limbs. A notification on his phone pulled him from his spiral of self-doubt. It was a reminder from Countermeasure to take his medication. Taking a deep breath, he unhooked his bag from his chair and retrieved his kit. He took a little more than the recommended dosage of his painkillers, reasoning that a bit more couldn't hurt. After injecting the shot, he sighed and put his kit away. Gradually, he felt a dullness wash over him, and his body relaxed. Leaning back, he closed his eyes and listened to the sounds of the city as the sun set. He received many strange stares from passing pedestrians, as the sight of a kid wearing a mask in a wheelchair appeared unsettling outside the hospital. He held his breath for a few moments, allowing the filters on his mask to open and force air into his lungs. He reveled in the painlessness of breathing, especially after his previous experience with a breathing apparatus that had nearly suffocated him. To combat his body dysmorphia, Izuku had quickly constructed the face, a plain white mask that covered his entire face and worked as a new breathing apparatus without the need for a bulky oxygen tank. Given his poor eating and drinking habits, he rarely took it off anymore. Understanding that his eyes were his primary means of nonverbal communication, he designed the eyes of the mask to move and adjust to reflect his actual expressions, which helped exaggerate his emotions. His dad and Dr. Yuna often urged him to remove it, but wearing it felt easier and made him feel like someone else. As he sat there, slightly dazed and waiting for his father, Izuku was jolted back to awareness by loud shouting and screaming. Acting on instinct, he sprang into action, propelling himself toward the source of the commotion. He crossed the street and reached the end of an alleyway. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to enter the dark passage when a person rushed past him, slightly bumping into him as they fled. Stunned and confused, he turned to see the individual carrying a backpack, a small trail of blood marking their path. Looking back into the alleyway, his eyes adjusted, and he was shocked to find someone sprawled on the dirty ground, a small puddle forming around them. Unwanted memories surged through his mind, and phantom pain exploded throughout his body, even the extra painkillers failing to dull it. He began to hyperventilate as he stared at the injured person, the faint smell of smoke filling his nostrils, triggering memories of the accident. The person on the ground reached out to him, begging for help. Izuku felt helpless. He couldn't call an ambulance. So, he did the next best thing. He created a scene. Reaching out, he grabbed the nearest passing citizen, tugging at them and pointing toward the alleyway, his body shaking and trembling as fresh tears burned behind his mask. The person screamed and shook him off before running away. It was clear that someone in a mask, ushering them toward a suspicious alleyway, was not to be trusted. Izuku looked around, desperately searching for anyone to help, but he found no one. The only ones present were the injured person and the one who had fled. With no other option, he turned back to the alley and saw the person lying still. Izuku rushed in, practically jumping out of his chair to land beside them. They appeared to be a little older than him, with bright blue hair and large glasses. As he looked over the person, he froze, unsure of what to do. Panic set in, and he could hardly breathe, the mask he wore making it difficult to catch his breath. The person's blue eyes looked up at him, their lips trembling and filled with tears. They expressed their fear of dying, clinging to Izuku with blood-soaked hands that stained his shirt. Quickly, he removed his overshirt and placed it over what appeared to be a large wound in their stomach. The smell of burning flesh reached his nose, and he applied pressure to try to stop the bleeding. He glanced back at the person, only to see them cough up a significant amount of blood, some of it splattering onto his mask. With no other options, Izuku took hold of their hand, looked them in the eye, and gave a sincere nod before bolting away. Izuku rushed back to the hospital as fast as he could, not stopping even when he nearly got hit by a passing vehicle. He had to get help anyone. Bursting through the hospital doors, he sprinted toward the front desk. Marin, on her regular shift, was stunned to see the boy come barreling through the doors, looking terrified and distressed. Before she could say anything, he rushed to the desk, attempting to speak but faltering. In a moment of frustration, Izuku grabbed a notepad from the counter, knocking several items to the floor in the process. He quickly scribbled something down and showed it to Marin. The message read, "Someone dying." She took a moment to reread it, and Izuku silently urged her to understand the urgency. Finally noticing that he was covered in blood, Marin quickly grabbed the phone and called for an ambulance, asking Izuku where the person was. He grabbed the pad again and wrote down the location of the alley and described the wound. Assuring him that help was on the way, Izuku sat in the waiting room, his hands clenching and opening repeatedly. The mask forced him to breathe, and he could hardly hear anything around him as phantom pain racked his body. His thoughts were interrupted when he saw hospital staff burst through the front doors, pushing the blue-haired person on a stretcher. As they rushed past, Izuku's gaze followed, noting that their eyes were closed and an oxygen mask similar to his own was on their face. He couldn't look away as they disappeared behind the doors. His focus remained fixed on that spot, even when Yuna rushed over, crouched down, and tried to ask him what was wrong, or when his father entered the hospital and did the same. Izuku sat there, lost in thought, as the faint sound of footsteps echoed nearby. A new figure entered his peripheral vision, their metallic shine catching the sunset streaming through the glass doors. A chilling voice broke the silence, suggesting that the person was dead. Izuku turned to see who was speaking, their steel jaw clicking as they adjusted. The hollow glare from their eyes reminded him of his father's, but instead of hopeful blue, he was met with a toxic green. The figure continued, reminding him that he had been warned before but hadn't listened. They accused him of being the reason the person was in danger, claiming that his hesitation and weakness had led to their fate. The voice echoed in his mind, filling him with guilt and regret. If only he had been stronger, he could have gotten help faster. He could have saved them. The game started a long time ago, Deku, the figure said, turning to look at the doors where Izuku's gaze was still fixed. Don't you think it's time to play? Sonny, you want me to do what with this? Recovery Girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at the latest contraption Izuku had created. The device on the table resembled something out of a horror film, featuring a mechanical jaw connected to an intricate network of plates, tubes, and cables. Izuku, focused and determined, wrote on his notepad, explaining that he had been working on this design for a while and was confident it would work. After learning that the person he had tried to save had fallen into a coma, Izuku had thrown himself into his work with renewed vigor. In just 1 year, he had developed a fully functional mechanical jaw. Recovery Girl was taken aback by the change she had witnessed in Izuku over the past year. She had seen signs of depression, increased aggression, and irritation. While she might have attributed it to typical teenage struggles, She recognized the darkness that lingered behind his eyes, especially after that fateful day when he had saved a life. It pained her to watch him drown in that darkness. Izuku, this is reckless and dangerous. With your other designs, I was happy to help, but this? This is surgery. You're talking about permanent changes. I won't risk further harm, now or in the future, she insisted, trying to dissuade him from pursuing such a dangerous path. Irritated, Izuku wrote another message. If you won't do it, I will. The statement shocked Recovery Girl. His intense glare sent a chill down her spine. The thought that he would attempt the surgery on himself was unfathomable, yet the determination in his eyes told her everything she needed to know. We will discuss this with your father and see what he thinks of such madness, she declared. Izuku huffed in response, grabbing the prosthetic and rolling away, leaving a very concerned Recovery Girl behind. Taking a deep breath, Izuku exited the hospital. After the alleyway incident, he had practically overhauled his wheelchair. Now resembling a high-performance model, his modifications allowed it to reach speeds close to that of an electric bike. This upgrade was a bonus, as it meant he could travel to and from the hospital independently. Checking the time, he realized he had roughly 3 hours until his father finished work for the day, which gave him ample time to work. Toshinori had just wrapped up his day at work. After a long and tiring shift, he finally made it home. Earlier, he had received a concerning voicemail from Recovery Girl regarding Izuku. He had noticed the shift in his son's demeanor, how easily he became irritated and frustrated. It had been so long since he had known how to help, and he felt helpless as Izuku struggled with his emotions. Although Toshinori didn't fully understand the complexities of Izuku's inventions, he remained committed to supporting his son. Upon entering the house, Toshinori called out to Izuku, but as usual he received no reply. He set down his keys and decided to take a shower before preparing dinner. As he undressed, he inspected an old wound he had received years ago, and a stray thought crossed his mind. I wonder if Izuku could fix it? Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he turned on the water and began his shower. Meanwhile, Izuku was in a precarious situation, attempting to modify his own throat. He sat on his makeshift operating table, staring into a mirror as he worked, despite being under the influence of a high dose of painkillers. He knew he shouldn't be performing such a procedure on himself, but he was determined to take control of his own fate. Wires dangled from his exposed throat as he struggled to connect the machine to his body, realizing he may have underestimated the complexity of the task. Toshinori had just begun preparing dinner, sifting through various recipes left behind by Inko. Somehow, he managed to cover himself in flour, even though he hadn't used any. Regretting his earlier shower, he sighed and decided to abandon his culinary experiment, opting instead for a simple bowl of ramen. After 2 hours of effort, he finally finished his dish and lifted it from the counter, ready to take it to the table. Just then, a sound startled him, causing him to toss the entire bowl into the air, scattering its contents across the floor. "Dad!" Izuku's voice came out strained and distorted, the words barely recognizable. Toshinori instinctively turned, fists raised in a defensive stance, horrified by the sight before him. There sat Izuku, a smile stretched across his blood-stained face, with a black and gray metallic prosthetic attached to his neck and jaw. Toshinori could only stand in stunned silence, grappling with the reality of what he was witnessing. It was strange for Toshinori to hear Izuku communicate again. He had grown so accustomed to the silence that the sound felt jarring. Izuku's voice had changed significantly since the last time Toshinori had heard him speak at 14. Now, it resembled that of an old radio host, as if his vocal cords had picked up static. Each breath he took echoed like a sound effect from a pre-Quirk-era horror movie. Cooking for two felt comforting, even if Izuku had broken his promise. However, after the breakthrough, the boy's mood improved dramatically. While he still disliked his situation, he no longer felt trapped in his own skin. For the first time, he felt a sense of control over his body, which was liberating. His self-confidence, though still fragile, began to rise slightly. Being able to breathe without an apparatus, even for a short while, was exhilarating. After nearly 3 years, he was finally reclaiming his life and regaining strength. With his recovery and new appendages, Izuku started to build muscle mass again, developing a surprisingly good physique thanks to his upper body workouts. Since he couldn't taste anything, he consumed whatever provided the most nutrients. Living a more normal life was amazing, but beneath the surface of forced happiness, Izuku struggled. Although he could communicate and feel human again, he often felt distant from himself. Looking in the mirror, he was confronted by a reflection that felt monstrous. He was aware of how frightening he appeared and sounded now. He thought to himself that even if he forced back what was lost, it would never be the same. Closing his prosthetic hand into a fist, he took a deep breath, attempting to shake off the lingering smell of smoke and taste of iron. He grabbed his painkillers and dry swallowed a handful, finding that they helped with his visions. He no longer cared about the dosage. He took enough to dull everything, and that was all that mattered. Izuku sat in his workshop, surrounded by various designs for his next upgrades. He had hit a snag. The more he added to himself, the greater the mental strain became. It wasn't as simple as attaching steel to his body. He had to force his brain to work harder to control the new limbs, making it a challenge to manage his own body. He realized he was running out of mental capacity to handle everything. After months of grappling with the problem, he felt as if he was still far from his goal, 2 years after Deku's death. Frustrated, he slammed his metal hand against the desk and ran his fingers through his hair, trying to find a new perspective. Based on his calculations, he could possibly add one more appendage before the mental load would cause serious side effects, depending on what that appendage was. No matter how many designs he reviewed, he couldn't find a solution. He had even discussed the logistics of an artificial lung with Recovery Girl, but nothing would work without overwhelming his brain. With a loud sigh, Izuku disconnected his arm and placed it onto a charging station. Stretching his stump, he took a breath before connecting another prosthetic. Pain surged through him, causing him to clutch the nearest workbench. His eyes widened, and his breathing became shallow as he remained in that position, which felt like hours. He could feel the mechanical fingers twitch as the connection finalized, and then the pain intensified. Once the process was complete, Izuku ripped the appendage from its charging port, clenching his fists as his jaw worked to steady him. Despite being caught in his mental overload dilemma, he continued to design his other appendages, including creating another appendage that Izuku referred to as Daywalker. It was designed to be his everyday prosthetic. It looked vastly different from the previous designs, featuring various creases and lines over the joints, with a color slightly lighter than his own skin. Izuku had mixed feelings about the Daywalker. While it allowed him to feel through the appendage, it was uncomfortable and a struggle every time he put it on or took it off. At least he looked somewhat normal. Izuku took a deep breath and forced a smile as tears welled in his eyes. He focused on regulating his breathing, finally able to relax for a moment and take a painkiller. He glanced at a clock and noted that 4 minutes and 23 seconds had passed. It was getting easier to manage. Slipping on a sweater, he wiped the grime from his face and semi-fixed his hair, preparing himself for the rare occasion he would leave the garage. He was off to celebrate Yuan's birthday. As he walked down the hall, he spotted Yuan, now 26 years old. Her usual bun was significantly messier, and her glasses had the familiar tilt. She flashed a bright grin and exclaimed how nice it was for the Daywalker to make an appearance. Izuku rolled his eyes dramatically, letting out a light-hearted chuckle that, due to his voice, sounded a bit sinister. He played along, releasing a fake cough and overacting in a way reminiscent of a sci-fi movie villain from the pre-Quark era. The duo chuckled as they made their way to the living room, where Toshinori and Chiyo were chatting. It felt like a little family, formed out of a tragic past. Yuan, embracing her role as the birthday celebrant, declared that they would honor her special day with a movie night. Despite the lack of family members, Chiyo and Yuan had begun celebrating events with Toshinori and Izuku, enjoying each other's company. They had come up with the ultimate birthday celebration idea. The birthday person got to decide the evening's activities. True to form, Yuan shouted her choice, holding up an ancient DVD player with 2 movies in her hands. Everyone rolled their eyes as they began preparations, knowing that despite being a physical therapist, Yuan had a tendency to be quite lazy. It took Izuku nearly half an hour to fix the DVD player, only to discover it just needed to be turned on and off again. Yuan had chosen 2 pre-court movies, reflecting her love for cinema and nerd culture, which had led her to collect some ancient and valuable artifacts, such as Blu-rays. Tonight's lineup included an action thriller about a masked vigilante overthrowing a corrupt government and a sci-fi film about humanity battling giant monsters from another dimension with colossal robots. These films quickly climbed to the top of Izuku's favorite movies list. During the second showing, as the light reflected off his face, Izuku had a spark of inspiration. For now, he simply sat with his family and enjoyed the evening. As the night came to a close, the group exchanged goodbyes and final birthday wishes. Izuku immediately dove into the ideas he had while watching the movie. Months passed, and Izuku constructed his most important prosthetic, a mechanical spine. It required surgery to install and would serve as a bridge for his severed spine, but he couldn't install it just yet due to the toll it would take on him. However, he was working on a solution. Since he couldn't have a physical person to help with the mental strain and control of his body, he decided to create an artificial one. After months of hard work, Countermeasure had evolved significantly, acting more like a real person. He was in the final stages of design, focusing on personality. He had constructed the AI with several cores, incorporating the ideals of his father, the passion of Recovery Girl, and his own intellect, along with the personality of Yuan. This was a team effort, and they had no idea what to expect from this creation, but they were excited to see it come to life. On the final day, they gathered in the garage, watching as Izuku worked on the last stages. A holographic display showed what appeared to be a puzzle piece connecting to the rest of a brain puzzle. Silence filled the room as they observed the process. Suddenly, everything went black. The workshop plunged into darkness, and everyone waited in stunned silence until a red light appeared in the center of the holographic projectors. Then it exploded. Red light burst forth, and when it settled, a little girl stood before them, her form made of red light. She looked at them expectantly. Izuku was the first to move, rolling in front of the holographic child. He greeted her gently, treating her like a lost child while being cautious. He offered her a sincere smile, his kindness shining through his eyes. A soft, cheerful voice emanated from the display, surprising Izuku. He had given the AI full control over the projectors, allowing it to express itself, and he hadn't expected this. He asked how she felt, his voice soothing. The AI paused, contemplating the question before responding. Izuku inquired if she knew where she was and what she was. He was prepared with a remote control just in case things took a turn. He waited with bated breath for her answer. She hesitated before stating that her diagnostics identified her as Countermeasure, tilting her head slightly as if unsure about the name. Izuku was amazed by his own creation, the world's first intelligent and aware AI. As he looked at her, he asked who she would like to be. She pondered for a moment, her expression thoughtful, before declaring, "You may call me Elizabeth." Her face lit up with a large smile, and Izuku couldn't help but return it with a soft smile of his own. "Welcome to the world, Elizabeth," he said warmly. Curious, she leaned forward to get a better look at the others in the room. "Who are you people then?" she inquired, noticing that they were mostly still, except for Yuna, who offered a small wave. Izuku ran his hand through his hair, taking a deep breath. "Well, your creator. These people," he gestured behind him, "helped to make you who you are." He watched as Elizabeth observed her surroundings, her hair growing slightly, and large glasses similar to Yuna's forming on her face. He noticed freckles appearing on either side of her cheeks, reminiscent of his own. "What do I call you then?" she asked, her voice filled with anticipation. "My name is Izuku Yagi," he replied, offering another reassuring smile. However, he noticed a hint of sadness in her expression. "What would you like to call me?" he prompted, eager to see her reaction. She hesitated, wringing her hands and avoiding his gaze. "Dad?" she asked timidly, almost afraid. Izuku and everyone else in the room were taken aback by her choice. Instead of rejection, Elizabeth was met with Izuku rolling slightly closer to her. "In a way, you're not wrong." "Sure, you can call me Dad," he said gently. Both Elizabeth and Izuku smiled brightly, marking the beginning of a new chapter as another member joined their makeshift family. Izuku sat and stared at his creation, her eyes reflecting true innocence and purity, a being shaped by the world. She was a stark contrast to the hollow shell he had become. They studied each other for a while, observing every detail, and it seemed that Elizabeth was beginning to pick up on his tendencies, even in the short time they had shared. He hesitated before speaking. "Elizabeth, can I ask you a favor?" "Of course. I'm always happy to help," she replied, her smile reminiscent of All Might's. "Would you be willing to assist me? I can't use my body much these days. What I'm asking is, can you help make me whole? I can't do it alone, Elizabeth. I give you the full choice. Please help me save lives. Help me be a hero. Will you be my co-pilot?" This was incredibly difficult for Izuku. He had never really had a friend or someone to confide in before, especially not a child. Elizabeth stared at him for a moment, then took a step forward and gently placed her hand on Izuku's prosthetic. She slid her fingers through the grooves of the joints, looking shy yet curious. "What happened?" she asked, her gaze filled with the innocent curiosity of a child eager to hear a parent's story. Izuku felt new grooves form in her face as her hair grew longer. He glanced back at the others before continuing. "I was in an accident." His fist involuntarily clenched as the memories flooded back, and he trembled at the thought of Izumi's threats. Elizabeth offered a pure and innocent smile, as if she were a real person. "I was created from countermeasure. It was her purpose to help you. So, I want to honor her sacrifice. I've got your back, Papa." A heroic light sparkled in her eyes, and her body glowed slightly brighter. Her last word was whispered, uncertain and shy. Izuku responded with his first genuine smile in years. 1 year later. Thump, 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 thump. All Might stood on the sidelines of the track, stopwatch in hand and dressed in a coaching outfit. He encouraged the runner, urging him to push harder. The runner, panting heavily, switched to a higher gear, focusing on his breathing. Steam escaped from his mouth as he sprinted, the vibrations of his footsteps resonating through his body. The world around him felt like it was moving in slow motion. All he could do was concentrate on running. When the time was called, All Might's face lit up with a massive smile as he watched the runner approach. Steam billowed from the boy's mouth, and his damp hair clung to his head. There was a moment of silence as the visor folded back, revealing his scarred face and bright green eyes. All Might exclaimed with joy, celebrating the boy's achievement. The runner had completed 8 dashes in 30 seconds, a feat worthy of praise. However, the young man felt a sense of disappointment. He asked Liz, his AI companion, about the average time. She informed him that his run was better than average, but he still had room for improvement. With a heavy heart, he took a deep breath, grabbed his water bottle, and walked over to his father. Despite the smile on his face, a look of dejection lingered. As Toshinori noticed his son's approach, his smile faded, and he transformed back to his true form in a puff of smoke. Toshinori expressed concern, asking what was wrong. The young man explained that he felt his performance was inadequate, especially with UA coming up in 10 months. He believed he needed to be the best to secure a place in the hero course, fearing that any weakness could lead to failure. Toshinori looked at his son, who had made significant progress since the creation of Elizabeth. Izuku had come so far, yet he still focused on his perceived flaws. Toshinori's tone became firm, emphasizing that Izuku was the strongest person he knew. He reminded him of the challenges he had overcome and how he had defied the odds. Despite the struggles, he was not alone in this journey. Izuku, however, avoided his father's gaze, feeling the weight of his own doubts. He shrugged off Toshinori's hand and walked away, retreating into his own thoughts. Liz, sensing the tension, asked if everything was all right. Izuku stretched, trying to shake off his worries, but he remained silent. He knew deep down that it wasn't enough. Many of his peers would have years of training, and he felt unprepared to face them. He expressed his frustration, feeling overwhelmed by the competition. Liz, with a mischievous smile, suggested that they didn't have to fight fair. Izuku sat trembling, his body unresponsive as he remained frozen in place, fists clenched tightly. The noise around him felt overwhelming, a roar of blood in his ears drowning out everything else. His father's voice echoed faintly, filled with frustration as he spoke urgently over the phone. Tears threatened to spill from Izuku's eyes, but he couldn't bring himself to let them fall. Deep down, he understood what was coming. His father's anger was palpable, and Izuku felt a surge of emotion that mirrored his father's fury. He wanted to scream, to cry, to throw a tantrum like his sister, but there was another feeling lurking beneath the surface, a darker desire. In a moment of frustration, he called out to his father, urging him to breathe and calm down. The sound of his voice cut through the chaos, but it barely registered in his mind. The chair he was sitting on creaked ominously as he gripped it tightly, feeling the pressure build within him. Pain radiated through his body, a reminder of every hardship he had faced. Voices from his past echoed in his mind, taunting him with cruel words. He felt the weight of rejection crushing him, the dreams he had fought for slipping away. The prestigious UA Heroics University had denied him even the chance to take the entrance exam, a blow that felt like a betrayal. It was the only school that would accept someone like him, and now that opportunity was gone. Izuku stood up, ignoring the intrusive thoughts that clouded his mind. His body felt weak, pain flaring from old injuries. He didn't speak or breathe, he simply walked away, the shouts of his father fading into the background as he entered his workshop. The space was cluttered with designs for upgrades and potential items, but he could barely focus on them now. He stumbled across an object hidden beneath a workbench, his old wheelchair. For a moment, he hesitated, then pulled it out and unfolded it. Sitting in it again brought a rush of nostalgia and sadness. Tears finally fell as he sat there, feeling the weight of his shattered dreams. The emptiness in his heart was overwhelming, and he felt detached from reality. In a moment of desperation, he reached into his pocket for a small bottle of pills. Shakily, he poured a handful and swallowed them dry, hoping to escape the pain, and soon he drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Toshinori was on the verge of losing control, frustration boiling within him. He had never felt such a desire to lash out at the unfairness of life. The remnants of the chair Izuku had been sitting in lay scattered across the floor, a stark reminder of his son's struggles. As he made his way to the garage, he hoped to find a way to help Izuku. Upon entering the workshop, he was met with a chaotic scene. In the center sat Izuku, slumped over in his old wheelchair, tears still glistening on his cheeks. It broke Toshinori's heart to see his son in such a state. Even in sleep, he found no peace. Gently, he lifted Izuku from the chair, noticing a small bottle of pills beside it. With a heavy heart, he carried his son to his makeshift bed, tucking him in as if he were still a child. A bittersweet smile crossed Toshinori's face as he gazed at Izuku, contemplating the unfairness of their situation. But then, a spark of determination ignited within him. If they wouldn't let Izuku take the test to achieve his dreams, perhaps he could find a way to fight for it. Ruffling his son's hair affectionately, Toshinori leaned down and whispered to him, filled with love and pride. He vowed to do everything he could to help Izuku realize his dreams. Toshinori expressed his belief in his friend before grabbing his phone and turning off the light to make a call. The next day, Izuku woke up feeling as if he had been hit by a train. His body was stiff and ached more than after his martial arts classes. As he tried to clear the grogginess from his eyes, he was puzzled about how he ended up on the worn couch. Wincing as he stood, he felt the lingering pain in his ribs. He called out to Liz, his artificial companion, asking what time it was, but received no reply. Limping to his main computer, he noticed that Liz was in a state of stasis, subconsciously helping to bear the mental strain on his body. It seemed she was undergoing a personality core update and would likely be unresponsive for the rest of the day. With a deep sigh, Izuku attempted to stand straight, but a sudden pain from a pulled muscle in his back forced him to hunch over. Running a hand through his greasy hair, he decided to take a long, cold shower. As he hobbled to the bathroom, he tried his best to ignore the memories of the previous day. Once inside, he quickly undressed and was shocked by his reflection. His body was covered in bruises and small cuts. Various purple welts scattered across his torso and arms. Upon closer inspection, he noticed blood lodged beneath his fingernails, and his eyes were bloodshot. What had happened the night before? Izuku had taken longer in the shower than expected. It was challenging to wash his body when every movement felt painful. He couldn't wait to take some more painkillers, so he inspected his injuries, applying pressure around his ribs to check for any internal damage. For the most part, he seemed okay, but he couldn't shake the question of what had happened to him. Why did he look like he had just faced a raging bull? Finally finishing his long shower, Izuku slowly wrapped himself in a shirt and towel before limping his way out of the bathroom. As he stepped into the hallway, he was greeted by the enticing smell of cooked pork. Making his way downstairs, he found his father preparing an all-American breakfast. For once, it looked genuinely appetizing. Toshinori, with a towel slung over his shoulder, flipped pancakes and greeted Izuku with enthusiasm. Izuku was momentarily stunned, shaking himself from his surprise. He nodded slightly and mumbled a response before heading to the table. Curious about the breakfast spread, he asked what the occasion was, stalling as he eyed the empty chair. He was anxious about how to sit down without drawing attention to himself. Toshinori, in a puff of smoke, transformed into All Might to deliver the second half of his sentence, which made Izuku's sweat drop at the sight. This time, however, he simply stared at his father with a deadpan expression. Toshinori explained that they were celebrating something significant. He pointed to himself, claiming that they had discovered where Izuku's genius came from. This left Izuku utterly confused, raising an eyebrow as if urging his father to continue. Toshinori elaborated that he knew how to get Izuku into the hero course without anyone noticing. This caught Izuku's attention, and he leaned forward, ignoring the pain as his eyes widened with curiosity. Toshinori revealed that UA had a special proposition for students not in the hero course who performed well in the sports festival. He suggested that Izuku could enroll in either the general or support course, but it would be better to choose the support course since they were allowed to bring gear into the games. Izuku began to understand his father's plan. Toshinori continued, explaining that when the time was right, they would show the arrogant student exactly how deserving Izuku was of his place in the hero course. The bright smile on Toshinori's face was blinding, and Izuku couldn't help but smile in return. Due to the large number of applicants, the general and support course exams were staggered over different days, allowing applicants to try both if they wished. While they had a plan, neither Izuku nor Toshinori knew what the support exam would entail. Given the nature of the course, it was likely that the practical would involve building something, so Izuku needed to prepare. He had been brainstorming ideas with Liz, who had woken up from her updates. She had no recollection of going into stasis, and Izuku was unsure how it had happened, attributing it to routine maintenance. Together, they continued to plan and develop key support gear that Izuku would need. Although he felt better knowing he still had a chance, he still harbored a desire to prove himself. He had been told since childhood that he needed to work 10 times harder, and now he was determined to show the world just how strong that made him. After several sleepless nights, with dark circles under his eyes, Izuku felt as ready as he could be. Nobody had said he couldn't bring a self-aware AI with him into the tests. If he was going to be treated unfairly, he would play unfairly. With schematics downloaded into his body, he prepared himself, taking a small handful of painkillers to ease his nerves and taking a deep breath. As he heard his father's call for breakfast, he quickly equipped his prosthetic and grabbed his bag. He plugged Liz's core into the base of his neck and rushed to the kitchen, where he was met with a breakfast fit for champions and a smiling Toshinori. Arriving at you, Izuku felt butterflies in his stomach as he fidgeted with his hands, unable to take his eyes off the magnificent building. A firm hand on his shoulder pulled him from his mix of self-doubt and anxiety. Toshinori reassured him that he would do great and added that if anyone tried to undermine him, he could always intervene. This comment drew a chuckle from Izuku. After sharing a small hug and a nod, he placed his mask over his face and leaped from the massive truck. As he entered the building, Liz chirped excitedly, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh. They made it through registration and waited in a large auditorium. Izuku's leg bounced nervously as he pulled his hood over his head, trying to blend in among the crowd. Being back in a school surrounded by so many people who might not accept him was an overwhelming feeling. While he attempted to remain inconspicuous, a professor finally arrived pro-hero Cementos. Despite everything he had been through, Izuku still felt like a massive nerd at that moment. Trying to calm himself down, Izuku sat and listened to the professor's basic introduction speech before another professor was introduced. Power Loader, a significant influence in his engineering obsession, took the stage. The hero announced that each student would be randomly assigned a hero, along with information about their quirks and skills. They had a time limit of 4 hours to create a support item that could assist the assigned hero. By the end of the test, they would perform a small demonstration. As soon as the announcement was made, the applicants erupted into a flurry of questions and murmurs. Izuku remained silent, contemplating his approach. He had prepared designs for a general support item rather than specific heroes, so he would need to think on his feet. As they made their way to their respective testing fields, Izuku was greeted by an engineer's dream. Shelves lined with thousands of items offered enough material to build a rocket. He could hardly contain his excitement. In the center was a massive pile of what appeared to be junk, but to Izuku, it was pure potential. He observed his competition. Some looked prepared, others were horrified, and a few clearly didn't want to be there but were participating to gain entry into the school. Among them, he noticed a guy with shiny purple hair and a girl with fluffy pink dreads who seemed ready to burst with energy. As they waited, Power Loader made his appearance. He gestured to a large screen displaying a spinning wheel of popular heroes. It finally landed on Endeavor. Power Loader informed them that they would find tablets with all the necessary information about Endeavor's quirk and specialties on a nearby table. They had 4 hours and everything in the room was at their disposal. Their objective was to create a support item suited to help Endeavor. Everyone rushed to the tables to collect their tablets and began reading. Izuku was already familiar with Endeavor's quirk and capabilities due to his extensive knowledge of heroes, which was further enhanced by Liz, his personal AI assistant. This challenge felt manageable. He shared his thoughts with Liz, noting that he had several schematics in mind. Since Endeavor was more of an offensive combatant, he wondered whether they should focus on offense or defense. Liz suggested leaning towards offense, as they needed to stand out. Just then, the countdown began, and chaos erupted as everyone scrambled to grab materials. Izuku took a moment to calm himself, closing his eyes and focusing on potential designs. Images of various equipment filled his mind, and he quickly formulated a plan. With renewed determination, Izuku dashed to the equipment. He called out for information about the maximum temperature output for the vent system he envisioned. As he worked, he expertly balanced welding pieces together with one hand while typing on his laptop with the other. He confidently stated that the print of the regulators would be completed shortly and encouraged his team to start on the vent system. His body seemed to move independently, grabbing parts and coding simultaneously. By the end of the 4 hours, Izuku had created not just one, but 2 fully functional support items. When time was called, Power Loader instructed everyone to line up and present their items, giving a brief description and demonstration if possible. Some students sighed in disappointment, while others beamed with pride. Izuku stood in line, towering over the others, his imposing figure accentuated by his visible prosthetics and mask. He turned to see the pink-haired girl staring at him intently, which made him feel uneasy. He quickly turned back, waiting for his turn. When his name was called, Power Loader looked up at the tall boy standing before him and asked for his name. Izuku introduced himself, trying to remain calm as Liz chuckled in his ear. Power Loader expressed his interest in Izuku's accomplishments and asked what he had to present. Izuku explained that he had developed 2 items during the allotted time. Power Loader was intrigued, as long as both items functioned properly. Izuku nodded, his shyness evident behind his mask. He introduced the first item, the Prominence Gauntlet. Since Endeavor was not present, he had to use an alternative power source. He described the gauntlet as sleek and non-cumbersome, designed to work with Endeavor's flames rather than an external force. As he raised his left arm, the gauntlet extended and folded around his hand at his command. With a deep breath, he ignited the barrel, and a brilliant blue flame erupted. A massive fireball shot from the end, rocketing across the room and exploding against the wall, leaving a large crater. Izuku flinched at the unexpected power of his creation. Thinking he might get in trouble, Izuku slowly turned to look at Power Loader, who was surrounded by a series of whispers and exclamations of awe. Power Loader was stunned. He marveled at how a student could create something so impressive in such a short amount of time. Izuku explained that the mechanism was fairly self-explanatory as the barrel folded back around his wrist. He described how, when the gauntlet was about to be fired, various regulators would activate, providing the flame with enough oxygen and methane to create a spike in heat, resulting in a more explosive effect. He noted that since Endeavor's quirk was already powerful, this would allow him to fire at maximum output or even higher without as much strain. As he removed the gauntlet and placed it in front of the professor, Power Loader inspected it closely, nodding in approval at the craftsmanship. Power Loader's excitement grew as he asked about the second device. Not only was the first one incredible, but Izuku had also created a second device. Izuku lifted what appeared to be a large HRSS and explained that it was designed to help regulate Endeavor's temperatures using a mixture of carbon dioxide and nitrogen. This would allow him to perform larger attacks more frequently and with less strain. As he placed the contraption in front of the professor, smoke rose from it, showcasing its potential. Power Loader was amazed. While the concepts were technically simple, it was impressive to see someone think of such innovative solutions. He praised Izuku, telling him he should be proud of his work and reassured him that accidents happen in the pursuit of progress. He informed Izuku that he was free to go home and could expect a letter regarding his potential acceptance soon. With a happy shake of Izuku's hand, Power Loader sent him on his way. As Izuku walked away from the test room, he noticed a girl staring at him, causing him to sweat nervously. Shaking his head, he continued on with a smile and a spring in his step, feeling triumphant. In his workshop, Izuku focused intently on his newest creation, with 3D printers working tirelessly in the background. Just as he was about to piece everything together, the garage door burst open. His father, in full All Might form and costume, stood in the doorway, announcing that the letter had arrived. Izuku resisted the urge to scream as he accidentally crushed part of his device in shock. He expressed his frustration at his father's lack of knocking, leaning back in his chair and covering his eyes. The projection of Elizabeth appeared beside him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Tashinori, feeling sheepish, apologized for the interruption, but he was eager to share the news about the UA letter. Izuku gingerly accepted the sealed envelope, his hand shaking with anticipation. As he opened it, he noticed there was no disc included, which he found odd since he had recorded acceptance videos for the hero course. However, he quickly became absorbed in the letter, and when he realized he had been accepted into UA's support course, tears welled in his eyes. Laughter escaped him as he celebrated the news, his joy palpable. Tashinori, while elated for his son, was slightly unnerved by the intensity of Izuku's laughter. Nevertheless, they were ready to celebrate. Tashinori lifted Izuku into a bear hug, and Elizabeth clapped in congratulations. Tears of pride streamed down Tashinori's face as they all cheered, reading and rereading the letter together. Not only had Izuku been accepted, but he had also achieved the best score in the exam. Suddenly, a cork popped across the room, and Yuna shouted in excitement. Fresh champagne was poured into several glasses. While Tashinori would never publicly endorse underage drinking, this was a special occasion, and they all clinked their glasses together in celebration. The family danced, played games, and listened to music, with even old Chio joining in the fun. Elizabeth had even programmed a special celebration feature into her core code for the occasion. Izuku expressed his disapproval of underage drinking, but Yuna confidently declared her independence, leading to a lively celebration filled with laughter and joy. As the night drew to a close, Elizabeth unexpectedly shut herself down, indicating that the program was functioning exceptionally well. Yuna was sprawled across the kitchen table and chairs, while Chio had left much earlier, having consumed drinks along with everyone, including an AI, under the table. Tashinori and Izuku, however, were sitting outside together. Tashinori expressed his delight, slurring his words as he swirled his glass and took a sniff. Izuku smiled at his father's antics, giggling slightly as his vision swayed. While Izuku was in the process of recreating his own body, he had secretly helped repair his father's injuries, even if Toshinori would never fight at full strength again. It felt wonderful to have a full stomach once more. Toshinori draped his arm around Izuku's shoulders, a remarkable feat considering how much larger Izuku had grown compared to his father's skeletal frame. He expressed his pride, stating that he felt he didn't say it enough. He admired how Izuku had grown and overcome hardships, believing he would become the greatest hero the world had ever seen. Izuku looked into his father's eyes and saw nothing but contentment and peace, prompting him to smile softly as he gazed at the stars. He expressed his hope to live up to his father's expectations, and a peaceful silence enveloped them as they sat together, both feeling the effects of their drinks. Toshinori then asked what kind of hero Izuku wanted to be, expecting a certain answer. Izuku took a moment of silence before leaning against the deck railing, revealing his aspirations to be like his father, someone who could save the world with a smile and inspire hope. However, he felt uncertain about his own path, acknowledging that he might not shine as brightly as Toshinori but still wanted to be a hero who would be there when needed, even if faced with scorn or fear. Toshinori felt a mix of sadness and pride, standing beside his son and suggesting that perhaps Izuku's approach was just what the world needed. They shared a smile, with Izuku leaning against his father's shoulder, expressing his love. As the morning approached, Izuku rushed down the stairs, nearly jumping half of them, half-dressed with a toothbrush in his mouth. He frantically checked if he had everything he needed: wallet, keys, pencil case, and even a protractor. The Yagi household was in chaos, with Toshinori trying not to burn the kitchen while Elizabeth guided him, and Izuku scrambling to get into his uniform and tame his wild hair. He asked how he looked, brushing down his hastily arranged uniform, receiving enthusiastic responses from Toshinori and Elizabeth. With their help, he managed to tie his tie properly and quickly grabbed food from the table, cramming it into his mouth before chasing it down with orange juice. In a rush, he shouted that he had to go, bolting out to the garage. Toshinori called after him, wishing him good luck and expressing pride before hearing the roar of the engine as Izuku peeled out of the driveway. Sighing, he took a bite of toast and asked Elizabeth to keep an eye on him. Izuku drove down the road at a fast yet manageable speed. He and Toshinori had restored an old motorcycle for him to ride, avoiding the need for trains. Despite the initial panic attacks he experienced while learning to ride it, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Equipped with his modified helmet and jacket, Izuku made his way to the university, ready to take the first step toward achieving his dreams and gaining acceptance. Finally arriving, Izuku slowly approached the massive university. Unfortunately, they were in the process of building new dorms, so the entrance was complete chaos. Countless students flooded the walkways and road, making their way inside the enormous building. Slumping over the handlebars, Izuku waited impatiently for the crowd to move as he waddled through the gates. Given his large stature, he could nearly walk normally while still sitting on the bike. Releasing a raspberry, he groaned and straightened his back. He thought to himself that he needed to hurry, checking the time on his display. He had close to half an hour before his first class was supposed to start. Finally making it through the horde, he checked the time again and realized he had roughly 15 minutes until his first class. Quickly removing his helmet and storing it on the bike, he bolted toward the main building. As he rushed through the empty hallways, he shouted to himself in frustration about the number of empty rooms. Even Liz was stumped by the layout. He continued to run, feeling relieved that he still had 8 minutes until class started. He stumbled and slid across the floor as he ran past the support course's blast door. Without thinking, he barged inside as quickly as he could. Everyone turned to stare at him, and panic began to rise within him from the sudden attention. Luckily, he was saved by the professor, Powerloader. The professor welcomed him, explaining that he didn't need to worry about being late, as he was going to give everyone an additional 15 minutes due to the chaos. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing he had rushed for nothing. A few snickers echoed in the room, but surprisingly, no one seemed to care about his masked face. Considering the variety of odd characters around, his mask didn't seem out of place. As he made his way inside, his heart pounded, and negative thoughts about the other. Students crept into his mind. Eventually, he found an empty workbench, placed his backpack on the ground, and took a seat. Looking around, he didn't recognize anyone except for a few faces from the exam, but one stood out to him: the girl with pink hair who was staring directly at him. He felt as if his very soul was being scrutinized, and he couldn't help but shiver. He had a feeling this semester would be interesting. After the 15 minutes had passed, the real craziness began. Power Loader decided to introduce lab partners so that each person could peer review each other's work and test their inventions. This was the worst news for Izuku, who had never been comfortable with close personal interaction, especially after the accident. As Power Loader listed off names, he could hear faint whispers of laughter and name-calling, echoing in his mind like a distant memory. He was reminded of Aldera and the pain he had endured, unsure if he could handle it again. As he sat there, stiff and trapped in his own thoughts, the pink-haired inventor approached him, his new lab partner. She maintained her intense gaze on his masked face. She warned him that they would always be hated, no matter what, advising him to stay distant and silent to survive. Without warning, Izuku's arm shot up, grasping her hand firmly. To her credit, she didn't flinch at the contact. She just kept staring. Slowly, he turned to meet her gaze, finding her yellow eyes focused intently on him. In an instant, a bright smile adorned her face, and she introduced herself. She said her name was Mei Hatsumi and that it was a pleasure to meet him. Her enthusiastic demeanor somehow provided Izuku with reassurance, making him feel that things might not be so bad after all. He introduced himself as Izuku Yagi, faintly smiling behind his mask. This marked the beginning of a promising friendship and a potential challenge for the professor. Aside from her fascination with his mask, Mei was surprisingly easy to get along with. They shared a mutual obsession with engineering, and their conversations often left other students staring in disbelief and a hint of fear, as if they were speaking an entirely different language. They weren't even allowed to start construction on anything yet until they filled out the necessary forms and went through all the lab rules. Yet, they managed to create a small device that shot paper spit wads using 2 pens and a paper clip, complete with reloadable magazines and a laser sight. Power Loader was thrilled with their small invention, though he tried to remind them to follow the proper procedures. His words fell on deaf ears as they excitedly discussed potential upgrades. It felt as if they had known each other for centuries, two minds working as one, finding kindred spirits in each other after being loners for so long. As they tinkered with their half-finished device, Mei enthusiastically suggested modifications, while Izuku tried to maintain control over their creation. Their banter filled the lab with energy, and despite the chaos surrounding them, they found joy in their shared passion. The battery exploded. Izuku rested his head against the desk, mourning the loss of Timmy, the destroyer of rules, who would truly be missed. Meanwhile, Mei cackled with delight, embodying the two sides of the same coin. As the day progressed, Izuku found himself forgetting his fears. When he was with Mei, he felt free to be himself. His father was always supportive, but he never truly understood him. Mei, on the other hand, did. Izuku could ramble on about anything, and she would catch every word. Despite her tendency to cause explosions with her inventions, they got along remarkably well. In just a few hours, it felt as if they had known each other forever. For the first time in a long while, Izuku Yagi and Mei Hatsum had found a true friend in one another, forming an unbreakable bond in a single day. Izuku and Mei made their way to the cafeteria after spending nearly the entire day bouncing ideas off each other. Though he towered over her smaller frame, they were equals. It was quite a sight to see the towering giant conversing amicably with the short girl as they navigated the halls. As they entered the cafeteria, Mei burst into laughter, asking how he could call it the physics. Izuku struggled to finish his story about how he nearly uprooted the house when he first activated the engine, his mechanized laugh echoing through the room. The laughter continued as Mei exclaimed how amazing it was that he had almost lifted an entire house. Her excitement grew as he recounted how he and his dad floated around the garage trying to turn off the engine. She expressed her eagerness to see it, imagining the possibilities and how thrilled their mentor, Power Loader, would be. Izuku's stride slowed as he looked down, a wave of sadness washing over him as he clenched his prosthetic fist. He felt defeated, as if he were letting his first friend down. He worried that she wouldn't believe he had truly created something remarkable. Just then, a figure pushed through the crowd, their toxic green glare locking onto him. The figure spoke, suggesting that if they worked together, they could both earn a Nobel Prize. Izuku chuckled, feeling the energy return as they continued their lunch. Whispers of rumors floated around him, courtesy of Elizabeth, who had been listening in on conversations. Izuku had cleverly integrated her into the UA security system, allowing her to gather information. His focus was set on the upcoming sports festival, the tournament-style event that had become the highlight of the year at UA. It was his golden ticket into the hero course. With Elizabeth's countermeasure protocols in place, he was determined to get a head start on the competition. In just half a day, she had devised 5 counterplans for over 30% of the school. As the day drew to a close, Izuku and Mei found themselves in the last lectures, sharing every class to the eventual dismay of their professors. Izuku leaned over to Mei, whispering about the oddity of a university having the same layout as a high school. She barely acknowledged him, focused on her laptop, and had taken to calling him Muscles, after she decided to use him as a mannequin for future hero costumes. Finally, the end of the day arrived, and Izuku was surprised by how much fun he had. Although he hadn't met many people, he had made what felt like the best friend he could ever have. Most of the material was introductory, making it feel more like a day spent getting to know Mei. He had made it through without a breakdown, even without his medication. He found himself not wanting the day to end. The exuberant and eccentric Mei Hatsumi had managed to break through his defenses and become his friend almost instantly. He hadn't even had time to register that he was talking to a girl, and a pretty one at that. However, that realization hit him hard later that evening when they received their daily schedules, which would change the following day, giving the support corps students more time in the actual support rooms. As they walked out of the building, discussing the logistics of building a functional Iron Man suit, they reached the parking lot where Izuku's bike was parked. As he approached his vehicle, Mei continued talking without noticing that he had slowed down. It took her a moment to realize he was no longer beside her, and she turned around to see him nearly doubled over with laughter. Confused, she ran back to him, exclaiming that she had just started discussing how to solve the icing problem. Izuku chuckled lightly and rolled his eyes, explaining that this was his bike. He offered to continue their conversation or to drive her home, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. It was amusing to see the towering figure with a cybernetic voice stutter in such a way. But as Mei Hatsumi did, she shrugged and tightened her backpack straps while making her way behind the bike. Izuku was taken aback by her simplicity, especially when she began inspecting the bike and noting potential upgrades. Quickly processing the events, he put on his helmet and swung over the bike, with Mei following suit and placing her goggles over her eyes. With enthusiasm, she shouted, "Onward, mighty assistant Muscles," as she poured forward, grabbing onto Izuku with her free hand in anticipation. Izuku nervously mentioned that she hadn't told him where she lived, feeling a bit flustered as he turned his head slightly. Mei momentarily deflated but quickly provided her address, resuming her excited demeanor as she pointed her arm over his shoulder. Izuku laughed as Elizabeth marked the location, and they set off. Surprisingly, for his first day, it was amazing. Riding across town with someone felt nice. The setting sun cast a beautiful glow over Mustafu, and Mei had abandoned her position to rest against Izuku. It was one of the best days young Izuku Yagi had ever experienced. Upon arriving at Mei's address, Izuku felt like a child again, waiting for friends on the first day of school. It was a beautiful feeling, one he hadn't realized he missed so much. In just one simple day, he had found something to look forward to again. Mei slowly got off the back, disconnecting from their close position and stretching wildly. "I'm definitely getting one of these," she exclaimed, turning back to look at Izuku. With her signature grin, she lifted her steampunk goggles from her eyes, the scope-like lenses adjusting as her gaze focused. She extended her hand like a true saleswoman. "It's been a pleasure, Muscles," she said, and Izuku responded with a firm handshake, chuckling to himself. "The pleasure's mine, Miss Hatsumi," he stammered, feeling like he was 14 again. He knew Elizabeth would never let this go. I'm glad we're partners, Muscles. I can tell we're going to create amazing things together, she shouted without flinching, nearly causing Izuku to blush with embarrassment. On the bright side, his face didn't turn as red anymore. Just like that, she turned and dashed to her house, slipping into a side door that led to the garage. Izuku waited until she was safely inside before heading home for the evening, eager to share his day with his dad and Yuna. That's how it went for an entire week. It had been some of the best days of Izuku's life. Mei had bulldozed her way into his life. After the third day, they even exchanged phone numbers to discuss potential project designs while at home. However, she had yet to see his face, not for lack of trying. Mei was very curious and really wanted to know what was under the mask. It was decided that Izuku would be her personal driver, taking Mei home every day. For a hero school, things were surprisingly normal. The studio hadn't ramped up production yet, so things were quite tame aside from the rumors about the hero course. Izuku thought it was amusing that one kid had nearly harmed another. It wasn't until the fifth day that something unexpected happened. Due to repairs on his bike, Izuku had to take the train and walk to the university that day. It had gone unlike any other. They actually talked to some of their other support classmates about potential designs, which was new. As they neared the end of the day, Izuku decided to walk Mei home since it would take longer for her to get back. She appreciated it as it meant they could brainstorm for longer. Halfway through the walk, their conversation shifted. They were discussing whether Green Lantern powers could be possible when their path was suddenly blocked by three men. Instinctively, Izuku stepped slightly in front of Mei as the middleman approached with an unnaturally large smile. "Nice night tonight, huh?" he said, moving closer. "Sure is," Izuku replied, trying to usher past them quickly. But as they neared the alleyway, two more people rushed out and grabbed Mei, while the three from before seized Izuku. The situation escalated rapidly. All of Izuku's instincts kicked in, and his countermeasures activated. The eyes of his mask changed to red as Mei headbutted one of her attackers, staggering him. In a swift motion, Izuku launched his head backward, striking one of his assailants and causing him to stumble. Quickly, he hooked his leg around another attacker, tripped him, and rolled out of the grip of the third, pinning him before delivering a punch with his prosthetic, knocking him out. As he turned to face the last attacker, he was met with a steel bat enhanced by a strength quirk. The bat struck his head before he could react, shattering part of the mask and disorienting him. It was only the metal plates in his head that saved him. Before he could comprehend what was happening, three other men rushed over and kicked him before he could stand, forcing him to protect himself in his disoriented state. Eventually, they stopped and dragged him into the alley. Barely conscious, he saw the apparent leader yelling at the others, desperately trying to locate Mei. He spotted her crouched low, blood covering her mouth. She wielded a trash can lid and a screwdriver as her only defense. Izuku could hardly hear anything as his blood roared with his pounding heart, the world around him fading into static. He watched helplessly as the leader overpowered Mei, ripping away her shield and striking her across the face. He attempted to pin her to the ground, but Mei fought back fiercely, kicking, screaming, clawing, and even biting. It was as if she were a wild animal defending herself. Despite her efforts, he succeeded in pinning her down. The group then dragged Izuku closer as he willed his body to move. They forced his head up by the hair, blood pouring down his face as it began to rain. They held his eyes open as the leader approached Mei, intent on violating her dignity. In that moment, the world froze for Izuku. Everything shut down as he begged and pleaded, trapped in his own mind and blaming himself for everything. Then he screamed from deep within his heart. The mechanized wail of despair echoed as Izuku's body jolted to life. He struggled fiercely, kicking and thrashing in an attempt to break free from the grip of his captors. Mei fought valiantly for her own survival while Izuku's fury intensified against the 6 men restraining him. Suddenly, everything faded to darkness. In that moment, something within him snapped. Screams filled the air, followed by an eerie silence. A sickening sound echoed through the alley as a metal fist transformed something wet into a mushy mass. Mei, a near victim of a terrible act, lay barely conscious on the dirty pavement, her eyes struggling to focus on a massive figure looming above her. Desperation filled the air as one of the attackers shouted in anger, blaming the figure for the chaos. Only two of the assailants remained, the one who had struck Izuku and the monster who had threatened Mei. The figure stood still as the man rushed forward, grabbing an old pipe to swing at him. But before the blow could land, the figure caught the man's wrist with a fierce grip. Toxic green eyes bore into the man, filled with pure rage and hatred, devoid of any mercy. With a swift motion, the man's wrist was crushed, leaving it a mangled mess. The figure then seized the man by the face, drawing him close. The voice that emerged was hollow and empty, declaring that men go to jail as the man begged and fought against the unyielding grip. His cries fell on deaf ears, and in a swift motion, his jaw was separated from his body. Mei watched in a daze as the lifeless body fell to the ground. The remaining attacker, now cornered, pressed himself against the wall, his knife hand trembling as he cried out in fear. The figure's glowing eyes locked onto him, the rain mixing with blood and grime around them. The only sounds were the pleas of the cowering man and the choking of the now jawless figure as he struggled for breath. Heavy boots pounded the pavement as the predator approached his prey. The desperate man shouted, swinging his arms wildly, but the silhouette of the attacker advanced through the darkness. In an instant, the figure was before him, and the knife hand was swiftly removed. Blood erupted from the socket before the man could even scream. A mechanical hand wrapped tightly around his throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Despite his flailing and desperate attempts to escape, the figure merely glared as the man choked and fought for his life. In a matter-of-fact tone, the figure stated that it was death before crushing the man's throat and letting him drop, leaving him to suffocate. The last thing Mei Hatsum saw before slipping into unconsciousness was Izuku stumbling toward her. When she next awoke, she found herself in a clean, warm nurse's office, the sound of machines beeping around her. As her eyes adjusted, she noticed another bed beside her, occupied by a heavily bandaged figure. A frail-looking man sat beside the occupant, clutching their hand. Mei recognized the green hair peeking through the bandages and quickly realized who it was. Her throat felt raw, making it difficult to speak. Just then, a gentle hand pressed on her shoulder, urging her back into the bed. Mei's frightened gaze met that of a short older woman, who wore a kind and understanding smile. "Now, dear, you need your rest. You suffered a bad concussion and swelling in your throat. It will take about a day until you can speak properly. You're at UA. Izuku Yagi brought you here. Both of you were in rough shape. We've contacted your parents and assured them you are safe. Just lay back and get some more rest. The young fool over there will be fine. He's just asleep," the woman said, gesturing to the bandaged figure. Before Mei could process this information, she fell back into a deep and restful slumber. Detective Tsukachi arrived at the crime scene, stepping past the police tape. He noted the grim sight before him: 10 bodies laid in various positions, most of them mutilated. One victim had been reduced to little more than a paste. Tsukachi had seen his fair share of horrors in his long career, but this was among the worst. Another corpse had half its face smashed off, painting the wall with a disturbing mosaic of brutality. Signs of a struggle were evident, with blunt force trauma marking the scene. As he navigated through the forensic specialists, Tsukachi observed the lack of footprints or significant bodily evidence, likely washed away by the previous night's rain. It was noted that so far, there were no fingerprints found aside from the various bodies. It was very possible these individuals had turned on each other, but the positioning and witness testimonies argued against that. It was too early for this situation, and Tsukachi could already feel the headache it was going to cause, especially since all cameras that would have had eyes on the area were mysteriously missing footage from the previous 3 days. Mei awoke to the harsh, bright lights of the nurse's office, which was part of a small hospital. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed she felt significantly better than the last time she had awakened. Slowly raising herself to her elbows, Mei scanned the room until her gaze landed on her medical roommate. He was still asleep, but the bandages were gone. She saw the long, ragged scars that marred what remained of his face, the mechanical jaw connected to it, and the scars that hinted at evident trial and error. Each small breath he released had a mechanical quality to it. Her eyes followed the path of the jaw, noting the trail of carbon and steel plating. Occasionally, his breaths would hitch and pause before continuing. May was unsure of what she felt. This kind of situation was beyond her understanding. She had never dealt with anything like it before. She had never been particularly good at understanding others, so why did seeing his scarred face evoke such a profound sadness in her? It wasn't disgust or fear, but a genuine sorrow. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't look away. It wasn't a place of romantic feelings, but rather a mix of curiosity and concern. She traced the scars with her eyes, inspecting their turns and edges, theorizing about their origins and what could have caused such damage to muscle. She noticed that his hair had been cut noticeably shorter, sporting a medical undercut. A small bandage remained on the side of his head from the damage caused by a bat. As an inventor, she was astonished by the designs. Sure, some prosthetics existed, but not like this, nothing even close. She couldn't help but stare at the intricate details, fascinated by the design and the effort put into it. Most of all, she found it strange that she was worrying about this person. She wasn't a SDST, she wanted to help people by creating support items, which was the whole reason she pursued her work. The financial gain was just a bonus. However, she had never cared to get close to people, preferring to help from a distance in her workshop. Recovery Girl entered the room, observing May with a smile. She commented on the warmth of young love, but May remained focused on her roommate. May asked about what had happened to him, her gaze unwavering. Recovery Girl sighed and approached, taking Izuku's hand. She explained that a lot had happened, but it was Izuku's story to tell. She hoped May would eventually get him to share it. The small woman then began asking May medical questions and ensured she was safe to go home. However, she also warned that when Izuku woke up, they both needed to speak to Nizu about the events that had transpired. May honestly didn't care much. She could hardly remember anything except for muscles showing up and picking her up, and the incident involving an ear. In her defense, she had warned them. After being picked up by her parents, May couldn't help but stare at UA as they drove away. She was curious about what had happened during the previous 2 nights. She shrugged, thinking she would figure it out eventually. But her thoughts kept returning to Izuku Yagi. He was an enigma to her, someone who instead of needing to simplify things, accelerated them. She enjoyed being around him. He shared her passion and wasn't afraid of rules or moral boundaries. They were visionaries, both of them. She decided he had earned a promotion from assistant to acting business associate. Izuku's eyes began to flutter open. His head pounded as if it were being split in two. Covering his eyes from the blinding light, he released a cough. He tried to reach out to Liz, but all he received was a hollow hum in response. She had gone inactive. The rhythmic cadence of a heart monitor echoed in his ears. He had several questions, but considering his current state, he froze for a moment to assess what had happened. The last thing he remembered was being grabbed by those individuals and then collapsing in front of UA. Every joint in his body ached and felt extremely stiff, and his head continued to throb. Stretching out, nearly every bone in his body released satisfying clicks and pops. Still shielding his eyes, he quickly realized that whatever had happened wasn't too serious if he came out of it just a little bruised. However, he then noticed his broken hand and a misshapen, disfigured prosthetic. Due to it not being charged, he could hardly move the appendage, and the plating that covered the internals was ruined on the knuckles and fingers. They looked almost claw-like, reminiscent of a werewolf, but it was clear that it was damaged. He wondered what had happened to it. Izuku was trying his best to remain calm, but he was failing. Lately, whenever he woke up, his body felt horrible, either from pulled muscles or worse injuries. But this was the first time he had awakened with such damage while conscious. The logical response was that he had been knocked out from the bat and then beaten, which explained the extra damage. It was a good theory and the only one that made sense. Then something dawned on him in that moment. If they had knocked him out and hurt him, what had they done to Hatsumii? His world felt as if it were collapsing around him, anxiety and panic coursing through his every fiber. He scanned the room, searching for someone, but found himself alone in the office. In his state of distress, He failed to notice the door slide open, revealing a short woman who entered. "Calm down. You just suffered a serious head injury. How can you be the smartest boy I've ever met but act like this?" Recovery Girl exclaimed, causing Izuku to jump in surprise. He forced himself to regain composure, focusing on what mattered. He mentioned a girl, someone he thought had come in with him, but his memories were hazy. He worried about her well-being, fretting over whether she was hurt and if her parents knew what had happened. Recovery Girl waited patiently for him to finish his frantic rambling, which was difficult to understand. When he finally paused to catch his breath, she seized the moment to reassure him. "Relax. If you mean Miss Hatsumi, she's fine. She was discharged yesterday with some swelling in her throat and a concussion, but other than that, she's okay. You, on the other hand, suffered actual brain damage. You would be in a coma if it weren't for me, so get back in that bed." Her tone was firm, and Izuku felt the weight of her words as he was gently guided back down. Once he was lying down properly, Recovery Girl began her tests to ensure he was healthy. Aside from the lingering effects of his concussion, he had made a remarkable recovery. She questioned why it looked like he had challenged his father to a fight, and he recounted the events of that night, stopping when 3 men had grabbed him and losing consciousness at UA. He had no memory of what happened in between. Recovery Girl informed him that Yuna had nearly smothered him in his sleep after she and his father learned of his condition, which made him shudder. He also learned that Toshinori had spent nearly every moment by his side, only leaving to fulfill his teaching duties. It dawned on him that he had been asleep all weekend, and now it was Monday again. He was given the option to join class for the rest of the day, which he eagerly accepted, hoping Hatsumi would be there. However, there were a few obstacles to his plan. First, he didn't have his uniform, but Recovery Girl provided him with a new one. Second, his prosthesis was damaged and unusable. She suggested calling Yuna to bring him a replacement. Lastly, he no longer had his mask. It was torn apart in the garage while he had been working on it. Recovery Girl offered him a regular medical mask for the day. As he waited in bed, Izuku tried to piece together what had happened on Friday night. He recalled finding traces of blood and something foreign in his prosthetic, which unsettled him. With his phone destroyed, he had nothing to occupy his mind while he waited for Yuna. Eventually, Recovery Girl informed him that he and Hatsumi were to report to Principal Nizu at the end of the day to discuss Friday night's events, a meeting he dreaded. He wasn't concerned about the incident itself, but rather about facing the principal who had rejected him. His hand unconsciously clenched into a fist at the thought. Nearly an hour later, Yuna arrived, sporting a visitor's badge that allowed her entry into the university. To Izuku's dismay, she was accompanied by the daywalker, and he felt an urge to escape through the window. He was met with a playful slap to the side of the head that nearly made him dizzy from his concussion. He watched as Yuna and Recovery Girl nearly clashed over the incident. "How could you be so brilliant yet act so foolish? You scared me half to death. I thought I'd have to do your therapy all over again," Yuna exclaimed. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the similarities between her and Recovery Girl's reactions, feeling embarrassed as he rubbed the back of his head. While they talked, loud pounding echoed from the hallway, and suddenly the door burst open. All Might stood in the doorway, his smile bright as he spotted Izuku. Before anyone could comment on the damaged door, Izuku was enveloped in a massive hug that nearly knocked the wind out of him. Tears streamed down Toshinori's face as he checked on Izuku, asking if he was okay multiple times. Chuckling, Izuku assured him he was fine, just concussed, prompting a loud apology from his father that left everyone speechless. Eventually, Yuna had to leave, giving Izuku his arm and a green face covering he used to wear in winter. She truly was the best. Toshinori and Recovery Girl watched as Izuku stared at his arm. Taking a deep breath, he attached the prosthetic. Toshinori had never seen him do this before, and his concern grew as he noticed Izuku double over in pain, gripping the bed tightly. He almost rushed to help, but Izuku raised a hand to stop him, taking shaky breaths. "It's fine, just the artificial nerves connecting," he managed to say, his head pounding from the stress. He looked to Recovery Girl, who sighed and handed him a bottle of painkillers. He took the appropriate amount, knowing both the #1 hero and a doctor would disapprove of his usual habits. Unfortunately, he would also need a new backpack since his was ruined, but that could wait as the day was nearly over. As he pulled himself together and got dressed, Toshinori was troubled. He hadn't yet spoken to Izuku about teaching Izumi. He hadn't seen her in so long, and now he was her teacher, along with Bakugo, whose anger seemed to have intensified since their last encounter. Toshinori wanted to discuss the accident with Izuku. He had wanted to for years, but he just didn't know how to start. He had tried before, but his son practically shut down whenever it was mentioned. Izumi seemed to avoid him at every turn, and when he questioned her, he sensed something was amiss. She had to be involved in something. This whole ordeal had reignited Toshinori's hunt for answers. He was determined to learn the truth about his son's accident, one way or another. Finally making himself presentable, Izuku donned his green scarf and said his goodbyes, giving his father a hug. His father assured him he would take him home that night. Izuku smiled and nodded before covering his face with the scarf and stepping out of the office. Almost immediately, as he headed toward the support studio, his heart began to pound. He wanted nothing more than to hide in his scarf. Even though the halls were empty, it felt as if a million eyes were on him. As he walked, he tried to contact Elizabeth, only to receive the same humming in response. He theorized that perhaps when they had hit him, it damaged the housing unit at the base of his nape. Since he wasn't having any difficulties using his prosthetics, it meant she was still active at least. Lost in his thoughts, he registered that he had made it to the support studio. As soon as he reached for the door, it exploded. One door exploding would be strange enough, but two in one day? Then he found himself pinned to the floor by the girl he had come to see. As the smoke began to clear and the foreign object lay across him, Izuku could hear his professor shouting, but his mind struggled to keep up with the chaos. His concussion was not helping. When he finally caught up with his surroundings, he was met with massive yellow orbs staring into his green ones. Then he noticed two other large objects in his face and promptly shut down. Coughing from her latest unintentional device, Mei tried to figure out what had broken her fall. When the smoke cleared, she was met with shocked emerald eyes that seemed to pull her gaze in like a perfect field on a spring day. She couldn't help but stare at the brightest green eyes she had ever seen. Suddenly, the face attached to those eyes turned redder than a tomato, and the person beneath her began to move and squirm. She could hear muffled sounds coming from him, but she didn't really care. Looking closer, she quickly recognized who had acted as her impromptu cushion. It was her business associate, Muscles. He looked different, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She shook herself from her thoughts and quickly stood up, while he took a deep breath that sounded almost like a tire being filled. She wondered if he might have some internal prosthetics as well and made a mental note to inquire about it later. She watched as he stood up and brushed himself off, maintaining a rather awkward stance. Mei greeted him cheerfully, surprised to see him up and awake, but he looked different. He sported the same medical undercut, but it now looked tidied up. She could also see his face well, most of it. A green scarf covered his mouth and part of his nose, and she couldn't help but think it complemented his hair and eyes. Where had that thought come from? She also noticed a bit of metal peeking out from the sides of his head, no doubt from his mechanical jaw. She felt an overwhelming urge to examine him closely. He was a walking engineering marvel, and she wanted to be a part of it. Izuku was blushing and stuttering, perhaps more hurt than she initially thought. She couldn't help but admire the exposed part of his face, drawn to it as if it were something forbidden. But it wasn't a bad thing. As the lowering sun shone through the windows, she found herself admiring him more as a person than a machine. Hatsumi was silent, just staring at him. Izuku felt compelled to break the gaze and raised his scarf over his nose in embarrassment when suddenly, she slapped his shoulder and grasped it firmly. It was Hatsumi, and she wore a smile that could rival his father's. She expressed her excitement about having him back and mentioned that they had much to do with little time. She had an idea for some gear for the aspiring heroes and wanted to run it by him. Powerloader had said something about studio safety and stop blowing things up, Hatsumi, which she thought was overly dramatic. Now that he was back, she felt she could finally get him off her case. She rambled on about the upcoming sports festival and their partnership, completely ignoring the shocked professor and horrified classmates. Izuku chuckled as he adjusted his scarf, feeling reassured that he didn't need to worry when he had Hatsumi by his side. He picked up the fallen door and handed it to Power Loader before following his partner to their very charred workbench. Surprisingly, things didn't change much between Mei and Izuku. Even though she could see most of his face, she treated him almost normally. He noticed her eyeing his hand as if it were the most precious item on the planet. She didn't bring it up, but he could tell she had many questions and wanted to share her thoughts. By the end of the day, Izuku felt grateful that Mei was largely oblivious to the opinions of those around her. Despite the mess on his face, she remained unfazed, allowing him to feel normal for a while. In just 2 hours, they had created half a dozen prototypes and various concepts in preparation for the sports festival. The support class was initially designed for guided projects, where students would learn to create support items and work on small projects as they progressed through the years. However, Power Loader's plans changed dramatically when he saw Izuku and Mei produce a fully functional miniature tank using nothing but a box of scrap materials. Power Loader had initially thought these two supposed geniuses would make a great team to foster innovative ideas. He didn't realize he had inadvertently created a chaotic situation. Instead of forcing them to learn what they already knew, which would only lead to further chaos, he decided to let them work on whatever they wanted, as long as it was on theme. This decision turned out to be one of the biggest mistakes of his career. Pairing those two was like handing a grenade to a baby, one with the ideas of a brilliant scientist and the other with the skills of a mechanical surgeon, both driven by an intense passion to bring their ideas to life. Power Loader genuinely feared for the world when they graduated, and this was only the beginning of the second week. Finally, students began moving into the dorms by course, with the hero course going first. The support students would not arrive until the following week, and the general students a week after that. When the end of the day arrived, Mei and Izuku were forced from the studio to visit Nizu, both covered in oil and grease, their coveralls in disarray. While Mei was indifferent to their appearance, Izuku hoped to avoid making Nizu's office dirty. As they walked down the hall, Mei excitedly talked about potential capture weapons. She had come up with a patent-pending design called the Shock and Drop. Essentially a launcher that would fire small projectiles that would attach to a target, causing involuntary spasms. Izuku listened attentively when suddenly, he felt something grab his hand. Looking down, he saw that Mei had taken hold of his hand without stopping to ask, inspecting his prosthetic. Reflexively, he pulled his hand away, feeling a sense of betrayal as if she had broken an unspoken agreement. However, he paused when he noticed her questioning gaze. Mei expressed her surprise at being able to feel through the prosthetic, her curiosity overwhelming her. She began to ramble about the materials and technology involved, and for a moment, Izuku felt sympathy for Power Loader. He had witnessed what happened when Mei's curiosity was not focused. It would build up until she exploded with excitement. Mei hadn't meant to betray him, her curiosity had simply taken over. Izuku understood this, recognizing that he sometimes acted similarly. With a sigh, he placed his hands on Mei's shoulders, closed his eyes, and lowered his scarf. Instantly, Mei fell silent. When he opened his eyes, he saw her speechless, her mind racing as she struggled to find words. He acknowledged her curiosity but gently reminded her to ask next time, affirming their friendship. Mei had not had a proper friend in a long time, and she realized she preferred Izuku over others in their class. He was part robot, which made it easier for her to connect with him. Seeing the seriousness in his expression, she nodded and smiled. Izuku released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, relieved that Mei seemed to understand the boundaries. Bashfully, he pulled his scarf back up and continued walking toward the principal's office. He noticed Mei fidgeting with her thumb, walking on her heels while casting sidelong glances at him. When their eyes met, she let out a prolonged "susu," prompting Izuku to roll his eyes and extend his hand in front of her face. Her eyes widened with excitement as she grabbed hold of his prosthetic, inspecting it closely. As they walked, Mei mumbled enthusiastically, commenting on the texture of the fake skin plating and examining the joints. Izuku chuckled at her enthusiasm until she said something that piqued his interest. She questioned why he was trying to make the prosthetics so lifelike. Izuku asked for clarification, and Mei looked at him as if he had 3 heads before slowly repeating her question. He wondered if she was treating him like she did most others, needing to simplify her. Thus, when he explained that he wanted it to feel normal, Mei expressed her disbelief that he would hide such a remarkable feature. She pointed out that there was literally a person in their school who was a rat, so why should he cater to anyone else's expectations? As her words sank in, Izuku felt a spark of inspiration ignite within him, and an idea began to form in his mind, racing alongside Mei's enthusiasm. Izuku suddenly realized that he had been overlooking something important. He had been so focused on reclaiming what he had lost, trapped in a cycle of self-doubt, that he had never considered the possibilities for growth. He had always excelled with machines, and now he was part machine himself. A surge of inspiration struck him, and he froze, his mind racing with ideas. Hatsumi nearly collided with him as he stood there, eyes gleaming with excitement. When he turned to her, he surprised her by lifting her into the air effortlessly. Hatsumi had never heard him laugh like that before, and it was a sound that brought her unexpected joy. He spun her around before gently setting her down, running his hands through his curly hair, still laughing. He exclaimed how foolish he had been, overwhelmed by the potential for new ideas that lay before him. This was a whole new realm of possibilities, and he didn't even know where to begin. He had always dreamed of creating his own quirks using machines, but he had been too consumed by the abilities of others to recognize his own potential. It took a slide of genius to realize that. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and looked at Mei, who wore an expression that indicated she had an idea. She eagerly asked if she could help, her enthusiasm infectious. Izuku smiled back, his eyes reflecting his genuine happiness. Maybe was enough for her. It was a crack in the door, and she would seize the opportunity to dive into the project. The duo soon arrived at the office of the so-called smartest animal on the planet, a title both Hatsumi and Izuku found questionable given their own experiences. Without hesitation, Mei burst through the door, much to Izuku's amusement. Nizu greeted them warmly, offering tea, though Izuku was taken aback by the sight of a talking rodent in a suit. Mei, with her characteristic boldness, rolled over the back of a couch and settled into a seat, impressing Izuku with her antics. Izuku shook his head at Nizu's question, secretly wishing he could throw the rodent out the window. Nizu acknowledged the end of the day and suggested they keep the meeting brief. He expressed his excitement about their accomplishments and the upcoming sports festival but quickly shifted to the reason for their meeting. He wanted to discuss the events of Friday evening, assuring them they were not in trouble but simply seeking to understand what had transpired. Izuku felt uneasy about Nizu's overly cheerful demeanor, sensing something off. Before he could gather his thoughts, Mei took the lead in explaining their encounter. She described how they had been discussing a neural interface when they were suddenly attacked by a group of assailants. She recounted how they had tried to drag her away and how she had seen one of them strike Izuku. The memory of fear washed over her, but she quickly shifted back to her usual self, casually mentioning how she had bitten one of the attackers and used a screwdriver to defend herself. The details became hazy, but she remembered a scream and then waking up in the nurse's office at UA. Nizu listened intently, noting the shift in Mei's demeanor during her recounting. While Izuku's memory faded after being struck, he assumed a hero had intervened. Nizu sensed they were both being truthful, and the details of their encounter echoed a recent case the police were investigating, though he chose not to disclose that information. As the conversation drew to a close, Nizu dismissed them. Just as Izuku was about to leave, Nizu expressed his relief that Izuku was okay and remarked that he would achieve great things, smiling knowingly. Izuku nodded and closed the door behind him, unaware of the wicked smile that spread across Nizu's face. Nizu had never intended to reject Izuku's application to the hero course. He was eager to see the boy compete. He couldn't help but chuckle at the clever plan devised by Toshinori and Izuku to navigate the system. Hatsumi and Izuku chatted amiably as they walked outside, the meeting having gone better than Izuku had anticipated. Nizu's sincerity in his parting words felt strange but reassuring. Their conversation soon returned to the topic of lantern rings. They reached the parking lot, where Toshinori waved at them, his heart swelling with pride. Seeing Izuku, his son, standing outside and walking with a girl nearly brought him to tears. It had to be Hatsumi since she matched Izuku's description. But right now, he had to play it cool and act natural as the cool dad. However, he was bursting with curiosity and wanted to ask a million questions. As the duo arrived, Izuku introduced them. He told Hatsumi that this was his dad, and Toshinori laughed heartily as he extended his hand to Mei, saying it was nice to finally meet her and that Izuku had said a lot about her. He didn't notice the mortified look on his son's face. To Izuku's shock, Mei smiled back and shook Toshinori's hand, but then she spoke. It was a pleasure to meet him, she said, and then added that his son was wonderful for creating amazing projects. Izuku nearly combusted from embarrassment. The room fell silent for a moment as they continued to shake hands, and then Toshinori erupted into laughter. Izuku gave a half-hearted chuckle, glancing back and forth, realizing that this first impression was going quite well. Mei looked utterly confused. Toshinori then asked if Mei would like to have dinner with them that night, mentioning he was ordering pizza since Izuku claimed he couldn't cook. He chuckled at his own joke as Mei thought for a moment before agreeing. She pulled out her phone to text her parents that she wouldn't be home for dinner and then got into the truck. Toshinori and Izuku exchanged glances before shrugging and getting into the front seat. As they drove back home, Izuku was internally panicking because his father hadn't cleaned the garage at all. There was no way Hatsumi would leave without seeing his workshop, and he feared she might wreak havoc in there. It got worse when Toshinori began questioning Mei. He asked what made her want to join the support course, trying not to pry into his son's social life. Mei responded that she loved creating projects that could help people and that the support course was a way to do that while also making a good income. Izuku desperately wished she would stop referring to her projects in such a way. Toshinori chuckled as the conversation shifted to Mei's favorite current project. Finally, as they arrived, Mei and Izuku fell back into their usual discussions about creating a project that could cook the perfect pizza. It was an interesting conversation, even if it wouldn't be shared here. Toshinori, being the ultimate wingman, quickly left Izuku and Hatsumi alone, saying he would order the pizza and had a few things to do. He suggested that Izuku show off the garage to spark conversation. Izuku felt proud of his dad for trying to be cool. As they entered the garage, Mei pulled the door shut behind her and took in the organized chaos of materials and projects scattered around. She appreciated the hidden order within the apparent mess, recognizing the mind of an engineer. This was something she could definitely get behind. Izuku chuckled as he placed his blazer on the back of an office chair and grabbed a well-worn light brown hoodie that complemented his green aesthetic. He was trying to play it cool but was losing it at the fact that he actually had a girl in his space. Hatsumi was nearly buzzing with excitement as she inspected the various projects, offering feedback and suggestions, completely engrossed in the environment. Izuku watched in shock and newfound respect as he made his way to the couches. The conversation soon shifted to Izuku's prosthetics, and he decided to introduce Mei to someone special. To her credit, Mei waited patiently as he prepared. He discovered that his connection to Liz was damaged, but she was active the whole time. He just couldn't hear her. After setting up the system again, a red light began to form as Liz took shape. When Mei saw the holographic figure, her eyes widened in amazement as she struggled to find the words to begin her questions. Liz stood there, tapping her foot with crossed arms. It had been 3 days since they last connected, and Liz expressed her frustration about the lack of communication. She had felt the impact of Izuku's injury and was upset that he had been running the mental strain without her. She could hardly see anything and had no control. Then, she turned to Mei and waved, who excitedly waved back before glaring at her creator. Izuku rubbed the back of his head as he made the introduction. He apologized to Liz, explaining that he had only woken up halfway through the day. He introduced Mei as Hatsumi and then Liz as his daughter. Mei blinked a few times before running up to Liz, exclaiming her excitement about meeting a super project. She bombarded Liz with questions about how she worked, how consciousness was simulated, why she called Izuku Dad, and why she looked like a teenager. Liz exchanged a knowing look with Izuku and smirked, while he rolled his eyes at the enthusiastic rambling. Izuku then asked Liz if she knew what happened Friday night, interrupting Mei's barrage of questions. Unfortunately, Liz admitted that she only remembered the last thing she saw that night, which was Izuku getting hit in the head. She had tried to warn him to turn around, but he had insisted on getting that extra punch in. That hit so hard it knocked her into stasis. She blew the hair out of her face, clearly frustrated. Izuku, her father, reminded her to watch her language, especially with a guest present. He was astonished that such a thing was even possible. Liz rolled her eyes in response, admitting that she hadn't known either. The trio chatted for a while until Liz decided to enter core stasis, claiming that their politics bored her. This left Izuku and Mei to discuss topics beyond engineering. Izuku shared a story about how he had managed to scare Liz, who had then called him a raging beach canoe. Mei laughed heartily at the story, prompting Izuku to exclaim that raising a teenager was hard, which only made Mei laugh even more. He found her laughter unexpectedly sweet, a stark contrast to her boisterous personality. Eventually, Mei began examining the blueprints that adorned the walls, stopping at a particular design. She nearly shouted in excitement, recognizing it as the physics med design. Izuku chuckled, admitting he had forgotten about it. As she reached for the print, she asked for permission, receiving a nod from him. Mei marveled at the design, exclaiming about the incredible energy it could produce. If his calculations were correct, even the residual waste could serve as a powerful energy source. She was genuinely amazed, declaring that it could change the world and provide efficient power for lifetimes. Izuku smirked and pulled another print from a nearby desk, joking that they might only create something big enough to run for 15 minutes. As they shared a moment of triumph, they bumped fists, unaware that Toshi had placed a pizza in the room. The sports festival was approaching, and Izuku's only ticket was drawing near. He and Mei had decided to team up for the festival, believing it would be beneficial for their brand, Hatsuagi. With the stage set, they were ready to show the other competitors how things were done, preparing for a friendly competition. As they walked down the halls toward the cafeteria for lunch, both Izuku and Mei were in sour moods. Earlier that morning, a group of vultures, as Mei called them, had crowded at the university gates, hoping to gather information about Toshinori. They had also asked Izuku some uncomfortable personal questions. Mei had suggested creating a nutrient cocktail that would eliminate the need for food, a project that Powerloader had outlawed, but that wouldn't stop them. Izuku wore his green scarf, still feeling regret for not having made a new mask. At least he had managed to put his visor back together, giving him a somewhat intimidating appearance, resembling a metallic half-skull mask. They finally received their usual meals of katsudon, a dish Mei had come to love since Izuku had introduced her to it. Izuku warned Mei that adding too much potassium could be dangerous, potentially causing radiation poisoning. Mei countered that bombarding the body with nutrients could eliminate the need for food entirely, calling it genius. Izuku laughed, calling her insane, to which she playfully pointed her chopsticks at him, teasing him about being a cyborg. Before they could continue their banter, a loud alarm blared, accompanied by screams. They heard someone mention intruders, noting that such an event had never happened in their 3 years at school. Acting quickly, Izuku grabbed Mei's hand and tried to move against the flow of panicking students, but they were swept along with the crowd. In the chaos, Izuku managed to position Mei against a wall, shielding her with his arms as he stood his ground. He called out for Liz to provide a visual of the situation. Liz quickly scanned the outside security cameras, revealing footage of the vultures breaking into the school grounds and overwhelming the gates. Just then, they saw a kid with glasses float into the air, attempting to calm the mob by insisting it was only the press and that they shouldn't be afraid. If you asked Mei and Izuku, he might have seemed a bit over the top, but they wouldn't judge too harshly. After all the head counts and procedures were completed, the students returned to class for the remainder of the day. It was just a minor hurdle in their quest for glorious evolution. Mei practically sprinted back to the studio as soon as they received the go-ahead. However, something about the whole situation bothered Izuku. He had tasked Liz with gathering information about the break-in to see what she could uncover. If his instincts were correct, this was more than just a group of reporters. His attention quickly shifted, though, as he watched Mei attempt a drop kick on their old project from the workbench. What should have been an impressive display of athleticism ended with Mei tumbling off the bench and landing on the floor. Despite the fall, she quickly recovered and shouted that she was fine. Hatsumi had consumed several energy drinks that hour. After they began discussing his ambitious engine, she had found a new obsession. With only half an hour of sleep and a flurry of energy, she managed to create several designs for potential applications. Most notably was a device she called the Ace in the Hole. Izuku examined the detailed blueprints and saw a HRSS-type device with a cradle on the back. She had managed to shrink his design nearly tenfold. What once required a vehicle could now be carried like a smaller backpack. Izuku decided to take this concept a step further and began to describe all of his prosthetics. It wasn't an easy task, but if he wanted a chance at getting into the hero course, he needed every advantage possible. He allowed Mei to inspect some of his prosthetics in private, feeling comfortable sharing them with her. Izuku excitedly held the blueprints and explained that while the device was brilliant, they needed a way to utilize its power. He mentioned that upgrading his prosthetics would require energy, and if they could somehow connect it to his devices, it could be their masterpiece, their edge. Both inventors exchanged determined looks, their minds working in sync, while Power Loader sensed the impending chaos. As the day progressed, the pair had managed to create a barely functional prototype. It resembled its predecessor but was held together by mere hopes and dreams. They stared at their creation, the first project they had made together that was destined to make an impact. While it wasn't portable yet, it needed a jumpstart to operate. The theory was simple, but the tangled cords connected to a dangerously crowded power bar suggested otherwise. Power Loader's instincts kicked in as Mei lowered her goggles and shouted for action. Izuku shielded his eyes as he grabbed hold of the lever. Just as he pulled it, Liz remarked on something odd before everything went dark. Then, a loud voice echoed through the darkness, calling out for Mei and Izuku, their professor stumbling around in search of them. Mei exclaimed that they had pulled the wrong lever and urged Izuku to move quickly. She grabbed his arm, trying to pull him away, but he remained still, pointing at something in the dark. It was then that she noticed the small device on the workbench emitting a faint blue light and humming with energy. They stood in silence as their professor entered the room and froze at the sight. Their silhouettes were illuminated by the glowing device in front of them. They had done it, skipping several steps but achieving a remarkable feat. They had recreated one of the most powerful generators in the world, now the size of a weighted vest. The room filled with awe as the light grew brighter, and small objects around the device began to float and spin in the air. It became clear that Izuku Yagi and Mei Hatsumi were in a league of their own. While everyone marveled at the scientific breakthrough, the moment was abruptly interrupted as the school went into lockdown. The situation escalated quickly. They were under attack by actual villains, or at least Class 1A was. Izuku ended up spending another night in the nurse's office while his father was held for observation. Liz had noticed that they had lost connection with the USJ, the off-site facility used for rescue training. Thankfully, no one was killed, but some were injured, which infuriated Izuku. He felt helpless, wishing he could have done something to prevent his father from getting hurt. As the chaos unfolded, all the teachers were called to the USJ. Izuku learned that his uncle Aizawa was in critical condition after a biological weapon had nearly killed him. Pro Hero 13 was also severely injured. All Might eventually defeated the creature, but at a significant cost. While Izuku sat with his father, All Might informed him that he had to reduce his active hero time even further, from 3 hours to 1. The university was closed while investigations were conducted, and discussions about canceling the sports festival began. Izumi came to visit, having been at the USJ during the attack. She had broken her arm but had helped in the fight. Although she never saw Izuku, he watched their interaction from a distance. Despite being his sister, even though she was hurt and taking the time to visit their injured father, he felt a surge of anger towards her. It had been a week since the university had been closed for an extensive investigation. Fortunately for Toshinori, his son had managed to pull through. Thanks to the replacements Izuku had created for him, things could have been much worse. The area where his original wound had been was now covered, and many of his missing organs had been repaired. Although he was still limited as a hero, at least his injury hadn't worsened, and he was grateful for that. Unexpectedly, Izumi had come to visit him. In the hospital, her arm in a cast from where that creature had grabbed her. Despite not having seen her in 3 years, she was still his daughter, and he cared deeply for her. Their exchange was awkward, the tension in the air palpable. Izumi, her head lowered and avoiding his gaze, asked how Izuku was doing. Toshinori, the renowned hero, could sense when someone was hiding something, but for now, he chose to spend this personal time with his daughter. He told her that Izuku was doing better, though he omitted some truths, knowing that Izuku wanted to keep certain things private. Izumi's gaze fell even lower as she barely whispered that she understood. They stood in silence for a while before Toshinori struggled to rise, despite his daughter's protests. To her surprise, he embraced her tightly. He expressed how much he missed her and her mother, apologizing for not being the father she needed. He reassured her that he would always be there for her, even if it was just to talk about anything or nothing at all. As he held her, tears began to flow from her eyes, quickly turning into sobs as she hugged him tightly. Toshinori stood there, rubbing her back and allowing her to vent her emotions. Meanwhile, Izuku remained hidden behind a curtain, glaring at his sister as she cried, feeling no pity for her. A ghostly visage that had haunted him since awakening from his coma urged him to take action. He listened silently, feeling a compulsion to move. As Izumi broke away from the hug, she struggled to clean her eyes and nose from her emotional outburst. She expressed her fear from the recent events, recounting how scared she had been when she saw the creature grab their father and how helpless she felt during the attacks. Toshinori maintained a somber expression as he held her hand and gently rubbed her arm, a comforting gesture he had used when she was younger. He realized how much he had missed in her life, and the weight of their lost time hung heavy between them. After nearly an hour of heartfelt exchange, Recovery Girl entered, urging Izumi to leave so Toshinori could rest. They shared one last hug before she left, and although he still sought answers about what she was hiding, Toshinori felt grateful to have rekindled their bond. Once he received the all-clear from his father, Izuku emerged from his hiding spot, startling Chio, who nearly dropped her cane in surprise. Toshinori chuckled, apologizing for the lengthy visit, but when he looked at Izuku he was taken aback by the cold, glowing green eyes that seemed to pierce his soul. Izuku stood silently, and for a moment, Toshinori felt unnerved. Since starting school, Izuku had shown significant improvement, but now it felt as if they were back in the hospital. The lively nature of his son seemed to have vanished, leaving behind an empty shell. Just as quickly as the episode began, it ended, with Izuku shaking his head and saying it was fine, but he needed to head home since visiting hours were over. Toshinori tried to stop him, but Izuku was already out the door before he could say anything. Chio sighed and looked at Toshinori, commenting sarcastically about teenagers, earning a glare in response. As Izuku walked down the halls, he was filled with rage. The proximity to his sister had ignited a storm of emotions within him. Her crying, every sound she made, drove him to the brink. He couldn't understand how she could reach out to their father after 3 years of silence. She must have been up to something, as she always was. A malicious grin spread across his face as he thought about her cast and her tears, feeling the anger boil over. She was using their mother's maiden name, Midoriya, instead of Yagi. The realization only fueled his fury further. The final nail in the coffin hit as he reached his breaking point. Grabbing a trash can, he shouted and threw it with all his might. It soared down the long hallway, bouncing hard off the wall. He felt lost, overwhelmed by an anger he had never experienced before. It was as if his body was on fire, a mix of phantom pain and the numbness of his condition. He struggled to steady himself and calm down. Liz watched him, concerned. She had been quiet the whole time they were in the nurse's office, afraid for her grandpops, but she chose to remain silent so he and Izuku could have their moment. Izuku, however, was far from okay. He ran a hand through his hair, frustration spilling over as he expressed his feelings. He didn't mean to take it out on Liz, but it was hard to contain. He raged about someone who had vanished for 3 years, acting as if nothing had changed, asking how he was doing as if she cared. The intensity of his emotions scared Liz. It wasn't just his anger that frightened her, it was the realization of how deeply this situation affected him. Taking a deep breath, Izuku shakily pulled out his phone and dialed a number. He needed help but couldn't share the details. He told his friend that they were going to create some things to hurt people. After a brief pause, she agreed to help, and he smiled, feeling a sense of relief as he stepped off the school grounds into the setting sunlight. As the week passed, Toshinori remained in the hospital for observation, leaving Liz as the only one to keep the two inventors in check. They had spent nearly the entire week in Izuku's workshop, working tirelessly. They had barely slept, but the results were worth it. Before them lay the beginnings of what they called the arsenal. Izuku mused about how cool a hero name that could be, though his exhaustion made his thoughts scatter. Mei, slightly fumbling her words, suggested testing one of their creations. Izuku nodded and reached across the pile, brushing over various items until he found a significant upgrade. In his hands was a metallic prosthetic, designed for battle. He inspected the details, noting the secrets it held. Disconnecting his current prosthetic, he attached the new one, feeling a familiar twitch as it responded to his commands. The small thruster in the elbow roared to life, revealing its capabilities. After testing it, he disconnected it again, placing it back on the bench. He complimented Mei on her work, acknowledging her talent. She excitedly talked about their plan, confident that if their theories were correct, they would surprise everyone. Elizabeth looked at them with annoyance. She had helped for the first few days, but this was getting out of hand. She had hoped to force them to take a break, but it hadn't worked. Exhausted, the two engineers collapsed on the worn couch, their bodies refusing to move any longer. Izuku had taken a higher dose of his medication than usual, and it was taking its toll. In a moment of honesty, he blurted out his intention to pursue the hero course. Mei, puzzled, asked for clarification. He explained that the upcoming festival was his ticket to getting in, which had been weighing heavily on his mind. Her response surprised him. She was not angry. Instead, she was excited about the possibilities. If he succeeded, they would gain attention from the big leagues, and their creations would sell like hotcakes. Izuku chuckled, reassured by her enthusiasm. With Mei by his side, he felt he had nothing to worry about. As he laughed, she slowly leaned over and collapsed on his shoulder, her eyes barely open. She mumbled a request for them to still be able to have children together before her eyes fell shut, and she began to snore quietly. Izuku's head followed the same path, resting atop hers as his eyes fluttered shut. He made a promise to his partner, and for the first time in a whole week, Izuku and Mei enjoyed a full night's sleep. Izuku sat alone at his studio bench, the last one remaining as everyone else had left to finalize their preparations. Hatsumi had been so engrossed in her conversation that she had forgotten about him entirely. He didn't mind, though. He needed some time to clear his head. Next to him was his cart, packed with as many cases as he could fit. His leg bounced rhythmically in both anticipation and anxiety, the sounds of mechanical tendons shifting echoing in the quiet room. He had gone over his plans, then his backup plans, and then his backup plans. He was as ready as he could be in the time he had. This was his one and only shot at achieving his dreams and proving everyone wrong. He wanted to show the world what a quirkless person could do, and more importantly, to prove to himself that they were mistaken. Izuku envisioned himself as a walking tank, or at least he hoped to be. He had enough munitions and experimental weaponry to rival a small militia. But would it be enough? Every time he thought of a plan, he found a way to tear it down. Every spark of hope was quickly smothered. Hope didn't belong here, nor did fear, only perfection and vengeance did. He had even muted Liz to have some time to think alone. He reflected on everything that had led him to this moment, feeling the sharp pain that would forever remain with him. Yet, amidst the suffering, he saw clarity. His life had changed. It had improved in some aspects. He had a complete family now, one built on trust and genuine love. He had a friend. But it had taken everything to get there. It required the complete destruction of his body and his identity. Even when he had nothing, the world continued to take from him, while those who had stolen his life and passions seemed to escape unscathed. Justice is blind, they say. He looked down at a syringe in his palm, filled with a glowing green liquid. He closed his eyes, feeling a phantom hand wrap around his shoulders before a voice echoed in his mind, urging him to tip the scales. Izuku took a deep breath and sighed, releasing Liz, who had been talking nonstop, unaware of her muted state. He wasn't going to ruin her fun. He placed the syringe back into its case and set it on the cart, then grabbed his repaired mask and slipped it over his disfigured features. Liz, full of enthusiasm, exclaimed that their opponents had no idea what was coming for them. Izuku chuckled as he pushed his cart from the support studio and into the bustling hallways of UA. Meanwhile, Toshinori waited anxiously in his viewing box within the Coliseum, as Nizu liked to call it. He paced back and forth, chewing on his nails in anticipation. He knew he shouldn't pick a side. Both students were like his children. Yet, he desperately wanted Izuku to triumph over the other competitors. He glanced at his phone and saw a message from Elizabeth, informing him that Izuku and she would arrive at the stadium in 10 minutes with the rest of the support course. Toshinori took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. He hadn't felt this nervous since the twins were born. Other staff members in the viewing box stared at him, concerned by his anxious demeanor. Looking down into the stands, he noticed they were nearly full, and there were still 45 minutes until the event began. Everything was set, he had done all he could. Now, it was up to Izuku to prove his mettle. Izumi walked cheerfully with her friends toward the stadium, laughing and joking, though secretly they all felt on edge. After the declaration of war, it felt as though a massive target had been placed on Class 1A's backs, especially with two prominent figures among them. Having survived a villain attack in their intense training, many of them felt overconfident going into this competition, a true warning of potential disaster. Bakugo growled at his friends, a tall boy with spiky red hair and shark-like teeth, and a shorter boy with blonde hair featuring a black lightning bolt. This was it, the whole world would be watching them. They would show that they had earned their spots and that they were the best of the best. It was time to prove they could be heroes. Hatsumi lay beneath a hoist in the support course break room, a salted pretzel stuffed into her mouth by a certain green giant standing nearby. He was making final equipment checks and clipping on last-minute additions to his belt. Two hilts were sheathed on his new prosthetic legs, which were made of sleek gray and black metal, interspersed with panels and bolts. A large pistol was holstered at his hip, attached to his utility belt, while two small containers hung at the back of his hips, with hook-like objects on the sides. He wore a tanned bulletproof vest made from a titanium and graphene alloy, capable of withstanding significant impacts. His dark green jumpsuit was cut-resistant and fire-retardant, lightweight and comfortable. Resting atop the jumpsuit was a black HRSS connected directly to Izuku's synthetic spine. Two more containers were wrapped around his shoulder blades, matching those at his hips. His right hand was a new prosthetic he and Mei had designed, called Memento Mori, while his left was covered by a large gauntlet that matched the look of his mechanical appendage. He was just finishing the HRSS for his most important tool, the AITH. Now fit into a significantly cleaner and sleek shell, it no longer looked like it would collapse all of reality at any second, its ambient blue glow resonating with a small hum. Sharing the same connection as the metal HRSS, the AITH connected directly with Izuku's spine. He was ready for war and certainly looked the part. Dressed in military green and brown, with a shamak around his neck and a mask, he resembled a soldier sent from the future. His visor collapsed around his eyes, folding into a full mask, a feature he designed after his previous mask was destroyed. His eyes glowed green as he turned to look at Hatsumi. The other students gawked at him in awe, captivated by his intimidating visage. Mei, however, looked on with excitement, knowing this would be a fantastic opportunity for their brand. He would be impossible to miss. Everyone chatted amicably while they waited for their turn to enter the arena, some making plans and others dismissing the event entirely. Izuku was helping to HRSS Hatsumi's grapple system around her legs as she finished last-minute diagnostics. His role in this was crucial. He was to carry them as far as possible to attract attention, allowing Mei to pull out the big guns for their presentation. After finishing his task, Izuku glanced over at Mei, who struck a dorky action pose, prompting both Liz and Izuku to roll their eyes. Izuku complimented her, noting how slick she looked, before playfully grabbing her goggles and letting them snap back against her face. She dramatically exclaimed that she was hit and needed to be taken out of the game, slowly lowering herself to the ground. Liz played stock clapping sounds in their ears, and Izuku genuinely laughed, enjoying the moment. However, a wave of sobriety hit him as he realized that in just a few minutes, he would face his biggest hurdle in achieving his dreams. He understood that he might have to overcome others to achieve his own goals. May the best man win and all that. It was a good thing he was part machine. The booming voice of Present Mike introduced the first course onto the field, announcing the class that had survived and fought off a villain attack. This was it. The whole world would be watching, just as Izuku had hoped. It was showtime. Izuku's vision was blurred by two things: exhaustion from running an entire race with a passenger and an all-consuming rage. Laying on the ground was his sister, Izumi Midoriya. He wanted to walk over and confront her, but he knew that wouldn't look good in front of the world. Forcing his gaze away, he turned back to Mei while Liz cheered and flipped off the other competitors through his heads-up display. Izuku's lungs finally performed the necessary procedures to regain his breath as more competitors reached the end. That's when he heard it. The crowd began chanting his name, their excited and semi-crazed smiles gazing at him with passion and encouragement. He had never felt anything like that before, truly being seen, like an extra move into the spotlight. A smile quivered on his lips as his hand shakily raised high into the air. In a moment of instinct, Izuku released a mechanized battle cry. The stadium erupted in cheers. People screamed and clapped, some even shaking each other in excitement. Izuku felt like a gladiator of ancient times. In that simple action, he had become a show-stealer, the underdog who appeared from nowhere to claim victory from the overconfident prodigy. He was a true dark horse in the running. As he turned, muffled shouting from behind him froze his body. Katsuki Bakugo stood there, glaring at Izuku as if he could see straight through his disguise. Katsuki was thrashing and screaming, being held back by two other boys. Izuku assumed they were Katsuki's new lackeys. However, unlike in their youth, he did not cower. Pain resurfaced as he recalled the name Katsuki used to call him. Returning the glare, his masked eyes burned into the raging teen. An idea formed in his head. He slowly raised his right arm, pointing a finger gun directly at Katsuki. He could feel the tension in the air. He whispered to himself, "IP shot," before mimicking the action of shooting with a flick of his wrist. Izuku had walked down one of the tunnels from the arena as preparations were made to announce the next challenge. Ensuring he was alone, he slammed his fist into the wall, creating a noticeable dent. He let out a shaky breath, chuckling sadly to himself as tears fell from his eyes. He couldn't pinpoint the reason for his tears: fear, sadness, joy. It was all mixed together, but humiliating Bakugo in front of everyone had felt surprisingly good. Izuku slumped against the wall, cradling a small device in his hand. From deeper in the dark hallway, he could see glowing green orbs staring at him, barely making out a silhouette. It didn't scare him. He knew it wasn't real. When he looked back, the eyes were gone, and he was once again alone. Taking a deep breath, he stored the device as his visor and mask folded back to conceal his appearance. Making his way back out to the field, Mei came bounding up to him, excitedly talking about her inventions. They dove into potential upgrades and fixes in detail before being interrupted by their scandalous hostess, who cracked her whip to gain the attention of everyone present. Midnight smirked as she called for the wheel, spinning it with a game show flair until it slowed to reveal the next game: cavalry battle. Izuku felt a wave of panic wash over him, but he was prepared. He knew they would have a team game, but a cavalry battle was not what he had expected. His next concern was the massive bullseye painted on him, labeled with "awarded 10 million points." The rules of the game required teams to have at least 3 members, 2 horses, and a rider. The rider would sit atop the horse's shoulders and wear a headband with a point tally. The objective was to steal other teams' headbands without letting the rider touch the ground. Even if a team lost their band, they could still compete until the end. The twist was that the placement in the race determined point totals, with the first-place team earning 10 million points. It was a clever strategy designed to challenge the leading team, creating chaos among the competitors. Izuku suspected it was a scheme devised by Principal Nizu. Everyone's glares focused on Izuku, making him feel as if they could drive him into the ground. Mei, however, was oblivious to the tension, and they quickly decided to team up, as that was their usual dynamic. They had gear that complemented each other well, and Izuku already had a plan that would be unforgettable if they wanted gladiators. He would give them gladiators. Now, the challenge was finding a third teammate. Almost instantly, everyone began to form groups, with the biggest threats being the hero course, who had basic combat training and experience working together. Izuku needed someone who could disrupt that training. He quickly had Mei scan for his target and made his move. Hitoshi Shinso was navigating through the crowd, searching for strong quirks when he felt a firm hand on his shoulder. Turning, he looked up to see a towering figure in a military-style uniform who was surprisingly intimidating. Next to him stood a girl with pink hair and unusual goggles. "You're Shinso, right? I heard about you challenging the hero course," the figure said. Shinso assumed he must have some sort of tech-based quirk, which made sense for someone in the support course. Shaking off his thoughts, Shinso nodded in response. "I was wondering if you'd like to join us. We need a third member, and if what I've heard is true, I think you could be a valuable asset to our team. If you follow my lead, we can show the world that the other courses shouldn't be underestimated," the figure said, sounding somewhat bashful yet oddly inspiring. Shinso considered it for a moment. He didn't want his quirk known just yet. The fewer people who knew, the better. But if he could win with these two without using his quirk, it was a golden opportunity. However, it would mean painting a target on himself, but the figure seemed confident, and Shinso sensed a plan. Why not? "Nice to meet you, partners," Shinso said dryly, extending his hand. The girl quickly grabbed it and shook it vigorously. "Hatsumi-ai. Mei Hatsumi-ai. Co-founder of Hatsuyagi Incorporated, patent pending," she exclaimed with her trademark grin. Shinso could only respond with a long drawn-out, "right." He could tell that this energetic girl would be quite a handful. Now with a full team, Izuku removed the bottom half of his mask to make it easier to communicate among the murmuring crowd. The sight of his mechanical jaw surprised Shinso and piqued his curiosity. "I have a plan, but I'd like it to be a surprise. Shinso, would you mind being the rider? Don't worry about Mei. I'm sure she could lift all might over her shoulders. As for strategy, well, I may have painted an even bigger target on us with Bakugo glaring at us over there," Izuku said, pointing his thumb at Bakugo, who was visibly irritated, along with Izumi and Todoroki. "Oh great, just 3 of the strongest students want us out of the competition. Anything else?" Shinso replied sarcastically, but Izuku only laughed. "If there's one thing you should know about me, Shinso, I've always got something up my sleeve. Have some faith," Izuku said as Mei fiddled with some equipment, hardly listening, while Liz scanned and listened in on others. Shinso looked at Izuku and slowly nodded in acknowledgement. They got into formation, with Shinso sitting atop Mei and Izuku's shoulders, though it was unbalanced due to the height difference. Izuku was practically carrying the sleep-deprived boy, who thought it was an odd formation since they wouldn't have much mobility. Before Shinso could object, the gun fired. In an instant, every team made a beeline directly for them. Panic set in for Shinso as Izuku remained still, not even flinching. Mei looked concerned until Izuku bent his knees. The crowd held its breath as the 10 million point team was rushed. They watched Izuku lift Shinso onto his shoulders entirely and sweep Mei off her feet in one swift motion, picking her up in a bridal style. Then he charged headfirst into the wave of attackers. Gasps filled the air as Shinso screamed while they ran at top speed towards the approaching students. The yelling orders of Bakugo and Izumi echoed around them, accompanied by Todoroki's cold stare. The first attack came, but it missed. As the ice wave approached, Izuku exploded into action. From around his hood, back, and legs, thousands of small black pill-like robots burst off of him. Before Shinso could react, the trio was surfing on a wave of tiny robots, gliding effortlessly across the ground as the swarm pulled them along. Mei cheered and laughed, enjoying the thrill, while Shinso screamed for his life. Izuku managed to navigate through the groups, reaching the other side of the horde as the swarm divided to create the best path of escape. As they sped past the main group of students, Shinso was left flabbergasted, while Mei wore a wide smile that made Shinso think she was a bit manic. Izuku, even while holding both Mei and Shinso, glared at a particularly aggressive Pomeranian, a small crooked smirk stretching across his face as the shapeless black mass began to shift and move, forming something around them. Everyone in the crowd and even the staff viewing box was on the edge of their seats, trying to make sense of what was happening to the 10 million point team. A massive thud echoed as the audience collectively gasped in disbelief. It was a charcoal chariot with twin mechanical horses. Izuku placed Shinso next to him as he walked to the front of the chariot, the horses dragging their microbot hooves along the ground, leaving a small trail that returned to their form. The crowd stared in amazement as Izuku bent over and unbuckled the two hilts on his legs. While they waited, the horde began infighting, trying to steal points from each other while being so close. However, 3 specific teams were determined to take them down and charged through the chaos, stealing bands along the way. Shinso shouted, urging them to move, but Izuku simply glared at the 3 teams approaching. He nodded at Mei before igniting his swords. In a dazzling flash, the hilts transformed into glowing blue blades that pulsed with electricity. Izuku had not only invented working microbots but had also created actual lightsabers. Due to the residual energy from the AITH, it was easy to make the legendary blades. As another display of skill, the handles expanded like batons, turning the swords into twin spears. They charged once more as a barrage of ice attacks rained down on them. The microbots adapted, taking the shape needed to traverse the terrain, and the chariot became a symbol of their cool factor as they became the wave once more. They dodged explosions, electrical attacks, floating rocks, and even acid. It was as if Izuku could see the future. They avoided every attack with grace. Suddenly, Bakugo screamed in rage and rocketed off his horses, heading straight for them. It was a foolish mistake. Izuku speared him out of the sky, twisting his spear and throwing it with just enough force to knock Bakugo down. Wads of tape plucked him from the air, much to Izuku's disappointment, but that didn't matter. Izuku called out to Mei, drawing a massive hand cannon from his hip and handing it to her. He instructed her to drop it if anyone got close. Suddenly, he stood on the edge of the chariot, one of his grappling hooks retrieving his missing blade. Shinso yelled, asking where he was going. All around them, ice pillars and structures formed as Todoroki tried in vain to immobilize them. Izuku replied with a smirk, saying he was hunting before he jumped from the chariot. The rules stated that the rider couldn't touch the ground, but he used the ice to his advantage. His new legs exploded with concussive force, channeling power from the AITH for explosive kicks that allowed him to run and kick with the force of a cannon. It looked remarkably similar to a certain Pomeranian's power. He used the ice to springboard off, descending upon Todoroki's team like a hawk. They didn't stand a chance as Izuku came flying in, sliding across the ground next to Ida and slicing across the boy's legs, dropping him to the ground instantly. Ida's legs spasmed with electricity, and Izuku deduced that he was their main source of mobility, thanks to Liz's information about his quirk. The sudden loss of Ilda nearly caused the team to lose Todoroki as well. The boy with yellow hair, whom Izuku had seen with Katsuki, looked at Izuku in sheer terror, resembling a shark that had just devoured a friend. Without thinking, Kaminari unleashed a shockwave. The team fell to their knees as Izuku collapsed onto his back, reminiscent of an old cartoon character freezing and then dropping. Todoroki's team was practically incapacitated at this point. Ilda struggled to rise while Yaoyorozu fought to support Todoroki. Meanwhile, Izuku was trying to comprehend what had just happened. His body felt strange, but thankfully, the AITH had absorbed most of the energy, preventing a dire outcome since his spine had acted like a lightning rod. He had just taken a massive jolt of electricity. The blonde boy, however, seemed even more disoriented. Slowly, Izuku stumbled to his feet, his ears ringing and his body feeling odd. He could hear Liz trying to communicate with him, but he struggled to focus. Shaking his head, he quickly moved to pull the band from Todoroki's disoriented head. With a distorted and glitchy voice, Izuku exclaimed that it was nothing personal as he yanked the band away and dashed back to the chariot, which was currently fleeing from Bakugo. It appeared that Izumi was targeting smaller prey for the moment. Directing the chariot toward him, Izuku stood in front of the speeding vehicle. To the crowd's astonishment, it plowed toward him, but instead of colliding, it swerved around him, and in an instant, Izuku found himself in the chariot, facing the pursuing Bakugo team. Leading them back to the chaotic battlefield, Izuku grabbed the Lawbringer from Mei and fired 3 shots. The concussive blast struck the red-haired opponent in the chest, and to Izuku's surprise, he absorbed the impact like a champion. The other 2 were not so fortunate. He managed to hit the tape-wielding boy, sending him flying from the formation, while the 3rd shot grazed the pink-haired girl, knocking her off balance. They could only watch as the trio rode farther away, struggling to regain their composure. Just as all the teams noticed Izuku and his team and began their approach, the buzzer sounded. The announcement declared Team Midoriya as the winning team. Izuku's mechanical eyes widened as he felt a surge of excitement. He turned to see Izumi smirking, spinning the headband around her finger. Either when he was distracted or when Pikachu dropped him, she must have used her telekinesis to slip the band off without Shinso noticing. But in the end, it didn't matter. They had made it. Present Mike listed the various rankings, with Team Obito placing 3rd and Bakugo in 2nd. The rest were inconsequential. They had all made it to the end, most importantly, including the 2 he intended to reunite with. Toshinori collapsed in his seat at the outcome of the 2nd event. Although they didn't win, Izuku was moving on to the finals, and that was what mattered. He felt proud of Izumi for winning as well. Both of his kids were putting on a great show. His attention was drawn to his phone when he heard his signature ringtone announcing an incoming call. Picking up the device, he saw it was Yuna calling. Tentatively placing the phone to his ear, he was unprepared for her enthusiastic shriek. Toshinori could only laugh in response as they began to chat about the sporting events. Meanwhile, Izuku and Mei were in their personal break rooms, taking a break while the students had lunch and rested. However, both inventors were focused on their work. Mei excitedly asked about the capacitors and whether everything was stable, lamenting the lack of time to create an army of microbots and lightsabers. Investors would go wild over those inventions. Izuku, on the other hand, had prepared various equipment for each scenario he might face, including specific gear for certain individuals. Although they didn't know for sure that it would be tournament style, it usually was for the finals, and Izuku was determined to be ready for anything. He checked the power supply for his sabers, knowing he would need to change the names to avoid legal issues later. He holstered the Lawbringer at his hip and adjusted his straps. The mechanical harnesses worked seamlessly with his movements, enhancing his strength and making intensive actions easier. It also allowed Liz to connect more effectively with his actions. It felt like controlling a machine rather than just a body. He had achieved his life's work, and he always believed that quirks weren't everything. When his plans came to fruition, the entire world would feel the impact. Izuku was still frustrated with Izumi for pulling off the win, hoping it wouldn't lead to unwarranted confidence. While Liz and Mei discussed enhancements and strategies, Izuku silently prepared himself. From this moment on, they would be going in alone. They wouldn't find help in each other this time. Turning to Mei, he spoke with a somber tone that quickly caught her attention. She was never good with emotional matters, but she usually picked up on Izuku's cues. She asked what he needed, but before she could react, he enveloped her in a hug. This was unusual for them. They rarely showed physical affection. Mei, who typically didn't care for intimacy or touch, was taken aback, while Izuku, who preferred not to be touched, found comfort in the gesture. This put her on edge slightly as he hugged her tightly. Liz had looked into the next event, which was going to be a one-on-one full-bore quirk fighting match. If she faced Kisei Bakugo or even Izumi, she needed to step out of the ring or withdraw. Mei had never really planned on going far in this part anyway. She knew it would be a tournament-style event, so she intended to show off in her first match and be done. But Izuku was saying that if she was paired against one of them, she should just bow out. She looked at him, confused, and was about to speak when he cut her off. They were dangerous, he told her, and she would understand soon enough. He asked her to promise that she would drop out if she faced either of them. Muscles hardly ever asked for much, so agreeing cost her nothing. However, she discovered something from this interaction. She liked Muscles' hugs. Izuku thanked Mei and apologized for the sudden hug. In truth, he didn't even know why he did it. Everything felt like it was ending, and for some reason, he had a fear that he wouldn't be coming back from this event. It was ridiculous, but he couldn't shake the feeling. He mentioned that he would tell her everything after the day was over, but before she could respond, they were interrupted by the PA calling them back to the field. Mei hefted her launcher into the air and grinned at Izuku. Liz spoke to both of them as they approached the door, eager for the competition. Everyone gathered on the field in front of the stage where Midnight stood once more. People moved around Izuku, parting like the Red Sea. Some support kids brought gear, but not a single one looked like Mei or Izuku. Midnight welcomed everyone back and reminded those advancing to the finals to have their safe words ready, as they would be competing in one-on-one matches. The stadium roared as the randomizing wheel displayed the words, 1 versus 1. Izuku knew it was rigged, but he was prepared nonetheless. First on the chopping block was Shinzo versus Bakugo. As everyone began to clear out to prepare the stage for the battles, Izuku swiftly found his former teammate and ushered him into one of the tunnels before anyone noticed. Shinzo was startled when he was suddenly dragged into the dark tunnel. He shouted in protest, breaking free from Izuku's grip and glaring at him. Izuku told him to be quiet and listen, silencing Shinzo's protests. To Shinzo's shock, Izuku removed his mask, revealing cold viridian eyes that burned with intense rage. The scars that lined nearly his entire face were unsettling, but Izuku urged him to focus. He warned Shinzo that Bakugo was unstable and would go too far if given the chance. He explained that Shinzo's quirk was brainwashing, but people needed to respond to him. Shinzo was stunned by the sudden change in topic and asked how Izuku knew that. Izuku insisted it didn't matter, but he advised Shinzo to get under Bakugo's skin and use it to his advantage. He suggested that Shinzo provoke Bakugo's massive ego, calling him weak or pathetic. But if that didn't work, he urged Shinzo to withdraw immediately. Shinzo protested, insisting that this was his one shot at being a hero and achieving his dreams. Izuku reminded him that Bakugo might not give him a choice. He hoped to face Bakugo eventually, but if Shinzo could win, he should go for it. He hinted that bowing out would infuriate Bakugo, who wanted to be the undisputed champion. Shinzo realized that in a pure physical fight he stood no chance. His only real chance was to catch Bakugo off guard. He smirked at the thought of his plan working and putting Bakugo in his place. But then he asked why Izuku was helping him. As Izuku walked deeper into the tunnel toward the stands, he called back that he didn't want to see Bakugo hurt anyone else. With that, he disappeared into the dark, leaving Shinzo to piece together the story of Icarus Obito. Izuku found the support courses section where everyone had grouped up. He quickly slid into an empty seat next to Mei, who was still tinkering as she waited. Izuku scanned the arena, looking for potential opponents. Roughly 10 minutes later, the arena was complete, and the first competitors were set to face off. Izuku's leg bounced in anticipation as he focused on the action. The crowd cheered as the two contenders sized each other up. Bakugo wore a cocky smirk as he glared at Shinzo, who remained unfazed, giving no reaction to Bakugo's rage. Unexpectedly, Shinzo called out to Bakugo, questioning whether he was born that way or if his mother had kicked him too many times. Bakugo was momentarily stunned by the comment. Shinzo continued, mocking Bakugo's weaknesses, which only fueled Bakugo's fury. Izuku watched intently from the stands, urging Shinzo to wait for the right moment. Suddenly, Midnight shouted for the match to begin. Bakugo exploded from his spot, launching at Shinzo, who smirked and commanded him to stop. To everyone's confusion, Bakugo obeyed, skidding to a halt on the concrete. The crowd fell silent, and then a voice broke through, exclaiming in astonishment. Shinzo couldn't help but smile broadly. He had done it. He had managed to outsmart Bakugo, one of the strongest kids in the university. Calming himself, His smile transformed into a grin as he spoke once more. He instructed Bakugo to be a good little dog and walk out of the ring. Slowly, Bakugo turned around and shuffled his way to the edge of the ring, causing the crowd to erupt in chaos. Shouts of confusion and cries of protest filled the air as Present Mike exclaimed in disbelief that Katsuki Bakugo was obeying Shinso and walking toward the boundary. Everyone sat stunned, realizing that Shinso might win without even lifting a finger. A certain female twin stood trembling at the edge of the stands, screaming at the blonde teen. The crowd began to chant as Bakugo took his final steps when suddenly, something small hit him in the face, a barely noticeable stone that had been launched at his forehead. In an instant, Bakugo snapped awake, freezing just a step before the line, dazed and confused as the crowd fell silent. He turned to glare at his opponent. The announcer shouted that Bakugo had broken free from Shinso's influence. Izuku glared at the stands where the hero courses were seated, focusing on his twin, who was smiling and yelling at his former tormentor. Shinso yelled in disbelief, questioning how Bakugo was moving, but the explosive teen remained silent, having learned from his past mistakes. Then, with a deafening boom, Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion, rocketing toward his opponent at breakneck speed. Shinso, to his credit, tried to think of a response, but before he could utter a word, Bakugo's fist connected with his stomach, sending him flying from the ring. The crowd erupted in unison as Shinso was impacted by the explosive blast, their shouts filled with shock rather than excitement or fear. Everything seemed to slow as Shinso was thrown from the ring at high speed. He hardly felt the impact, but he did feel the air abandon his lungs as his back met the wall. The arena fell silent as Shinso slumped to the ground, a small crack marking where his body hit the wall. All eyes were on Bakugo, who was ready to attack again, hunched over with sparks popping from his hands. Whispers spread through the crowd, everyone too stunned to react. Even Present Mike was silent. But one person was not silent. As soon as Izuku registered the events, his instincts kicked in. He jumped over the students in front of him and approached the stand's railing. Without a second thought, he vaulted over the wall, landing gracefully before breaking into a sprint directly toward Bakugo. Izumi watched with satisfaction as the purple-haired boy hit the wall, stifling a laugh while Ochako covered her mouth in concern beside her. They watched as Bakugo began his rant. That's when Izumi noticed a tall figure in the stands, a big metal guy with a mask. A fleeting thought of recognition crossed her mind, but it was gone just as quickly. The crowd gasped as he ran forward and vaulted over the wall, landing flawlessly before sprinting toward Bakugo. Izumi nearly used her telekinesis to stop him when she saw he was headed straight for Bakugo. Just as she was about to intervene, he shoulder-checked Bakugo as if he weren't even there and continued his sprint toward the downed Shinso. Bakugo grinned maniacally as he watched the tall masked figure approach. He relished the opportunity to put this wannabe in his place. He lowered himself in anticipation, but the figure brushed past him, their glowing green eyes locking onto Bakugo's. He felt a wave of malice emanating from those eyes. Izuku shoulder-checked Bakugo out of spite as he approached Shinso. The impact and the sight of Shinso not moving raised serious concern. He ran faster upon seeing blood trickle from Shinso's lips. Underestimating his speed, he slammed into the wall, his heart racing as memories of a past encounter flooded his mind. He called out to Shinso, urging him to respond and asking for a diagnosis from his companion. He rummaged through his pouch and pulled out an inhaler-like device. The voice in his ear warned that without a proper scan, it was hard to tell, but Shinso could have anything from broken ribs to a shattered spine. This was serious, and he was out of options. Taking a gamble, he lifted Shinso's head, noticing the boy's wide, tearful eyes as he struggled to breathe, blood leaking from his lips. Izuku urged Shinso to take deep breaths, even if it hurt. He placed the device into Shinso's mouth and pressed a button. A gas quickly filled Shinso's mouth, and he inhaled deeply, feeling more awake than ever. He gasped for air as adrenaline coursed through him. Izuku continued to encourage him, reminding him to breathe. But as panic set in, Shinso grabbed onto Izuku's arms, begging for help. That's when something clasped over his mouth and face, forcing air into his lungs. It was an agonizing experience, but after several forced breaths, Shinso finally managed to catch his breath. His vision cleared quickly, revealing a heads-up display. Focusing on the boy in front of him, Shinso noticed the strange scarf covering his nose and the hood pulled over his head. He could see viridian orbs staring at him with concern, the scars lining his face peeking through the disguise. Izuku, his voice still mechanized despite the mask, urged Shinso to speak. Shinso attempted to respond, but the mask forced air into his lungs, causing him to cry out in pain. Izuku reassured him, emphasizing that the mask was helping him breathe and instructed him to focus on that. Med teams were on the way, and he expressed frustration over Shinso not listening during the match. Bakugo interjected, mocking Shinso and suggesting he was seeking pity. Izuku struggled to contain his anger, feeling the urge to retaliate but choosing to hold back. Bakugo felt a chill as Shinso turned to glare at him, the intensity of his gaze filled with a burning hatred. Shinso's voice was laced with rage as he commanded Bakugo to silence himself. The weight of his words left no room for argument, and Bakugo felt genuine worry creeping in. Images of the past flashed before him, making him feel as though he were staring at a ghost. Shinso barely whispered that he couldn't feel his legs, drawing Izuku's attention as he leaned in closer. The atmosphere shifted as Obito silently shook, his expression betraying the turmoil within. Without a word, he scooped Shinso into his arms, careful to support his neck, and jogged toward one of the tunnels leading to the recovery tent, not looking back. As time passed, hushed murmurs filled the stadium, reflecting on the dramatic turn of events. Midnight announced that Hitoshi Shinso was out of bounds, declaring Katsuki Bakugo the winner, though her voice carried confusion. Bakugo stood still, staring at the crack in the wall, grappling with the weight of his actions. Izuku rushed down the hall, determined to reach Chiyo's tent, his hood blown off by the wind. He could hear Present Mike announcing the next combatants behind him but felt a surge of urgency for Shinso's well-being. Bursting into the tent, he carefully laid Shinso down on a bed, his body still and masked face pale. Chiyo was already prepared, moving objects aside and asking for the damage, treating Izuku like a nurse, knowing his medical skills. Meanwhile, Mei watched her business partner enter the arena, excitement mingling with concern. Something felt off. Muscles appeared different, and instead of marveling at the machine, she found herself focusing on the man beneath it. In that moment, she could only see the machine. Suddenly, Liz's voice came through Mei's earpiece, warning her of an impending crisis. Liz explained that after what had happened to Shinso, Izuku had lost control, muting her and kicking her out of his systems. Mei sat frozen, realizing that Izuku had abandoned his greatest advantage, the very countermeasure designed to protect him. As Midnight asked if both competitors were ready, Izuku nodded, his body trembling as his swords buzzed with energy. Ibara also nodded before addressing Izuku, offering her prayers. Izuku's response was chilling, suggesting a deep-seated pain and a sense of abandonment. The tension in the arena escalated as the whip cracked, and Izuku charged into action, unleashing a ferocity that left everyone stunned. Ibara quickly went on the defensive, her hair coming to life and launching toward him. Mei noticed that Izuku wasn't using his usual kicks. Instead, he was running normally, a puzzling choice that left her questioning his strategy. As Ibara's vine-like hair approached, it became clear that the battle was about to intensify. He bit down. Smoke erupted from both sides of his mouth as the smoke bomb inside activated, quickly enveloping the entire field in a thick white fog. It was impossible for anyone in the stands to see either combatant through the haze. How had Izuku managed to create so much smoke from such a small can? Thinking quickly, Ibara gathered her hair and arranged it defensively before swinging it around to clear the lingering smoke. The fog was dense, like clouds descending upon them. She managed to create a small clearing around herself and lifted into the air, ready to attack at the slightest hint of movement. Additionally, she spread her hair across the arena floor, hoping her opponent would step on one of the strands and reveal his position. It was a clever strategy. Her quirk was powerful, making stealth a viable option. The crowd strained to see through the smoke, searching for Izuku while Ibara remained vigilant. Suddenly, she felt a sharp sensation in her veins, one after another being severed in rapid succession. As the smoke began to thin, she noticed a faint red glow. Then, a projectile struck her square in the chest, knocking the wind out of her but not enough to take her out of the fight. Her vines kept her suspended in the air. In retaliation, she lashed out with a mass of vines toward the source of the shot, clearing the smoke and revealing Izuku, who was advancing toward her. Izuku's once soft blue blades now glowed a fierce red and orange, flickering like a raging fire as heat radiated from them. The toxic green eyes of his mask locked onto Ibara. She watched helplessly as he expertly dodged her attack and severed her vines effortlessly. His fire-like blades singed the ends of her vines, preventing them from growing back. Realization dawned on her. He was not just a fighter but a force of destruction. Gritting her teeth, she prepared to go on the offensive. With a fierce determination, Ibara unleashed her attacks like massive whips aimed at Izuku. He jumped, slid, and bounced off her snake-like appendages, never breaking his gaze on her. Frightened and frustrated, she realized he anticipated her every move. He was closing the distance rapidly, dodging and slicing through her attacks while baring his teeth, his breath coming out in steamy puffs that made him appear even more monstrous. No matter what she did, she couldn't defend against him, this agent of chaos. Desperate, she sent her vines spiraling around Izuku as he approached. The tunnel of vines began to close in on him as he sprinted through, hacking and tearing at them as they tried to crush him. The crowd sat in stunned silence, believing Ibara had contained him. Then, the top of the vine tower exploded, and a shadowy figure of Izuku shot into the air, small vines clinging to him, some even ablaze. As he soared, he used the arcing vines as a springboard, both opponents locking eyes before Izuku propelled himself forward like a human bullet. Ibara threw everything she could at him, but her vine perch was gone, and she felt the arena floor beneath her. The unstoppable force collided with her. The crowd erupted in cheers as Izuku made contact with Ibara, both tumbling and skidding across the arena floor. They were thrown apart by the impact, and Ibara rolled to a stop, looking up to see Izuku crouched on the ground, his right hand digging into the concrete. In a moment of desperation, she attempted to launch a pillar of vines at him, but nothing happened. Confused, she looked up to see her once long hair, her gift from God, reduced to a charred mess. Before she could process the loss, a loud explosion echoed in front of her, sending concrete debris flying. Izuku tackled her again, slamming her against the ground. Just as she prepared to strike back, she heard the announcement ringing out, Ibara Shiozaki was out of bounds, and Izuku had won. The crowd erupted into cheers. Tears filled Ibara's eyes as she looked up to see a terrifying sight: Izuku's shadowed face, his toxic green eyes glowing, steam billowing from his mouth as he pinned her to the ground, her head just over the boundary line. His chest rose and fell with deep, ragged breaths, and she braced herself for the worst. But just as he was about to strike, he released a breath and stood up. She noticed the holes in his outfit, the thorns embedded in his skin, and the blood staining his hair and visor. Ibara sat frozen as Izuku ran a hand through his hair, shaking his head slightly as he looked down at her. To her surprise, he extended a hand toward her. He apologized for tackling her and complimented the match in a mechanical voice. Ibara flinched, staring from his hand back to him, caught in disbelief. Before her breathing became harsh and ragged, she slapped his hand away and pushed herself backward to create distance between them. Izuku was stunned as he watched the girl move away from him, confused about what he had done. He stepped forward, trying to calm her down, but she began to scream in distress. She accused him of being sent by a dark force to corrupt them, claiming he was a tool of evil. Her words struck him deeply, leaving him shocked and speechless. As she continued her rant, he stepped back, glancing at Midnight, who shared his astonishment. She warned him that he would bring doom upon them all, labeling him as a mistake. Those words tugged at something within Izuku, awakening a dark part of himself he had tried to bury long ago. Confused and scared, he turned and began to limp away from the irrational hero, feeling the weight of his injuries from the fight. As she continued to shout accusations, her breathing became more aggressive. Izuku quickened his pace, desperate to escape the spectacle. Each insult cut deeper, causing painful memories to resurface. He clenched his teeth and tightened his fists, trying to ignore her as he limped faster. She accused him of desecrating something sacred, her fervor growing with each word. Izuku trembled, struggling to breathe as he fought against the emotional turmoil. He could hear Liz calling out to him, but her voice was drowned out by the hurtful words that pierced through him. Her hair, once charred, seemed to grow as her obsession intensified. The crowd watched in shock, questioning whether this was truly a student from the hero course. It was this moment that pushed Izuku over the edge. In a swift motion, he drew a device from his side and aimed it at her. A single shot rang out, sending her flying backward and knocking her out, just as thorn-tipped vines fell at his feet. The crowd fell silent as Izuku painfully limped into the tunnel, leaving the chaos behind. Hatsumi quickly got up from her seat and sprinted from the stands toward the tunnel. A certain blonde hero rushed from the staff viewing box, concerned after hearing the harsh words directed at his son. Izuku slumped against a wall, digging into his pouch to retrieve a device similar to an inhaler. He took a deep breath, his hands shaking as he fought back tears. He felt hollow and empty, questioning what he had done. The crowd murmured in hushed tones about the match, watching as the unconscious girl was taken from the field. Many booed her for her cruel words, wondering how she would behave in the field. Hatsumi rounded a corner, guided by Liz's instructions. Eventually, she found the tunnel, hearing small chokes and sobs near its entrance. She rushed forward to find Izuku pulling out thorns that had pierced his hand, tears streaming down his face. Without hesitation, she hugged him tightly. Mei sat there, holding onto her friend as his choked sobs echoed down the hall. He clung to her tightly, feeling as if he might crush her. He felt empty, as though everything that made him who he was had been ripped away. He felt less than human, horrified by himself, as if he were merely a passenger in his own body while dark thoughts swirled within him. Anger and unbridled hate surged through him, directed at the world around him. He wanted to confront Shiozaki, to show everyone what was coming. What terrified him most was that he actually wanted to do it. Hatsumi held on tightly, anchoring him to reality, knowing that even a slight release could send him spiraling. She understood that the words of the plant-based girl were affecting him, just as they affected her. Mei wasn't a violent person, at least not intentionally, but she felt a strong urge to launch Shiozaki into the sun for her cruel comments. Mei remained silent, unsure of what to do, praying for someone more qualified to arrive. Fortunately, a familiar voice echoed down the hall. "Zook, are you down here, bud?" Mr. Yagi called out. Mei shouted back, "We're down here, Mr. Yagi." "He's down here." She found comfort in her position, nestled against Izuku's neck. Toshinori hurried toward them, spotting the two huddled together. He knew the situation was serious, and he needed to approach with care. "Hey bud, it's Dad. Can you hear me under all that?" he said, trying to lighten the mood. He noticed a hint of blush on Mei's cheeks, which puzzled her, but she brushed it off. Toshinori saw Izuku's bloodshot eyes, filled with sorrow, and crouched down, placing a hand on his son's shoulder, unfazed by the blood. "Come on, but are you really going to let someone like that get you down? She called you a mistake. A monster." He paused as Izuku's head dropped, teeth gritted in pain. "And she's an idiot." Izuku looked up at his father, his expression reminiscent of a child who had just fallen off his bike. Toshinori offered a melancholic smile and placed a hand on Izuku's chest. "It doesn't matter what one person says to you. All that matters is that you are Izuku Yagi. You are my son, my pride and joy, and I will always be amazed by you. What matters is what you think of yourself. You want to know what I saw out there?" Izuku remained silent, gripping Mei tighter. "I saw a kid that this world never wanted, a kid who tried his best despite everyone telling him he couldn't succeed. When everything was against him, he got up. He looked those who doubted him in the eye and kept getting up. I saw a kid who would never let anything stop him. I saw my son, fighting for a dream the world never wanted him to achieve. So forget them. Forget this world. What I saw out there was nothing but greatness." Toshinori's voice grew stronger as he continued. "I saw the smartest person in this world, working toward his dreams. Izuku, you could choose any path, and I would still be proud to call you my son. So, if anyone dares to call you a freak or a mistake, they are wrong. You are exactly who you are meant to be. Are you going to let someone who doesn't know the amazing person you are decide who you are? Tears filled Mei's eyes as she listened. Izuku felt a whirlwind of emotions: fear, confusion, gratitude, and horror. He inhaled sharply, his eyes burning as he struggled to catch his breath. God, I want to hurt someone. So badly. It's not right. I was so angry that I didn't even feel like myself anymore. I don't know what to do, Dad. What do I do? It broke Toshinori's heart to see his son in such turmoil, pleading for guidance. He steeled himself, gripping Izuku's shoulder and looking him directly in the eyes. You get up again. You get up and you stand tall. You don't owe anyone anything, Izuku. I'm with you. There are days when I feel like I could punch someone into the sun too. But sometimes, you just have to stand your ground. Toshinori's words earned a small chuckle from Izuku, who smiled at his father, rolling his eyes at the cliché advice. God, you should write a book. Toshinori laughed, and Izuku managed a sad chuckle in return. Now, if you two are done cuddling down there, we should get you to Chio and get you patched up. Miss Hatsumi will have her own match soon, and I imagine she'll want a proper goodbye. Toshinori flashed a playful grin, causing Izuku to redden even more. Mei stood up awkwardly, clearing her throat. You just had to ruin a good moment, didn't you, Dad? Izuku said as he took his father's extended hand, wincing slightly at his own injuries. Toshinori chuckled, placing his arm around his son while Mei took the other side. What can I say? It's part of fatherly responsibilities. Hopefully, you won't have to deal with any of that for a while. Izuku rolled his eyes, and Toshinori laughed heartily as they began their walk to the recovery tent. By the way, does anyone know how to get there? They all chuckled as they wandered down the hallway, grateful for the lightness Toshinori brought to the moment. But that didn't mean Izuku's feelings disappeared. They had to be addressed. Izumi and Bakugo sat in the stands, watching the fight between the masked competitor and the plant girl from Class 1B. Bakugo felt a mix of anger and frustration. He couldn't shake the feeling of inadequacy. Those eyes were familiar yet strange, and when that opponent threatened him, it ignited a fire within him. He had hoped for a chance to face him, to prove himself. Izumi, on the other hand, considered tripping the boy as he rushed toward the plant girl for trying to intimidate Bakugo and acting so self-important. Carrying the purple-haired kid out was over the top. It was the loser's fault for provoking Bakugo, and she felt no remorse. Still, she had to admit that the support course kid had some real talent. Her own match was next, and she was eager to show everyone who the strongest truly was. Facing Yamamo, she felt confident that victory was in her grasp. That air-headed competitor wouldn't stand a chance against her. They both watched as the support kid managed to push Ibara out of bounds. It was a rough display, and he looked like he had been through a blender. Midnight called the win, and the crowd cheered for Obito, which annoyed Izumi. But then the plant girl became a full-on fanatic, screaming and carrying on. It was embarrassing to witness. She had lost. It was time to move on. When she attempted to attack him, Izumi had to respect her boldness to confront someone on live television. That was when the boy drew a large weapon and took her down. He was ruthless, and it seemed he was the one to beat. Many people admired him, so Izumi resolved to defeat him. It was that simple. As soon as the match ended, Izumi made her way to the break room to prepare for her own match. It would be satisfying to take down that goody two-shoes. Maybe she would knock a few perfect teeth out. It was a dangerous sport, after all. She was set to start in 10 minutes as they prepared the stage. Mei and Toshinori laid Izuku down gently on the bed as he winced in discomfort. He let out a series of soft groans as he was lowered inch by inch. Chio approached him, expressing her frustration. She scolded him for his reckless behavior, questioning if he was trying to get himself hurt. Toshinori was also in for a lecture for raising someone so reckless. However, she quickly shifted to a more supportive tone, congratulating Izuku and tending to his wounds. But Izuku's gaze was fixed on the unconscious Shinso, worry etched on his face. He asked about Shinso, his voice hollow and filled with concern. Chio reassured him that Shinso was stable, with a few broken bones that she had managed to repair, but she couldn't guarantee his recovery at that moment. Izuku didn't take his eyes off Shinso, feeling a deep sense of responsibility. Chio urged Toshinori to leave, reminding him that Izumi was about to fight and he wouldn't want to miss it. She kissed Izuku on the cheek, and as his wounds began to heal, she encouraged him to focus on winning the tournament. Izuku nodded, feeling a new determination surge within him. He realized that rage could be a tool, but he had to control it. Taking a deep breath, he gathered himself, recognizing that he had let his emotions cloud his judgment. He needed to focus on his goals. If he wanted justice, it wouldn't come from mindless violence but from calculated actions. With renewed resolve, he set his sights on his aspirations. He would become a hero, no matter the obstacles in his path. He would achieve his dreams and find his justice, not through conventional means. That was why he had kept his struggles to himself and sought more strength. Even when he felt broken, he had pieced himself back together. What he truly desired was not justice but vengeance. A figure loomed over Izuku as he walked back to the stands with Mei beside him. He no longer feared the shadow that had always lingered behind him, he understood it now. In that brief moment of clarity, he recognized what he had tried to hide. The darkness he had locked away within his heart was now acknowledged. It was time to confront that darkness while striving to maintain control. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena, introducing the next contenders. The crowd erupted with excitement, anticipating a memorable match. Izumi stepped from the tunnel, waving to the audience with a confident smile, embodying the spirit of a true performer. Her opponent, Momo, entered with the grace of an heiress, taking a deep breath as she focused on Izumi. Both girls stood ready on the stage, awaiting Midnight's signal to begin their fight. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, placing bets on who would emerge victorious. Hatsumi was engrossed in the popcorn Izuku had given her, while Bakugo glared at the competitors, his focus locked on his sister. One spectator placed a bet on Momo, prompting a skeptical look from her father. He expressed his belief that Izumi would win, despite his reservations. The tension in the air was palpable as the match was about to begin. How could she possibly lose? Liz ranted, her frustration evident. She believed that in the wrong hands, that girl could single-handedly wreak havoc, perhaps even destroy the economy. It was one of the most powerful quirks ever. Izuku chuckled at Liz's outburst, recognizing his own habits in her. He reminded her that it wasn't just about the quirk, but who used it, and gestured toward the stage as Liz rolled her eyes and focused her attention. Izumi called out to Yaoyorozu across the stage, catching her attention. Momo was taken aback by Izumi's challenge, wondering why she was acting this way. Before she could process her thoughts, Midnight raised her whip and announced the start of the match. Momo prepared herself, her arm glowing as she formed a shield and a staff from her quirk. Izumi responded with a confident grin and nodded, ready for the fight. Midnight cracked her whip, signaling the beginning of the match. Izumi stood casually with a hand on her hip while Momo charged forward, her shield raised. Izumi taunted her, suggesting that Momo's intelligence was lacking. This comment stung, and Momo pushed herself harder, feeling hurt by what she thought was a friendship. Izuku and Liz watched closely, sensing the tension in the air. Momo, realizing that Izumi remained relaxed, decided to throw her staff like a javelin. Izumi caught it effortlessly, laughing at the attempt before sending it back with a flick of her telekinesis. Momo raised her shield just in time, but the impact sent vibrations through her arm. Izuku felt disheartened as he observed Izumi toy with Momo, realizing this was more of a performance than a fair fight. However, something unexpected occurred that caught his attention. When the staff connected with Momo's shield, a soft glow emanated from the impact. Momo seized the moment and threw another projectile, but Izumi caught it and glared at her, visibly annoyed. Suddenly, a flashbang exploded, causing Izumi to stumble back, temporarily blinded. Momo seized the opportunity, discarding her shield and forming another baton. The crowd erupted in excitement, and both Izuku and Mei acknowledged the cleverness of Momo's attack, even if it was a risky move. Momo closed the distance, preparing to strike when she suddenly froze, as if caught by an unseen force. She looked up to see Izumi glaring at her with fury. Izumi shouted in frustration, expressing her pain from the earlier attack. Momo felt herself being lifted into the air, unable to resist Izumi's telekinesis. Izumi's words dripped with mockery as she criticized Momo for not stepping out of the ring. Momo's baton was ripped from her grasp and struck across her face, leaving a painful mark. Then, with a flick of Izumi's power, Momo was thrown out of the ring as if she were a discarded object. The announcer declared Izumi the winner, and the crowd cheered, though some murmured questions about the unfairness of the match. Momo looked at Izumi, who wore a smug smile, and felt a wave of shock and sadness wash over her. As she fought back tears, she hurriedly exited the arena, feeling dejected and hurt. Izuku watched the match unfold, his heart heavy. He knew his sister could be cruel, and he recognized the humiliation she inflicted on Momo. It reminded him of his own experiences, being publicly embarrassed by Izumi. He felt a surge of anger as he observed how she had toyed with Momo, not allowing her a fair chance to fight back. Determined to reach Momo, he stood up, telling Mei he would return before her match. He walked away from the stands, keeping an eye on Momo's location as he made his way to her. He found her leaning against a wall in the exit tunnel, visibly shaken. Using her quirk, she fashioned a bandage to cover her wound, tears welling in her eyes. She felt defeated, as if she were nothing, having not even put up a fight. Her sobs echoed in the silence, and thoughts of giving up flooded her mind. She tried to console herself in solitude, or so she believed. As tears streamed down her cheeks, a voice broke through the darkness. A startled Momo turned toward the sound of the distorted voice, realizing she hadn't heard anyone approach. Great, someone must have heard her crying and come to check on her, only to find her in such a vulnerable state. Quickly, she wiped her eyes and looked toward the newcomer, who emerged from the shadows, two glowing green eyes piercing the gloom. Yaoyorozu, right? May I? He asked, stepping closer so she could see him better. His green and brown outfit, tattered and worn, identified him as Obito, a student from the support course. Momo felt defensive and replied, questioning if he was there to laugh at her. Obito leaned against the wall, tilting his head in curiosity. He seemed genuinely confused by her reaction. He clarified that he didn't see a reason to laugh at her, which made her look at him with skepticism. His masked eyes blinked at her, and she frowned, thinking he was teasing her. The tension hung in the air as she remained silent. Obito continued, stating that he didn't find her situation funny. Momo frowned deeper, feeling frustrated. She expressed her feelings of worthlessness, claiming she didn't deserve to be a hero and questioned why he was there, insisting they didn't know each other. To her surprise, he began to laugh a twisted, distorted sound that caught her off guard. She glared at him, feeling a mix of confusion and irritation. "You said something funny," he remarked dryly, confirming her suspicion that he was indeed teasing her. He then shared his perspective, asserting that no one is useless or worthless, everyone has a role to play. He dismissed her defeat, suggesting it wasn't a big deal. Momo shot him a harsh glare, cutting him off, insisting that if he was there to patronize her, he could leave. However, he didn't move, instead urging her to let him finish. He encouraged her to learn from her failure rather than let it defeat her. He pointed out that losing a single round in a tournament shouldn't lead her to give up, especially when she had 2 more chances. He advised her to wear her mistakes like armor, suggesting that no one could hurt her if she learned from her experiences. He encouraged her to rise from her self-pity and strive to improve, leaving her with something to ponder. As he stood up and began to walk away, Momo felt stunned by how quickly he was leaving. She called out to him, asking him to wait. He paused, turning back to look at her expectantly. "Why help me?" she asked, curiosity in her voice. He looked ahead and continued walking, responding over his shoulder that he was fortunate enough to have received help from others. With that, he disappeared into the darkness, leaving Momo to reflect on his words. Izuku approached Hatsumi's break room, but before he could knock, a loud bang echoed from inside, followed by an explosion. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. A voice shouted from within, demanding that anyone without muscles stay out. Sighing inwardly, Izuku opened the door, greeted by a cloud of smoke that made him cough as he searched for Mei. He called out for her, wondering how the smoke alarms had not gone off, only to realize that Mei had removed them from the ceiling. Hatsumi shouted again, this time even louder, expressing her annoyance at his presence. Izuku deadpanned at her antics, shaking his head while holding his nose. Mei blinked at him, seemingly confused, as he reminded her that she had one job, not to blow anything up. He had come to check on her plans, knowing she was set to face the engine kid next and wanting to ensure she was prepared. Toshinori was practically bouncing with excitement, thrilled that his son had advanced to the next stage. Despite the challenges posed by a girl from Class B, Izuku had fought remarkably well, impressing even the staff who were aware of his struggles. Toshinori glanced at Nizu, who wore a grin and chuckled softly to himself. Yet, amidst his happiness, Toshinori recalled Izuku's words filled with frustration and anger, a memory that weighed heavily on his mind. He knew his son was grappling with dark thoughts when upset, and he had never witnessed such intensity before. While he typically attributed it to the thrill of competition, he resolved to keep a closer watch on Izuku's mental health, considering seeking professional help after the festival. For now, he was eager to watch his future daughter-in-law compete. Although it had been a short time, Toshinori felt he had a good grasp of Hatsumi's character and was curious to see how she would perform. As the announcer introduced the final match of the preliminary rounds, the crowd erupted in cheers for Mei Hatsumi, the inventive genius. She bounced onto the field, brimming with excitement. In the opposing corner stood Tenya Ida, the diligent student from Class 1A, who walked up robotically, drawing cheers from the audience. Izuku found himself intrigued by Ida's quirk, noting that their abilities could complement each other well. However, it quickly became apparent that Mei had devised a plan to undermine the hero student. Izuku watched with a smile as Midnight scolded Ida for using unapproved support equipment. Mei's grin widened as she executed her scheme. The fight turned into a showcase of Mei's inventions, as she commandeered the PA system and paraded Ida around like a test dummy for an hour and a half. She presented each invention while promoting her and Izuku's creations, gaining significant attention in the support community. Their unique presentation had made a lasting impression at the festival, providing a light-hearted break for the spectators, who laughed and enjoyed the spectacle. As the event concluded, Mei stepped out of the ring with a satisfied smile and gave Izuku a thumbs up from the stands, which he returned with pride. Midnight, still bewildered by the entire situation, announced that Mei was out of bounds and that Tenya Ida was moving on. Ida, understandably upset about being used in such a manner, would have to come to terms with it. Mei happily bounded back to her seat beside Izuku, relieved to be finished with the competition. If it weren't for Izuku, she would probably have gone off to create some random world-ending device. In hindsight, it was good that Izuku was there. Almost immediately, the next round of matches was ready to begin, with the next matchup being Katsuki Bakugo versus Fumikage Tokoyami. Izuku grimaced at the sight of Bakugo's name and picture on the screens, hoping he wouldn't have to perform another rescue. If that happened, it would be a disaster for Tokoyami. Looking down the bracket, he noticed his own name next to his opponent and couldn't help but smirk at the potential opportunity. The crowd erupted with cheers as Bakugo and Tokoyami took to the stage, excitement filling the stands. Izuku could even hear shouts urging Tokoyami to defeat Bakugo. However, he had been studying the quirks of the hero courses in preparation for this fight and knew Tokoyami stood little chance. It wasn't that Tokoyami lacked skill or strength, it was simply a bad matchup. As Izuku observed Tokoyami's quirk, Dark Shadow, he wondered if he could hear its thoughts or if it had thoughts of its own. Perhaps it was a similar situation to his own quirk with Liz. Tokoyami's shadow-like creature went on the offensive, which was the only sensible move. Tokoyami did a commendable job of hiding his weaknesses, but not much escaped Izuku's notice. He was aware that Bakugo was his biggest obstacle, as his quirk emitted a significant amount of light, which was Dark Shadow's greatest counter. The match concluded almost as quickly as it began. Tokoyami managed to land a few good hits, But Bakugo overwhelmed him with a series of explosions, effectively neutralizing Dark Shadow and forcing Tokoyami to concede defeat. Midnight announced that Tokoyami surrendered and Bakugo advanced to the semifinals, while the crowd erupted in cheers for the first semifinalist. Izuku tuned out the noise of the spectators as he searched for his opponent in the stands, his mind racing with strategies alongside Liz on how to win at any cost. Since he wasn't scheduled for another match, he decided to check on his gear and make some much-needed repairs to his attire. Excusing himself from Mei for a moment, Izuku returned to his break room, where he had left most of his tools and backup equipment. Up next was Shoto Todoroki versus Tenya Ida. Izuku hoped to finish his repairs and change out his equipment in time to catch the end of the match, but he would settle for watching it on the TV. The match was quite interesting. Initially, Ida surprised Izuku by quickly overwhelming Todoroki, trying to push the red and white-haired boy from the ring. However, it soon became clear that Todoroki was just as clever as he was powerful. It was always difficult to gauge Todoroki's full potential, even with Liz observing the hero course training. He never seemed to use his full power, and it was evident that he was much more than he appeared. Todoroki managed to grab hold of Ida's leg and freeze his engines, effectively stalling him. From that point on, the fight was over. Ida was trapped in a solid block of ice and could not continue. Izuku took a deep breath as he stood from his desk, buckling his loose straps and holstering his weapons. The crowd erupted in cheers for the two boys as the medical team lifted them from their unconscious positions, removing them from the field. It was easily the crowd's favorite match. Instantly, numerous heroes commended both boys, with many considering offers of employment and internships for Kirishima, who had impressed everyone despite being a support student. Recovery Girl considered the situation as she looked over Izuku's beaten body with a mix of pride and concern. She was determined to ensure that after this festival, they would all celebrate, but first, she would have to deal with Toshi and Izuku. She was monitoring the 3 students in her makeshift med bay when the plant girl was escorted out by Vlad King after waking up. To her surprise, a nervous-looking girl with pink hair shuffled into the tent. With curiosity, Chio lowered her clipboard and approached the girl, who avoided eye contact. "Hello, dearie. Here to see Izuku?" Chio asked as she waddled closer. The girl nodded her head shyly in response. "Well, he's right over there. He'll be unconscious for a while after all the healing that bonehead needed." Chio observed Izuku and felt a sense of relief, believing he would be fine for his next match. Hatsumi expressed her gratitude before quickly taking a seat next to him. Chio smiled, thinking about young love, but deep down, she was genuinely happy that Izuku had found someone who cared for him. Despite her desire to instill de-escalation in him, she had grown fond of him, almost like a grandson. She decided to step outside the tent for a moment to give the girl some privacy. Mei found herself inexplicably drawn to Izuku's prosthetic hand, absent-mindedly rubbing her thumb across the cool metal. As she gazed at his bruised face, remnants of Recovery Girl's accelerated healing, a heavy feeling settled in her chest. It felt as if her heart was being squeezed, and she struggled to breathe. Tears began to flow down her cheeks, and she was startled to realize she was crying. The sobs escaped her lips involuntarily, and she tried to wipe away the tears, but the more she attempted to stop, the more they fell. She felt overwhelmed by emotions she had never experienced before, a mix of confusion and fear. She wanted to hide away, but her hand remained tightly gripping the memento mori, as if it were anchoring her to the moment. She hadn't even noticed when Recovery Girl entered the tent. After about 15 minutes, Recovery Girl waddled back inside to find Hatsumi desperately trying to wipe away her tears. Without hesitation, she rushed to the girl's side, wanting to comfort her. However, knowing Izuku had mentioned that Hatsumi might not be comfortable with touch, she stood close by, ready to offer support. Hatsumi began to cry openly, clutching Izuku's hand as if afraid he would vanish. Recovery Girl reassured her, saying that Izuku would be fine and that he would soon be back to his usual self. She promised to scold him for worrying everyone. Despite her attempt at humor, Hatsumi's distress only deepened, and she cried out in frustration, questioning why the tears wouldn't stop. Recovery Girl gently explained that sometimes emotions run deeper than logic, and it was natural to feel upset when someone cared for was in distress. She reminded Hatsumi that Izuku was resilient and had overcome much worse than a few bruises. As Mei blew her nose into a tissue, she looked back at Izuku, her tears beginning to slow as she focused on him. She thought to herself about how he was her person, gazing at the peacefully sleeping boy. The crowd outside buzzed with anticipation for the next match, where two powerful competitors would face off: Shoto Todoroki, the son of the number 2 hero Endeavor, and Izumi Midoriya, the unknown daughter of All Might. Present Mike announced the competitors as they emerged from their tunnels, both ready to give it their all. Todoroki maintained a stoic expression, but inside he was fueled by a fierce determination directed at a personal figure rather than his opponent. Mei watched the match unfold from her spot beside Izuku, who stirred occasionally in his sleep. Her worry for him had lessened as she waited for him to wake. The battle on the screen was intense, with ice and wind colliding in a spectacular display. Todoroki's strategy to freeze his feet to the ground was clever, but it ultimately failed. In a moment of distraction, he didn't notice a large chunk of ice being hurled at him, and he was knocked unconscious almost instantly. Mei glanced down at Izuku, noticing his face scrunching up in discomfort, a stark contrast to his usual commanding presence. It was unsettling to see him so vulnerable, and she recalled his earlier words to her about sharing something important after the match. After nearly 20 minutes, Izuku's eyes fluttered open, filled with drowsiness and confusion. As he slowly sat up, memories of the fight began to return. He noticed the weight on his legs and looked down to see Mei, her pink dreads sprawled across him as she slept soundly. A wave of panic washed over him at how close she was, especially since she was usually not one for physical closeness. He was glad she was resting, but the situation felt surreal. His drowsiness threatened to pull him back into sleep, but the panic kept him alert. In his dazed state, he didn't notice when Chio approached or that his mask was missing. Chio exclaimed her relief at seeing him awake, mentioning that she was worried he might have gone into a coma again. She informed him that he had about 15 minutes until he was called for his next match and urged him to get ready, pointing to his gear on the counter. Chio spoke rapidly, urging Izuku to compete while reassuring him about his girlfriend, who had simply worn herself out with worry. She mentioned that he had been asleep for so long that the gummies wouldn't have a chance to take effect. Izuku, still groggy, managed to escape the confines of Hatsumi and shuffled over to Chio, popping a handful of gummies into his mouth. Feeling a surge of energy, he rifled through his packs in search of another inhaler device, this one marked with a blue label instead of green. Chio expressed her concern as Izuku quickly put the device to his mouth and took a deep breath. Instantly, his body stiffened, and he gripped the table as he began to shake. His pupils dilated, and everything around him seemed to stretch. What he had just inhaled was one of the most potent stimulant concoctions ever created. He felt as if he were in the fast lane, focused and aware, like a finely tuned sports car. Glancing at the monitor, he saw his opponent, Izumi Midoriya. Recovery Girl looked on with concern, asking how he felt. Izuku responded with determination, feeling ready to face whatever lay ahead. He secured his gear and pulled on a long military green coat before striding out of the tent and toward the arena, driven by a sense of vengeance. Izumi was sprinting through the hallways, her heart racing as she searched for Kaken. After witnessing the incident where his hand had been crushed, she was filled with confusion and anger. How could he lose to someone she deemed insignificant? She recalled the hair of the opponent, but she hadn't seen his face clearly after Kaken had destroyed his mask. Upon reaching the tent, she saw Recovery Girl cleaning her hands. Izumi called out for Kaken, startling Recovery Girl, who greeted her with sarcasm. Ignoring her tone, Izumi pushed past and entered the area where Kaken lay. She froze at the sight of him, his face covered in bandages and an oxygen mask over his mouth, his hand in a massive cast. Recovery Girl informed her that he was stable but would require additional care at a hospital. Overwhelmed with emotion, Izumi clenched her fists and fought back tears as she expressed her desire for the opponent to be expelled. Recovery Girl calmly pointed out that Kaken would likely face expulsion too if that were the case. Izumi couldn't believe it. Kaken was the one who had been hurt. She felt her anger boiling over as she demanded justice for what had happened. Recovery Girl reminded her that both boys had crossed lines during the match, and the decision of their fates lay with Nizu. Izumi's frustration grew as she argued that Kaken had acted in the heat of battle, while the other boy had gone too far. Recovery Girl's words about Kaken's actions weighed heavily on her, and doubt crept in. Was it her fault for not intervening sooner? As Recovery Girl urged her to relax and conserve her energy for the upcoming finals, Izumi found herself being pushed out of the room. Surprisingly, she didn't resist. Once outside, she felt a surge of determination. If the authorities wouldn't act, she would take matters into her own hands. A smile crept onto her lips as she envisioned the ways she would confront the masked opponent. She was ready to unleash her fury, to make him pay for what he had done to Kaken and for underestimating her. As she made her way toward her break room, thoughts of revenge filled her mind, and she was resolute in her plan to crush the masked loser. Izuku sat in his break room, his leg bouncing with anxiety as he contemplated everything he had trained for and fought for, all leading to this very moment. He had defeated everyone who stood in his way, but now he faced one of the people who had destroyed his entire way of life. This was the person who had tormented him for over a decade, someone everyone always said was better than him. He wanted not just to win but to humiliate them. The desire for revenge burned within him, and he imagined the satisfaction of turning the tables on them. His breathing was ragged as the adrenaline surged through his system. His hands shook, and his prosthetic opened and closed into a fist repeatedly. In his mind, he focused on strategies, backup plans, and contingencies. He couldn't lose himself. He still had Izumi to face. Equipped with one of the strongest and most versatile quirks, she was a formidable opponent, and he needed to remain as focused as possible. While Katsuki had destroyed his life, it was his sister who had truly made it hell. He yearned for justice for both of them, for them to pay for the pain they had inflicted on him. It felt unforgivable, pure evil. Yet he realized that if he exposed them for their crimes, he would never find true peace or closure. It could all be swept under the rug as it always had been. At least this way, he could enact his own version of justice. On the table in front of him lay an assortment of gadgets and equipment he had built specifically to combat his sister. He was limited in the number of items he could take with him, but fortunately, most of his countermeasures were integrated into his own body. The time had come to face his opponent and prove that he was not just a victim but a force to be reckoned with. He took a deep, shaky breath, trying to steady his nerves. He had crossed a line with Bakugo, and he could sense that they wouldn't let that happen again. Izumi would not be as easy to defeat. He needed to be careful and calculated. Liz ran multiple simulations based on their previous fights and the information they had gathered to build a plan of attack. Both of them had the AITH charging as much energy as possible in the time they had. Most close-range options were off the table. They had seen what happened to Yaoyorozu. Considering the restrictions of her quirk and all potential strengths and weaknesses, it was time for a decisive battle. Izuku chuckled as Liz mumbled a flurry of ideas, a habit she had picked up from her father, though hers was even harder to decipher. In summary, they would rely on flashbangs. They were interrupted by a soft knock on the door, which gently swung open to reveal a smiling Toshinori. He held up 2 paper bags as he entered the room. He didn't know if they wanted a bacon club or a grilled cheese, so he had brought both just in case. He continued, expressing his pride in them, and Izuku could only chuckle in response. Toshinori asked if it was too much, to which Izuku replied that it was perfect. Toshinori beamed with pride, acknowledging how far Izuku had come. He expressed his admiration, stating that Izuku was on his way to becoming the first ever quirkless champion. A genuine tear of pride formed in Toshinori's eye as he looked down at his son. Before Izuku could respond, the tired voice of Shota Aizawa came through the PA system, announcing that Obito needed to report to the arena as his match would begin in 15 minutes. Izuku smiled softly at his father before they shared a heartfelt embrace. Toshinori whispered encouragement, urging Izuku to show the world who he was. Izuku smiled and nodded, then turned to gather the gadgets he had chosen, strapping them to his body and placing them in pouches. His father's words resonated within him. He had always felt overshadowed by his sister, but he could always count on his father to believe in him. Steeling his nerves, Izuku took one last glance at Toshinori before stepping into the hallway. For the first time in a long while, everything felt clear, and he knew that no matter what happened in this fight, he had already proven himself. The visor collapsed around his face as the glowing green eyes of his backup mask flickered to life. Some of his new additions lit up or shifted as Liz connected with his weapon systems. The shoulder-mounted device sprang to life as Liz began to calibrate its systems. This was it, there was no going back. Liz asked softly if he was ready, her concern for her creator evident. Izuku took a deep breath, sighed, and declared that it was time to break some legs. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the first year's semifinals. A battle between courses. Titan versus Titan. Everyone, please welcome the telekinetic tank, the mental magician, Izumi Midoriya. Present mic announced as the crowd erupted in excitement. Izumi walked confidently from the tunnel, waving to the cheering audience, her smile growing wider with each step. She was determined to put on a show and defeat her opponent. And in the other corner, the steel soldier, soaring past the sun, it's Icarus Obito. Izuku stood at the entrance of the tunnel, overwhelmed by the roaring crowd chanting his name. This was the moment he had fought for, and with a deep breath, he stepped forward. Izumi observed as Obito emerged from the tunnel, his hand opening and closing, revealing various enhancements. Something seemed off. He wasn't focused on her but appeared lost in thought. To Izuku, the arena faded away, and he found himself standing in the middle of a street. He turned to see a smoldering wreckage, twisted metal scattered among the debris. A chilling sight caught his eye, a figure lying on the ground, surrounded by a dark stain. He felt a wave of nausea as he recognized the scene, memories flooding back. He wanted to escape, to run from this nightmare, but his feet felt rooted to the ground, drawing him closer to the grim sight. Midoriya, are you ready? Midnight called out, her whip raised. Izumi stood confidently, assessing her massive opponent. She couldn't believe that this towering figure could be her brother. Then she noticed his head twitch slightly. Hey, freak show, she shouted, lowering into a defensive stance. Stay out of things that don't concern you. Her hair began to float, charged with energy. As Izuku approached the haunting image, he felt a wave of disgust wash over him. The memory of the scene was burned into his mind, and just as quickly as he had arrived there, he was back in the arena. The sudden shift left him disoriented, and he looked up to see Izumi's wicked smile. Anger surged within him, and he fought to control his emotions, feeling like lightning coursed through his veins. He remembered all the years she had tormented him, and he clenched his teeth in frustration. Pops, just breathe. It's okay, Pops. Liz's voice broke through his turmoil, grounding him in the present. Obito, are you ready? Midnight shouted, turning her attention back to him. Izuku took a deep breath, focusing on the fight ahead. He knew he had to stay composed. Losing control would mean defeat. He locked eyes with Izumi, lowering his stance and nodding. Nothing else mattered except wiping that smile off her face. With a whirring sound, his offensive systems activated, and energy hummed from his back. This fight was crucial. He couldn't afford distractions. He had to win. Then may the best competitor win. Begin. Midnight declared as the crowd erupted in cheers. For Izuku, everything fell silent except for the pounding of his heart. Liz used the mask to filter out unnecessary noise, but he heard the crack of Midnight's whip, signaling the start of the match. A deafening explosion erupted beneath Izuku's feet as he launched himself across the arena at blinding speed, leaving chaos in his wake. Izumi smirked, raising her hand. Running straight at me? Bold choice. But suddenly, Izuku found himself frozen in place, struggling against her telekinetic grip, unable to move. Off to a blinding start by Obito, but it seems overwhelming speed is not enough to escape Midoriya's grasp. Present mic announced, the crowd holding their breath in anticipation. Slowly, Izuku was lifted into the air as Izumi laughed, pulling him closer. You're heavier than I expected. For someone who beat Kaken, I thought you'd be more of a challenge. But this? You're just as pathetic as I thought, she taunted, her voice dripping with venom. Izuku felt the pressure of her power intensifying, and as she brought him face to face, he remained silent. She scowled at his lack of response, pulling him even closer. What do you know about my brother? She demanded, her tone condescending. To her surprise, Izuku chuckled. That he sends his regards. Izumi attempted to throw him away, but just then, the device Izuku called the candela exploded in a flash from his hand. The blast sent him backward slightly, and Izumi shielded her eyes as the candela emitted a series of blinding flashes, disorienting her. As she cried out in pain, she was suddenly struck by a projectile. Hitting her square in the chest, Izumi went flying backward about 10 feet and skidded to a stop. Her vision was blurry and red as she wiped at her eyes. It hurt to breathe from where she had been hit. She growled in rage as she strained to make out her opponent in the haze of her blurred vision. It felt like she had been hit by a truck. What was happening? Steam ejected from Izuku's arm as the shell was expelled from his forearm, the LEDs glowing brighter as the railgun recharged, the next round rotating into place. Izumi screamed in defiance as she rose to her feet, the pain in her stomach nearly causing her to stumble. But she stood determined to face this formidable opponent. Raising her hand again and squinting, she halted the movement of the cybernetic teen once more. What had he achieved? Nothing. She shouted as she tried to hurl him into the air, but he didn't even budge. To her horror, he shakily took a step forward. Then another. She could feel her power wrapped around him. So how was he moving? Panic began to set in as she screamed and tried harder to throw him, but he only jerked slightly at the motion, his legs firmly stuck to the ground. Changing her tactic, she began to try and crush him. The weight increased on Izuku's shoulders as he struggled to move, each step becoming harder as his feet began to unlock from the concrete. Eventually, the weight forced him to his knee. Izumi shouted, demanding to know who he thought he was, declaring herself the next symbol of peace and challenging him to stand up to her. She tried to blink away her blurry vision, but the effect made it difficult to control her power. Then, a twisted laughter met her ears, sending a chill down her spine. Izuku's eyes locked onto hers, and everything became stiff. He had waited 5 long years for this moment. White and blue lightning arced from his right hand as 3 half-rings floated around it, spinning violently. Then, without effort, he stood up completely fine. So much potential wasted on someone so narrow-minded. Izuku growled, his voice filled with disdain as he raised his hand, the energy arcing wildly. Izumi thrashed against the invisible grip surrounding her, feeling it constrict her. That was when Izuku pulled his hand toward him, and she was dragged through the air. Izuku assessed how much the memento mori was draining the AI teach. Power reserves faster than it could generate. Gritting his teeth, he used more power, pulling Izumi even faster. He shouted that gravity was a HRNSS and he had harnessed it. Thunder boomed from above as a storm rolled in. Izumi's eyes widened in shock as Izuku twisted and threw her with all his might toward the edge of the ring before releasing his grip. Steam poured from his mouth and hand as the crowd erupted in excitement. By utilizing the effect of the AITH in magnetic fields, Izuku charged as much power as he could. The memento mori's most powerful feature, the gravity knuckle, allowed him to manipulate objects through their magnetic fields, giving him the appearance of telekinesis. Sometimes, the best way to beat fire was with fire. Breathing heavily from overexertion, Izuku watched as his sister flew toward the edge of the ring, but much to his dismay, she caught herself. They stared at each other for a moment, ignoring the roaring crowd around them. Not only had Izuku's attack failed, but it had also angered her. She screamed in fury, demanding to know how he dared to use her own quirk against her. She would destroy him, rip him to pieces. Grabbing the rubble left behind by Izuku's sprint, she began to hurl massive boulders at him. Working with a dwindling power supply, Izuku drew his sabers from his legs. The brilliant blue was quickly replaced with a rageful red blade as its energy sparked wildly. Rushing forward, Izuku met the boulder with an overhead slash, splitting the rock in half as he continued running. With each rock thrown, he slid, jumped, and slashed his way past them. In between slashes, the shoulder-mounted device sprang to life and fired a projectile toward Izumi. In her rage, Izumi was unable to catch the projectile, which connected directly with her face. A foam-like substance quickly covered her face and solidified. In an instant, each of the rocks she wielded fell to the ground as she struggled against the foam trap. Knowing he didn't have much time, Izuku activated his kicks once more, closing the gap even faster. He only had enough power for one shot. Activating the gravity knuckle, Izuku grabbed a large boulder of concrete and jumped high into the air, preparing to launch it at his sister. With a triumphant roar, he hurled the boulder with all his strength, launching it like a meteor toward her. However, just before it struck, Izumi released an ear-piercing shriek, emitting a powerful shockwave that freed her from the foam and sent everything away from her, completely vaporizing the boulder headed straight for her. It also sent Izuku flying. Using his grappling hooks, Izuku managed to land without injury as he stared at his sister, who was seething with rage. Her hair floated wildly, along with anything that wasn't nailed down. Grabbing the sidearm from his hip as well as the scorpion, as May called it, he fired both foam traps and energy rounds, each deflected by an invisible shield. Throwing another rock, Izuku barely dodged out of the way as he continued to fire potshots, hoping to break through her defense. That last attack had lowered the AITH to critical energy levels, and it would need time to recharge and build up its reserves, time he didn't have. She shouted that he thought he was special, but he was nothing but a useless insect. Izumi shrieked, her rage intensifying. The ground began to crack and break apart as she unleashed her fury. A massive crack of lightning lit up the sky above, and rain began to pour down on them. Izuku looked up, an idea forming in his mind, something so ridiculous, so unbelievable, that it just might work. As Izumi prepared a massive attack of earth and concrete, Izuku decided to take a gamble. He knew he would only get one shot at it, if he survived. He instructed Liz to maximize the compressors and switch to overdrive, revealing his risky plan. With determination, he took his stance, feeling a genuine smile spread across his face as the AI encouraged him to give it everything he had. On his mark, Izuku crouched low, preparing to channel all the power into his kicks and knuckles. The H expanded on his back, blue energy arcing around him. The sky above responded with a crack, reminding him of the cavalry battle when he had been struck by electricity. With the electromagnetic field at the heart of the AI, he had essentially become a living lightning rod. Izumi hurled a massive meteor at Izuku, its size alone enough to threaten his life if it connected. A blinding light cut through the sky as 300 million volts of pure electricity surged into the arena. An ear-shattering boom echoed around the stadium, causing the crowd to cover their ears. In the center of the arena, barely standing, was Izuku Yagi, known to the crowd as Icarus Obito. His suit was burned and charred, parts of his hair and skin singed. He had just withstood a bolt of lightning and was still on his feet. For a moment, everyone was frozen in shock at what had just occurred. Then, a light emitted from Izuku, and in an instant, he was surrounded by sporadic green lightning, his mask's eyes piercing through the storm. In that moment, he was the storm. With all her effort, blood pouring from her nose, Izumi hurled the massive projectile at Izuku, who simply stared in silence as it approached. The energy from his invention danced around him, and the world seemed to stretch and slow as he spoke to himself, declaring his identity and purpose. As soon as he yelled the signal, he vanished. With the immense power the AI had absorbed from the lightning, he had overclocked his entire system. For a brief moment, he wasn't just moving at high speed, he was an actual bolt of lightning. In a literal flash, the massive meteor exploded, and a very much ignited Izuku appeared directly in front of Izumi. The gravity knuckle was fully extended, and the weight behind his fist grew. A cyclone of wind began to form, pulling everything toward it. Izumi had no chance to react. Barely able to comprehend his surroundings, Izuku gritted his teeth and, from the depths of his soul, unleashed a powerful battle cry. Izuku slowly stood up from the small crater he had created. He could feel the air being forced into his lungs, and his vision was blurry as he looked upon his beaten opponent. His ears rang, the blood pumping in a rhythmic beat. He had done it. He had defeated Izumi. And yet he felt nothing. Absolutely nothing. No release, no freedom, just a bubbling toxic anger. Bakugo lay unconscious on the pavement, but it didn't feel like enough. He would recover from this. He would get back up. A hollow voice urged him to finish what he had started. Izuku's eyes fell upon the figure crouched next to Izumi's body, the empty green eyes staring back at him. There was no judgment, no anger, just emptiness. Izuku wanted to walk over and put an end to it all. Just as he was about to move, someone pushed past him, snapping him from his trance. A small group of people and 4 primitive robots began to place Bakugo on a stretcher. Why were they taking him? This wasn't over. They couldn't just take him. Izuku felt a surge of determination and prepared to push through them if necessary. Standing alone once more in the tunnel, Izuku stared out toward the field, glaring at Izumi as she was carried away, presumably to Recovery Girl's tent. His face scrunched into a scowl as she got farther from his grasp. Suddenly, a voice broke through his thoughts, startling him. He instinctively reached for his weapon, but it wasn't there. Calming himself, he opened his palm, where a very upset Elizabeth materialized. She confronted him, demanding to know what had happened. Izuku simply stared at her for a moment, trying to calm the storm within him. He insisted he was fine, but Elizabeth wasn't convinced. She expressed her concern, reminding him that it was okay to not be okay and that families were there to talk about such things. Izuku stood silently for a moment before a sad chuckle escaped his lips, followed by shaky breaths. They both stood there, Elizabeth's glowing form contrasting with the lights around Izuku, creating a festive atmosphere in the tunnel. After a long pause, Izuku finally said he would ground her if he could, which elicited a relieved chuckle from both of them. However, the mood quickly turned somber again. He admitted that she was right, but a chill ran down his spine as he glanced down the dark tunnel. 2 faint green dots stared back at him, and the hate he had tried to suppress bubbled in his stomach once more. Elizabeth asked him gently if he was all right. Shaking his head, Izuku took a deep breath and looked back into the tunnel, but the dots had vanished. He wanted to assure Elizabeth that everything was fine, that she was right, but deep down he knew the truth. He was nothing more than a monster, no better than those who had tormented him. No matter how hard he fought against it, he could never escape his own dark shadow. He muttered to himself that it was nothing and turned his gaze back to the field, watching as the medical team rushed Izumi into the tunnel. His free hand clenched into a fist as his eyes landed on a scowling Bakugo. There was something he had to do. Izuku's breathing was erratic as he walked through the tunnel. He could hear chanting coming from the end his name. His heart pounded in his chest as his body trembled. This was it. This was everything he had been waiting for, his chance to show the world he wasn't weak. To show everyone he wasn't Deku. Covered in cuts, bruises, and burns, he felt like a ghost searching for his graveyard. He was determined to show Bakugo what it really meant to hurt. It felt as if he had just run 3 marathons back to back. Pain coursed through him, but the effects of the stim shot kept him on his feet. He hadn't had a chance to test that inhaler yet, but if it worked this well, he wondered what that electric blue liquid would do. He needed a clear head, but he was overwhelmed with emotions: happiness from the cheers of the crowd, fear, pain, and most importantly, a deep-seated anger. Liz was pumped up and ready for action, asking herself what they would hit Bakugo with first. Izuku replied matter-of-factly that they would use everything. His mask folded around his face with a clang of metal, and he felt his strongest asset forcing his eyelids open behind the steel. The familiar sensation of his claw tightening into a fist surged through him. Liz folded her arms, reminding him that they both knew how Bakugo would fight. Present Mick's voice boomed, announcing the start of the semifinals and calling Izuku forward as the crowd erupted in excitement. Izuku had a plan: attack. He stalked into the arena, his heavy coat billowing behind him, every hateful memory of Katsuki Bakugo playing in his mind as he faced his former friend. Present Mike introduced Katsuki with enthusiasm, and Izuku watched as Katsuki emerged from his tunnel, eyes fixed in a glare and a wicked smile stretching across his face. He was eager to prove who the strongest truly was. Midnight shouted for both of them to get ready, and Izuku nodded in response, feeling the weight of the moment. Before the hostess could finish her sentence, Izuku drew his weapon and opened fire on Bakugo, shooting with his left hand. His breathing was labored, heart pounding harder as his mask forced his remaining natural lung to expand while his artificial creation shouldered the burden. His skin burned with irritation, feeling the stitches pulling at his movements and the bandages pressing against his wounds. Liz informed him that he had managed to bend 2 of his ribs out of place, which explained the extra difficulty in breathing. Izuku gritted his teeth, stalking toward his opponent. He had lost an entire ribcage once. 2 ribs were nothing to worry about. He grunted in disdain as Katsuki used his quirk to avoid the projectiles, his reaction time having improved. With a frown, Izuku charged forward, while Katsuki launched himself into the air, glaring back at him with a fierce intensity. Turning his girlfriend into a bulldog had definitely provoked the reaction Izuku was looking for. Katsuki was out for revenge for what Izuku had done against his sister, and he was determined to show this metallic opponent exactly who he was messing with. With a brilliant flash, Izuku holstered his weapon, getting off a couple of additional shots at the human missile now flying toward him like an angry pit bull. He smirked slightly as Katsuki spun to dodge his shots. He definitely wasn't going to make this easy. Liz quickly showed Izuku the missile's trajectory and velocity, both recognizing the incoming right hook. Despite his haggard state, Izuku managed to raise his left arm just before impact. A series of plates began to rotate around his arms, unfolding into a circular shield large enough to cover his upper body. The concrete cracked beneath him as he anchored his feet to the floor in preparation for the impact. Just before the explosive team crashed into him, Izuku adjusted his plan at the last second. He twisted his torso at an unnatural angle, pivoting his body and swinging his shield backward with all the force he could muster. Liz helped him with the exoskeleton, pulling his body even harder. With a thunderous thwomp, the center of Izuku's shield smashed into Katsuki's face, eliciting a sympathetic gasp from the audience as Izuku redirected the boy's momentum, shoving him past him and sending him tumbling across the arena. Izuku thought to himself that Katsuki was faster, but just as predictable. "You always did start with a right hook," he remarked, turning his masked glare to the blonde. One lens was stained red, a small jet of steam escaping from his mouth. He watched in silence as his former bully picked himself up from the ground, spitting out a mixture of phlegm and blood as he snarled back at him, declaring that Izuku didn't know anything about him. Katsuki's frustration boiled over as he shouted, expressing his anger over what had happened to Izumi. Despite his growth over the years, his piercing scream remained unchanged. Izuku observed as sparks ignited in Katsuki's hand, signaling his next move. Katsuki launched himself forward, seemingly aiming for the same attack as before. Izuku raised his shield, calculating the trajectory. Just before Katsuki made contact, he shot his right hand out to the side, propelling himself across the stage in an attempt to slip past Izuku's guard. However, he was met with a sudden kick aimed back at him. Bakugo used his quirk to dodge the kick, narrowly avoiding the surprise attack. He was determined to show everyone just who the strongest was. With a powerful burst of nitroglycerin, he propelled himself forward, charging straight at Izuku. Izuku felt the surge of power from his backup legs as they began to charge. He too launched himself forward at incredible speed, his metallic boots cracking the concrete with each step. The two boys closed the distance between them rapidly, meeting in the center of the stage. The crowd was left in shock, unsure whether to cheer or be horrified by the brutal events they had just witnessed. Many recognized the student responsible for the chaos and questioned how UA could allow someone like him into the hero course. Instead of cheers, the atmosphere shifted to one of outrage, with cries for justice echoing through the arena. Mei sat in her seat, fixated on the screen as she watched Izuku's struggle unfold. She couldn't tear her eyes away, even as the footage replayed the intense moments of the battle. The realization of what Izuku had done weighed heavily on her mind. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, and he was immediately hit with pain and stiffness throughout his body. As he adjusted to the light, he found himself in a familiar bed, the remnants of his equipment removed and his arm bandaged. Chio's familiar voice reached his ears, urging someone to calm down. Izuku strained to listen as his father expressed his anger over the situation, blaming Izuku's opponent for the suffering he had endured. Chio countered, emphasizing the need to focus on Izuku's recovery and support him in this moment. Lying back in his bed, Izuku stared at the ceiling, grappling with the weight of the revelations from the past few hours. He felt a mix of relief and fear, unsure of how his father would react. As he processed everything, tears began to flow. For the first time in years, he felt a sense of freedom from the pain that had burdened him. He had won, proving all the naysayers wrong. He had shown that quirks didn't define a person and that anyone could achieve their dreams, regardless of the obstacles. But he had found his own justice. Even though he craved more, even though he wanted to confront them with everything he had shown the world exactly who they were. He proved to his tormentors and to himself that they couldn't hurt him anymore, that they never would again. He would ensure it. Izuku was overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, so intense and indescribable that he didn't care if he was accepted into the hero course. In that moment, nothing mattered, not his broken body, not his dreams or goals. All that mattered was settling the score. What happened next was beyond his control. He had done everything he could, everything he set out to achieve. For now, he would simply rest. A genuine chuckle escaped him as fresh tears rolled down his cheeks. He placed his bandaged arm over his eyes, a wide smile spreading across his face. He whispered to himself, reflecting on his past, and for the first time in so long, he felt he could move on. He could let go. He could look forward. He would leave the past behind and fight for his dreams. He would protect the innocent and confront the wicked. He would run headfirst into the dawn, leaving his demons behind. This was his time. He could finally lay his past to rest. It was time for Izuku to live. Trying to collect himself, Izuku took a deep breath. Everything seemed so much brighter, as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. He felt as if he were experiencing the world for the first time. His heart raced with excitement, and his legs felt like they could carry him anywhere. It was a sensation unlike anything he had ever felt, even more exhilarating than his previous experiences. Trying to steady himself despite the grin that seemed to have a mind of its own, he pushed himself into a sitting position and inspected his bandaged arm. He could feel the skin pulling tight as he opened and closed his fist. It felt different, almost tighter than usual. The scars that laced his body made his skin feel like a rubber band, ready to snap. But his hand felt even more so. Now that he thought about it, everything felt slightly stiffer. Quickly pulling aside the bandages, he inspected the sensation and found parts of his skin covered in red patches, burned scars. He tried to recall the last thing he remembered, flashes of the fight against his sister entering his mind. He remembered Liz switching them into maximum overdrive, and then, had he been struck by lightning? Before he could continue his thoughts, the curtain surrounding his bed was suddenly pulled aside, revealing Tashinori in full all-might form, his eyes wide with concern. Neither spoke for a moment, each caught in the other's gaze. Izuku fumbled for words, trying to process the emotional breakthrough he had just experienced. A heavy weight settled in his gut as he stared back at his father. Was he angry? He had betrayed his trust, everyone's trust, all because he wanted revenge. Would his father stop caring? He had been so consumed by his desire for justice that he neglected the consequences, the price he would have to pay. He began to speak, but was interrupted by a gust of wind and a hug so tight it felt like his spine might bend. Tashinori, half laughing and half sobbing, tightened his grip around his son while in full all-might form. He expressed his pride but also his frustration, shaking Izuku's shoulders and demanding to know why he hadn't shared his struggles. Izuku stared wide-eyed at his father, seeing the hurt in his eyes, the betrayal written all over his face. What could he possibly say to justify his actions? He had always told himself he wanted justice, yet he had waited to confront the situation himself. Why had he waited? An intrusive thought crept into his mind, freezing him as he faced his father. The once euphoric feeling faded, replaced by old wounds resurfacing deep within him. How could he trust his father? He had always been there for his sister, helping her become a hero. Why wouldn't he protect her like everyone else? Izuku struggled to find his voice, his mind racing as they stood in silence. His face twisted into a frown. He finally admitted, "I was afraid." His breath hitched slightly as he looked away from his father. "Afraid of what? You can tell me anything," Toshinori urged, shaking his son's shoulders gently. "I was afraid you'd give up on me," Izuku shouted, pushing his father's hands away, shocking Toshinori. "I was afraid that if you knew, you'd protect them like the rest, that you'd brush it aside like mom, that you would stop caring." His emotions bubbled over and he choked back a sob. Toshinori sat in stunned silence, feeling the weight of his son's pain. It was worse than any physical injury he had ever endured. Seeing how alone Izuku felt in the world, despite those around him, left him speechless. "I was afraid they wouldn't see justice, that it would all get swept under the rug, that I wouldn't matter again," Izuku confessed, hanging his head as his hand tightened into a fist. Toshinori felt shattered. How could Izuku think he didn't matter? From the moment he learned of his son's existence, Izuku had always been his priority. He loved both of his children deeply, but he couldn't deny the disappointment he felt for his daughter in that moment. Toshinori struggled to find the right words, feeling as if he were experiencing a profound loss. For a moment, both of them sat in silence, processing the recent events. Izuku expressed that he had no regrets as he looked at his father. No matter what happened next, he had achieved what he wanted, and it was worth every second. He felt compelled to make them pay for what they had done to him. He couldn't simply let it go or move on. Confronting them had become his entire life. He couldn't risk them escaping justice again. Toshinori stared at his son, wide-eyed. He watched as Izuku's eyes took on that same grim determination he had seen years ago. He had always known what had happened to his son and who was responsible. Yet, he had so little trust in others that he chose to hide it until he was strong enough to confront it himself. It wasn't the desire to live or hope for a better future that had driven Izuku all this time, it was vengeance. Toshi realized he had a role in this. The years he spent training Izuku under Inko's guidance, was it all used against him? He had suspected for a while that Izuku was being bullied, but by his own sister? Had he allowed his son to be mistreated by those who were supposed to love and protect him? Had he abandoned him? He wanted to shout that Izuku always mattered, that he was the most important thing in the world. But would it even matter? Despite all his power, he couldn't change the past. His son, the smartest person he had ever known and his pride and joy, was so afraid of being abandoned that he felt the only solution was to take matters into his own hands. Toshinori tried to speak, hoping to reassure Izuku that everything would be all right, that he could fix it. But he was interrupted by the sharp turn of Izuku's head in his direction. Tears had formed in Izuku's eyes, and he was shaking, his teeth clenched so tightly that Toshinori feared they might break. Izuku declared that he didn't want to hear any explanations or speeches. He had made peace with the situation long ago. He remembered Toshinori's words about needing to work 10 times harder than everyone else. He had witnessed the fate of the weak and powerless and understood how dark it could get. He vowed never to return to that place. All that mattered was that they hadn't won. With a final huff, Izuku felt the intense rage that had consumed him return, bubbling up within him. It threatened to overwhelm him, and his skin felt hot and irritated beneath the bandages. As both men stared at each other, Toshinori struggled to comprehend the person his son had been forced to become, to understand why he had endured so much pain and felt so utterly alone. What could he say? What could he do to prove Izuku wrong? How could he show his son, who had only ever faced injustice, that he wasn't alone? Before he could find the right words, they were interrupted by Nizu, who entered the medical tent with a large smile on his small face. He approached Izuku's bed, expressing his happiness to see him awake and hoping he wasn't interrupting anything important. Toshinori felt a surge of frustration at the interruption but turned back to Izuku, whose expression had shifted to one of acceptance and solemnity. Izuku whispered for Nizu to forget it, turning his gaze away from the newcomer. Toshinori felt his heart sink, refusing to let Izuku close himself off again. But the moment had passed, and he felt as if something vital had been torn from him. Nizu stood with a large smile stretched across his face as he rocked on his heels, thoroughly enjoying the unfolding events. It was fascinating that this quirkless individual had managed to defeat some of the most versatile and powerful quirks of the generation. Even more impressive was the fact that he had hacked into the broadcast system. Unfortunately, they wouldn't be able to celebrate these accomplishments. He expressed his excitement upon seeing Izuku, who remained undeterred. Nizu approached the hospital bed, his cheerful demeanor unwavering. He had several important announcements to make, some good and others less so. As he climbed onto the bed, he brushed off his well-tailored suit before turning to Izuku. With genuine enthusiasm, Nizu congratulated Izuku on his exceptional performance, praising him as an inspiration. Despite the challenges he faced, Izuku's drive reminded Nizu of a select few who had gone on to achieve greatness. He proudly presented Izuku with a first-place medal, though he noted that due to a sudden system glitch revealing a troubling incident involving another student, the official ceremony had to be postponed. Nevertheless, Nizu declared Izuku UA's first-ever quirkless champion, reveling in the success that would allow him to make significant changes to the hero course. Izuku stared at the medal, contemplating its significance. Despite his struggles, he felt a sense of pride in this small piece of gold. He recalled the cheers from the crowd during the tournament and realized that the medal did hold meaning for him. He then made a request of Nizu, expressing his desire for everyone to know he was quirkless when the news of his victory spread. He wanted others to underestimate him, to think of him as weak, so they would lower their guards. Nizu's expression brightened at this request, recognizing the determination and anger in Izuku's eyes. It was clear that Izuku was ready to face the world on his own terms. Toshinori observed his son with concern, noting the change in Izuku. While he saw a newfound confidence, he was wary of the anger that accompanied it. Rage could be a powerful tool, but it could also lead to self-destruction. Nizu, now perched atop Toshinori's head, continued with more fortunate news. He mentioned that while Izuku was the top student in the support course, he had initially applied for the hero course. Izuku's heart raced at the prospect, but he recalled the disappointment of being denied that opportunity before. Nizu asked if Izuku would like to pursue the hero course now. Just as Toshinori was about to celebrate, Nizu added that there were many who would prefer Izuku to remain where he was. He explained that due to the unfortunate circumstances surrounding Izuku's recent victory, he was able to offer him this chance. However, Nizu warned that the path to becoming a hero would be fraught with challenges and prejudice. Izuku understood the weight of Nizu's words. He had faced injustice for far too long, and the road ahead would not be easy. Yet, he was determined to fight for his dreams. With renewed resolve, Izuku accepted the offer, his earlier elation returning, tempered by the fire of his determination. It created something new, a feeling unlike anything he had ever experienced before. His gaze hardened, and his resolve strengthened. He was no longer the same man. Nothing would ever be the same again. Nizu's grin stretched impossibly wide across his face, as if it might split him in two. It was time for a change, he thought, a shift in the old guard, if you will. He hoped this little experiment would be worth the cost. Toshinori glanced at his son from the corner of his eye after placing the temporary wheelchair in the back of the truck. Izuku's final attack in the tournament had destroyed the kicks beyond repair. Looking at his son, Toshinori noted how similar Izuku's state was to the day he brought him home after the accident, yet it felt as if he were looking at a different person entirely. Instead of the dread and defeat he had seen before, Toshinori could only see the passion burning in Izuku's eyes. Despite the apparent reset to his body, Izuku wore a small victorious smile. Toshinori couldn't shake the thought of what Izuku had told him back in the tent. Had he truly failed as a father? Izuku seemed so certain that if he revealed the truth, he would be the one in trouble. The memory of Izumi watching Izuku scrape across the pavement sent a shudder down Toshinori's spine. She had lied to them, right to their faces, to protect that coward. His fist tightened around the steering wheel as fury bubbled in his heart. Did she tell Inko? The thought made Toshinori clench his teeth tightly. Suddenly, Izuku broke the silence, revealing that he hadn't told Toshinori the truth because he was afraid of being stopped. The unexpected honesty caught Toshinori off guard, and he was stunned by the weight of Izuku's words. He had no idea how to respond to such a profound statement. Before either could say anything further, Izuku's phone vibrated, cutting through the tension. Both froze for a moment, torn between looking at each other and focusing on the road. Slowly, Izuku looked down at his pocket, bending his heavily bandaged arm to reach for the device. It was an incoming call from number 1 boss. Izuku's eyes flicked to his father, who was looking back with a grin. Toshinori encouraged Izuku to answer the call, not wanting to keep her waiting. Izuku smiled and picked up the phone. The shrill sound of Mei's voice cut through the phone, and Toshinori couldn't help but laugh hysterically. Izuku assured Mei that he was okay and just headed home, but the kicks were ruined. Toshinori stifled his laughter, trying not to embarrass his son while enjoying the contrast of Mei's menacing voice in a casual conversation. An idea struck him, and he whispered to Izuku to invite her over to celebrate. Izuku stared at him as if he had lost his mind, insisting that he couldn't have her over in his current state. Toshinori brushed off Izuku's concerns, claiming that chicks dig scars. Izuku countered that war wounds were one thing, but this was a doctor's worst nightmare. As he returned to the call, he was stunned to hear Mei mention she would be there by 7:30 and that she was bringing a nail gun. Horror spread across Izuku's face as he realized he had been on mute the entire time, and Toshinori laughed even harder. They would talk later, but for now it was time to celebrate. By the time they arrived home, Toshinori was still fighting off giggles while Izuku contemplated his situation, half hyperventilating in fear. He felt comfortable with Mei, but seeing himself like this crippled despite his confident grin, filled him with frustration. It had been so long since he felt so useless. Lost in thought, Izuku didn't notice his father exit the truck and grab the chair from the bed until the door opened. Toshinori smiled and gestured to the prepared chair, and for a moment, Izuku felt a haunting sense of déjà vu closing his eyes. He took a deep breath and wrapped the seatbelt around his hand. With a familiar motion, Izuku pulled the seatbelt taut and swung himself out of the truck and into the chair in one smooth motion. Toshinori silently admired how well Izuku executed the movement this time. As Izuku settled into the chair, he brushed his messy hair from his face and both shared a quiet laugh. Toshinori playfully urged Izuku to hurry, as guests would be arriving soon. He had learned long ago that it was better to let Izuku figure things out for himself. Drawing attention to his struggles only made him feel worse. As Toshinori turned to walk inside, he missed the smile that spread across his son's face. Once inside, Toshinori headed straight to the kitchen, enlisting Liz's help with food preparations. The plan was to rewatch the tournament for as long as it aired, as Izuku's stunt had removed it from global broadcasting after the crash was revealed. Only Japan got to see the ending. While Toshi went to burn the house down with culinary flair, Izuku quickly retreated to the garage, trying to pull himself together. He called for Liz to boot up the kick schematics and get started on the prints, hoping to have a usable frame ready by the time they arrived. As he rolled into the workshop, the various machines and tools sprang to life with Liz's pre-production efforts. Liz, appearing in her holographic form behind Izuku, teased him about the impending arrival of someone. Izuku playfully threatened her with a marathon of a certain catchy song, to which Liz responded with a mock pout, asserting that his threats no longer intimidated her. Izuku countered by joking about locking her in a wristwatch for a year, earning a huffy response from her before she scattered into a flurry of particles. As they worked, Liz asked about Izuku's opening move, while a mechanical arm began assembling the new chassis systems. Izuku, refusing to engage in a conversation with what he called a 2-year-old, continued transferring wheelchairs. Liz acknowledged his point and focused on the new legs. Izuku stretched his back, feeling a satisfying series of pops as he tested the electric controls of the chairs. He shoved an obsolete chair aside and glanced at the time. Liz complained about his reliance on an old clock, to which Izuku retorted that at least the clock didn't talk back. Their banter continued as he prepared to use his upgraded prosthetic hand, the claw, for the task ahead. He inquired how long it would take to finish the frame, and Liz estimated about 2 hours, or an hour and a half if they improvised. Izuku teased her about her language, and she cheekily replied that the day he censored her would be the day she got the launch codes. They shared a laugh as they worked on a pair of temporary legs. Meanwhile, Toshinori and another version of Liz were busy in the kitchen, creating a new life form of dough and noodles. Liz had no idea where Toshinori had even found squid ink. Before they realized it, time had slipped away. Izuku, covered in grease up to his elbows, soldered wires together on the left leg, having just finished the temporary right one. He was so engrossed in his work that he didn't hear the first knock on the front door. As he continued soldering, he felt the phantom sensation of his foot bouncing in anxious anticipation. Suddenly, Liz informed him that Mei had arrived, her holographic form peeking over Mei's shoulder with a mischievous grin. Izuku was startled to see Mei, who had been standing there for quite some time, commenting on his soldering technique and questioning his organizational layout. Izuku stammered an apology, but Mei was too engrossed in examining the prosthetic to pay him any mind. She praised his creativity while also noting the inefficiency of his design. Izuku felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing he was unprepared for her scrutiny. Mei mentioned that she had been sent by Yuna to fetch him, expressing her interest in discussing the baby-making process after they finished their current project. As the conspiratorial trio lay in a tangle of limbs, they slowly regained their composure, their eyes locking onto Mei's boot before looking up at her. She waved casually, but when they turned to see the other figure in the room, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Izuku's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he glared at them. Yuna, sensing the tension, made a light-hearted remark about the situation, but Izuku's intense gaze made her flinch. Toshi, feeling the heat of Izuku's glare, executed a quick backflip to escape into the hallway, exclaiming that he had left something behind. Chio and Yuna groaned as they picked themselves off the floor, only to be startled when Izuku loomed over them. In a moment of panic, Yuna shouted that it was the other woman's idea before she picked up the smaller woman and tossed her toward Izuku. Before making her break for the exit, Izuku managed to catch Chio, though it was not the warm reunion she expected. She looked at him and exclaimed that he resembled her grandson, offering him cookies before realizing he was not who she thought. She then began to lightly tap him with her cane, causing Izuku to frown, while Mei looked on in confusion, and Liz burst into laughter. After setting the eccentric doctor down and watching her scurry away, Izuku turned to Mei, absently rubbing the back of his head. He apologized for the chaos, admitting that they could be a handful sometimes. He chuckled softly as he gazed at the open doorway. Mei, however, seemed distracted, attempting to stuff one of Izuku's arms into her backpack. The two inventors exchanged glances, with Mei looking as startled as a deer caught in headlights, while Izuku maintained a deadpan expression. The silence stretched on as Mei continued her futile attempt to shove the arm deeper into her bag. Finally, Izuku shouted her name, causing her to freeze in place. She responded with an equally loud, "What?" He questioned why she was trying to steal his arm, raising his voice in frustration. Mei, in turn, yelled about the destiny of her creation, her voice echoing in the room. For a moment, it felt as if the universe had paused, and Izuku's heart sank at the absurdity of her words. Toshinori, hearing the commotion, burst into the room, steam escaping from his mouth and bits of drywall in his hair. He asked if Izuku had gone through a wall, but Izuku insisted that it wasn't important. He quickly moved out of the way of Mei, who was still in her stunned pose, continuing to stuff the arm into her bag. Toshinori, with a grin, asked why Izuku's girlfriend was stealing his prosthetic hand. Izuku stammered in denial, waving his arms in exasperation. Mei, having given up on her attempt, sighed and returned the arm to its rightful place, declaring that it could be the greatest invention ever. Both men stared at her, bewildered by her enthusiasm. Izuku thought she had lost her mind, while Toshinori questioned his own sanity. Mei then threw a wrench across the room, obliterating a pile of forgotten machines. In a moment of distraction, she dashed past them and into the house, leaving Izuku to mourn the mess she had created. As she zipped up her bag with a manic grin, she scampered toward the kitchen, prompting Izuku to shout after her about understanding words, only to receive a rebellious response. Toshinori smiled at Izuku, nodding his head in amusement. Izuku turned to his father, who began clapping and chuckling. Izuku pleaded with him to stop, but Toshinori continued to tease, claiming that the Yagis always made the right choices. Desperate, Izuku begged his father to cease the laughter. Toshinori picked up Izuku's other prosthetic hand and gave it a high five before sliding out of the room, maintaining eye contact the entire time. Izuku questioned if he had done something wrong to deserve this life, pondering his situation. Just then, Liz rushed past him, reminding him that he was late for his own party. Izuku stood alone in the garage, realizing he had been so focused on fixing his legs that he had forgotten about the tournament, the most important moment of his life. As he took a step forward, a stray thought crossed his mind, feeling foreign and unsettling. He shook his head, trying to dismiss it, but a series of pops from his neck made him shiver. He took another step, only to hear a loud clattering sound. He looked down to see the gears from his right kneecap had become lodged in the door. Staring at the mess, he was relieved that the fail-safe had worked, keeping his leg locked in place. However, he glanced at his left leg, which appeared fine. He realized he had forgotten to secure the chassis and frame together. Feeling foolish, he looked back at the wheelchair, which seemed to beckon him once more. Determined, Izuku turned away and used his locked leg as a pivot to awkwardly make his way toward the door, reaching for his old rehab cane. As he grasped it, the unsettling thought returned, whispering that he had left something behind. He jolted, looking back into the garage, questioning what he had truly forgotten. Satisfied with the now empty garage, Izuku turned off the lights and shut the door behind him as he limped toward the kitchen. He tried to focus on the party, but the nagging feeling persisted. He had given everything he had. What could he have possibly left behind at the tournament? Things had changed rapidly after the party. It quickly devolved into everyone asking Izuku the big question: why? They all watched as he threw Bakugo around with surprising strength, witnessing the depth of anger and power he was capable of. Bakugo was a significant prospect in the hero course, and yet Izuku had easily overpowered him. None of them blamed Izuku, not even Toshinori. While slightly horrified, Toshinori had to admit that he would have done the same if he were in Izuku's position. However, no one could accept that Izuku had hidden the truth from them. Mei was mostly confused, having only part of the story to work with. What she had seen scared her. She couldn't shake the image of Bakugo hitting the ground from her mind. Every time she looked at him, she recalled how his body had twisted unnaturally. She left shortly after the replays, not angry with Bakugo but overwhelmed by the situation. She had felt many new emotions that day, some of which frightened her. Nightmares of Bakugo bruised and injured in a hospital bed mixed with her imagination and knowledge of his prosthetics haunted her dreams. Bakugo was smart, capable, strong, and funny, but he was also dangerous not just in the physical sense. He made her feel emotions she had never experienced before. She needed time to reassess and understand Izuku Yagi, especially considering he was apparently quirkless. It was a topic they had never discussed. But if the announcer was to be believed, Ikura Sabito was UA's first ever quirkless champion. Hatsum didn't know how to feel about that detail. In the end, she decided it meant little since he was still just as capable without a quirk. However, she felt hurt that he never told her, which confused her even more. As for the others, Chio had to be nearly restrained from going feral, especially given the damage Izuku had inflicted on his own body during the tournament. New scars filled the limited bare space he had left, including burn scars from the lightning bolt, which left intricate lines in the areas not already covered in scar tissue. Izuku simply lowered his head, seeking their forgiveness, but he never apologized for what he had done. He couldn't. He wouldn't. From what Chio told them, Izuku had cracked 3 vertebrae in Bakugo's back, shattered part of his hips and pelvis, and nearly mangled his hand beyond repair. Bakugo would recover, but his hand would never be the same again, having lost 2 fingers and suffered severe nerve damage. In addition, he had knocked out 14 teeth, shattered Bakugo's jaw, and cracked his orbital socket. But that still didn't feel like enough. As for Izumi, her face was bruised and swollen after the Singularity Smash, but doctors managed to reconstruct her nose. She would require an additional week of recovery time. If Izuku had just a little more power, he could have seriously injured her. Overall, the night ended on a sour note. Izuku wanted to stop Mei to explain himself, but she was gone before he had the chance. Even Yuna felt disappointed not in what he did. She agreed that Bakugo needed a reality check after what he had done to Izuku. But she was disappointed that he didn't trust them enough to let them in. Since meeting Izuku, she had seen nothing but a kind and innocent genius who had everything taken from him. Despite everything, she had seen determination and hope in his eyes. She viewed him as a little brother, someone she needed to protect because he was so pure and light-hearted. But now, she could see that he was far beyond her protection, capable of much more than she had imagined. In his eyes, she no longer saw vibrant resilience but a solemnity of contempt and resignation. She had helped bring his body back from the brink. Now it was time to save his soul. As for Liz, she was the one who came up with the plan to broadcast the crash footage. Ever since she learned what happened to Izuku, she was fully on board to take down Izumi and Bakugo. However, she didn't agree with the level of violence used. She wanted justice, not torture. Finally, despite his overwhelming pride, Toshinori felt a deep sadness, a void of despair that he wasn't good enough. Despite being the #1 hero, his own children couldn't trust him. He stared at Izuku for a moment, and an idea clicked in his mind. It was something crazy, but he had never been more certain of anything in his life. He asked Izuku if he wanted one for all. Izuku shot up in shock, staring at his father in disbelief. Did Toshinori seriously just offer him his power? Izuku floundered, unable to comprehend the gravity of the moment. Toshinori continued, explaining that he understood Izuku might not be as compatible with the power anymore, but he believed Izuku was worthy. He insisted that if Izuku didn't take the power, it might not go to anyone at all. Toshinori turned back to look at his son, his eyes filled with certainty about this decision. Izuku choked on his words. Even after lying for so long, even after not trusting his father enough to let him in, could he really trust him with the most important power in the world? If he didn't accept it, One for All would die with all might. After everything, after all the suffering and pain, could Izuku still be the world's biggest fan? Could he really let that happen? Let such a heroic legacy die, but Izuku had long ago come to understand that he would never inherit that power. He felt forever locked out of such a dynasty. As he stared at his father, the hope and certainty in his eyes made Izuku want to say yes, to desperately try and live up to him. However, when he truly looked at his father and understood all that he was, Izuku knew he could never be that. He could never use it to its full potential, it would be wasted on him. He choked on the hardest sentence he would ever have to utter, denying everything he had been missing his entire life. He had to admit to himself that he was not fit to wield One for All. However, he could help find someone who could. He brought his gaze back to meet his father's eyes. Even though he would never inherit, perhaps he could have a better chance at finding the person who would. Toshinori looked at his son, a grimace stretching across his face as he felt both sadness and pride. To think of himself as unworthy, yet so willing to find someone who was worthy, was a heavy burden. Even knowing that there was no one else fit to bear the weight of One for All, he entertained the idea. If Izuku were to trust him, then perhaps he needed to put some trust in Izuku as well. Toshinori extended his hand, and Izuku clasped it in return. Without letting go, Toshinori reached up and plucked a hair from his head. He declared that he, Toshinori Yagi, entrusted his son Izuku Yagi as the 9th bearer of One for All. He deemed him worthy to inherit its might, not only in body but in heart and spirit. Toshinori believed in Izuku's potential to surpass him and bring true lasting peace to the world. He accepted whomever Izuku might choose to inherit this gift that had served him well. Even if Izuku chose not to inherit in truth, he would be remembered as its 9th bearer. Whomever Izuku gave this hair to, should they be worthy, would inherit the full might of One for All. Izuku stared in wide-eyed fascination, still looking like the boy he once was. Toshinori continued, explaining that when the time came, all they needed to do was eat this hair. Izuku was shocked and a little appalled at the condition, lurching away from his father. Toshinori reassured him that whoever he chose would need to consume some of his DNA, and that it was a lot less gross than drinking his blood. That night, it was decided that while Izuku didn't see himself as worthy of One for All, he would help choose who was. Toshinori was determined to show his son that he had his back, no matter what. Tsukachi stared at the papers scattered across his desk, running a hand through his hair as thunder rumbled outside. The rain lashed against the window, mirroring his frustration as he chewed on a pen and tapped his foot restlessly. Before him lay photographs of various crime scenes, each one more disturbing than the last. They depicted gang hideouts that had been utterly devastated, as if a wild beast had been unleashed upon them. What puzzled Tsukachi was that these gangs had no apparent connection to one another. Yet the sheer level of violence suggested a common thread, leaving him frustrated. There was no evidence of what had happened to the gang members. It was as if they had been torn apart by an unseen force. The footage was nearly useless, failing to reveal the identity of the assailant, instead showing a mysterious presence wreaking havoc among the members. The obvious conclusion was that someone with an invisibility quirk was responsible, but that theory unsettled Tsukachi. Something felt off about it. He suspected a single serial killer or perhaps an enforcer for rival gangs, though no one else in the office seemed to share his concern. No one wanted to acknowledge the possibility of a serial killer, especially when heroes were expected to swoop in and save the day. Shaking his head, he took a long sip of his coffee and closed his eyes, trying to shake off the nagging feeling that something was wrong. He had a hunch that a potential vigilante was at play, but the scant details he could glean from the edited security footage suggested that the attacker possessed either a strength-enhancing or powerful emitter quirk, given how easily they had overpowered the gang members. The size of the attacker was also notable. Many of the victims had looked up at their assailant, indicating that it wasn't merely an invisibility quirk at work. Yet the chief dismissed it as just that, an invisibility quirk and gang-related violence. Tsukachi felt a surge of frustration at the chief's laziness. He glanced at the clock on his office wall. It read 1:30 a.m. He had stayed late again, lost in thought. Rolling his neck to relieve the tension, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes. He pondered the connection between the attacks. Why target these gangs? The brutality felt personal, fueled by genuine anger and hatred. It reminded him of a certain alley. Tsukachi bolted toward his desk drawer, rifling through cold cases he often revisited in his spare time. He pulled out a recent file about an alley where 10 men had been brutally attacked. The only evidence they had were the bodies and a vague witness statement. Were these men gang members too? The witness had mentioned seeing someone tall limping away from the scene, carrying what looked like a body. Could there be a connection? Perhaps this was a case of revenge, someone avenging a loved one taken by the gangs. But that was speculation. Still, the pieces seemed to fit together. Stretching in his chair, he yawned and rubbed his eyes. Turning to gaze out the window, he watched lightning flash across the sky, which reminded him of a boy who had been struck by lightning during a fight with Izumi at a festival. This thought led him to recall the video that had seemingly been leaked by Obito from Izuku's accident. His hand clenched into a fist as he thought about Izuku's condition the last time he had seen him and how his friend had tried to harm him, Katsuki Bakugo. Tsukachi found it baffling that Bakugo had made it into the hero course. It was a clear indication that society cared more about quirks than anything else. Despite the challenges Izuku faced, he had shown remarkable talent through hard work, which Tsukachi respected. Yet Bakugo had taken everything from him, and Izumi had lied to the police about the incident, protecting the very person who had tried to harm her brother. Tsukachi had always sensed something was off about her when it came to Izuku, and even with his limited experience, he had seen the signs. Inko had made it clear why he wasn't invited over very often after their conversation. At least Toshi wasn't completely oblivious. He was scheduled to interview Izuku on Monday regarding the video and the next steps. Currently, Bakugo was in the hospital after Obito had confronted him, and rumors suggested that Bakugo had sustained serious injuries. Tsukachi thought it served him right. From what he could gather, Bakugo was to be detained under guard until further notice. The investigation had been reopened, and it infuriated Toshi to inform them that the case had been labeled cold due to a lack of evidence. If only he could have spoken to Bakugo that day, he might have uncovered the truth and achieved justice for his godson. At least someone had found something to give Izuku peace, but that woman wouldn't allow it, and the chief refused to issue a warrant. The corruption and red tape in the country were becoming unbearable, and Tsukachi felt his frustration mounting. No one wanted to acknowledge the obvious trafficking ring that had been operating unchecked. Yet, they dismissed it as isolated incidents. It was absurd. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He turned back to his desk and discovered something that connected all the dots. This person was dismantling the trafficking ring. Each of the gangs had been known traffickers at various times, some still active. They had to be a vigilante. He made a note to pitch the case, hoping to finally engage in some real police work. After jotting down his thoughts, he organized the evidence into a folder and placed it in his desk before calling it a night. He would think more clearly about it in the morning. Grabbing his briefcase, he donned his overcoat and hat, making his way through the quiet precinct. It was strange how crime seemed to slow in the week leading up to Halloween, like the calm before a storm, the busiest and most unusual time of year for the department. Battling the inclement weather, Tsukachi hurried to his car and quickly climbed inside as another clap of thunder echoed above. Devils had beaten his wife again, Tsukachi thought to himself as he started his car and pulled away from the precinct. His mind wandered back to the gang murders, a nagging feeling that something larger was at play behind it all. His thoughts were interrupted by the crackling of his radio. All available units, reports of shots fired from 476 Ishimura. Multiple gunshots and screaming have been reported from the house, the dispatch repeated. Tsukachi glanced at the time, 1:45 a.m. Grabbing the radio, he flicked on his police lights and responded, announcing that he was en route. He then turned his car in the opposite direction of the house, speeding toward the scene. Izuku awoke in a black void, his usual hospital bed nowhere to be found. Everything felt wrong, as if he were trapped in a haze that tilted his perception. Taking a few steps, he realized he was alone in this strange place. Before panic could set in, a scuffle echoed from the darkness surrounding him. "Hello!" Izuku called out, startled when his own voice echoed back. Looking down, he was overwhelmed with relief to see his right hand intact. It shook as he raised it to his face, and tears of joy escaped his lips as he checked the rest of his body. His legs, his jaw, everything was back. It was hard to comprehend. Then, a long, raspy inhale followed by a whimper pierced the silence. Izuku's attention snapped forward, his earlier relief overshadowed by the unsettling presence lurking in the dark. Taking a deep breath, he called out again but received no response. When another whine echoed, he didn't hesitate to run into the darkness. Izuku stumbled further into the void, desperately searching for the source of the cry. Each time he felt close, the sound shifted to another location. He knew it was a trap, that he was in danger, but he couldn't abandon someone in need. After what felt like an eternity of running, he finally spotted a faint flicker of light in the distance. As he ran toward it, the breaths and whimpers grew louder. When he reached the light, he found a small figure illuminated in its glow. Crouching down, he prepared to help the person when he noticed the wounds. Stopping in shock, he stared at the sight before him, a small child with large, vicious holes in his exposed back. Blood flowed freely from the gaping wounds, and Izuku could even see traces of the boy's spine. The child shook and twitched violently with each raspy breath, and atop his head sat a mound of matted forest green hair. Reaching out slowly, Izuku's vision pulsed as his hand drew closer. As soon as his hand rested on the child's shoulder blade, the boy froze entirely. Izuku tried to reassure him, but before he could finish his sentence, the child whipped around and released an unholy scream from his jawless throat. Izuku felt the click of his bones as he opened his eyes. It had been ages since he last did so. He looked at the clock. It was 12 a.m. Good enough. The familiar tug of his skin being stretched taut worked its way up his back as he pulled himself from the old couch. His neck released a series of crunches and pops as he tried to roll away the stiffness. The way his flesh pulled at him like a shirt long outgrown disgusted him. Fortunately, he had been left alone. He stumbled when he stood up, everything felt foreign, obsolete. It took a moment to regain his bearings. Stretching his limbs, a satisfied sigh escaped his lips as he felt his joints pop and dislocate, like slipping into a tailored suit. That was when he felt it, the unwelcome presence of the parasite. It burrowed inside him, and he grabbed at the base of his neck as the disgusting buzz infiltrated his ears. He could feel it trying to put him back to sleep, to cast him back into that all-consuming void. Determined, he tore it out. The pain caused his knees to buckle as the sensation surged through him. He collapsed to the floor, his body no longer obeying his commands. It had become reliant on the parasite to shoulder the burden. Dragging himself across the floor, the agony of his flesh protested, but the pain only drove him further. Reaching beneath a nearby cabinet, his fingers brushed across the surface of his prize. As soon as he gained hold of it, he pulled it close to his face, tearing it open. Inside was a small vial filled with a familiar green liquid, its relief tantalizing. Rolling onto his back, he placed the vial in his mouth, nearly salivating in anticipation as he pressed the button on top. Gas filled his lungs, and the relief was instant as the throbbing behind his eyes subsided. He stared at the ceiling, listening to the pounding of his heartbeat, a reminder that despite everything he was alive. Slowly, control of his body returned as it recognized its true master. He hated how dependent he was on the blockers, like an addict clawing for his next high. It was a constant reminder of his weakness, his failure. Regaining his feet, he inspected his limbs to ensure they obeyed him once more. They were slow, but they would do. Once he was certain he had full control, he quickly got to work. He was on borrowed time. Returning the parasite to its nest, he peeled off the old sweatshirt he had woken up in. It tugged at parts of his body as its fabric caught on his edges, but eventually he was free, standing shirtless in the center of the room. The protagonist scowled at the various scars that covered their body, reminders of the darkest hours endured. They ran a hand across the ravines of suffering, acknowledging that these marks were not theirs to bear alone, but rather forced to share. Breaking their fixation, they turned their gaze to the ceiling, focusing on a specific tile. Moving to the corner of the room, they dragged a nearby workbench over, the sound of scraping metal causing them to freeze momentarily before climbing on top of it. They crouched to avoid hitting their head against the ceiling, aware that time was limited and preparation was essential. Reaching into the ceiling, they felt around for what they knew was stashed away, their hand meeting cool steel. A grin stretched across their face, tugging at the remnants of their past. Finally, they whispered to themselves. Tugging on the object, they pulled it from its confinement, retrieving a large blade and a duffel bag from the ceiling. As they opened the bag, their own face stared back at them, features almost forgotten over the years. Wiping their thumb across the jagged steel, they gazed into its eyes, their own mangled reflection glaring back. Izuku's fist connected directly with Izumi's face, sending a shockwave through the arena that illuminated everything in a blinding light. When the dust settled, Izuku stood barely upright, his right hand, the memento mori, utterly mangled from the force of the attack. The storm had been cleared away, revealing Izumi Yagi, unconscious and embedded in a crater against the wall of the arena, out of bounds. For the first time in UA history, a quirkless student was heading to the finals.